Chapter 2108. With that she got up and walked out the door. Wait, I'll go with you. Zhao Ru'er quickly got up and followed her. She felt that the Gao family wouldn't let this go so easily. It was safer to go together. What if her little sister was in danger after leaving the Zhao family? Zhao Yuer laughed and pulled Zhao Ru'er to the front yard. She saw a large group of servants squatting on the ground with their hands covering their faces. They looked like they were in pain. Zhao Yuer strode forward and glanced at the servants. She saw that their faces were bruised and swollen with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. She was instantly enraged and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Who did this? Which bastard dared to hit the servants of the Zhao family?" The leader, Xiao Zhao, quickly got up and said while covering his bruised face, "Miss, it's the brat who bumped into your carriage. You have to avenge us." Zhao Yuer clenched her fist and shouted. Her eyes were about to spit fire. "Zhang Feng, it's that brat again. He dared to hit my servants." With that she glanced at the crowd. Let's go. Let's go find this brat immediately. I must beat him up today to vent my anger." When Xiao Zhao heard this, the blood in his body seemed to boil. He quickly said, "Miss, that brat seems to be opening a shop. It's on the main street now." Zhao Yuer bit her cheek and waved her hand. "Let's go and catch this brat." Seeing this, Zhao Ru'er quickly stopped Zhao Yuer and said gently, "Little sister, why don't we wait a few days? You just offended Gao Ming. Be careful of being ambushed." Zhao Yuer snorted and said with disdain, "Gao Ming wouldn't dare even if you gave him 2 guts. Big sister, if you're afraid, you don't have to come." As she spoke, she took small steps and ran out of the door, followed by a group of servants. Zhao Ru'er panicked. What if something happened? She hurriedly followed him out. The group of people crossed the street and came to a shop. Zhao Yuer glanced at the shop and looked at Xiao Zhao with a gloomy face. "Xiao Zhao, are you sure this brat is inside?" Xiao Zhao took a look and nodded seriously. "Miss, I'm sure. This brat doesn't have many people, but each of them can fight better than the other." Zhao Yuer cursed inwardly. She waved her hand and said, "Come, follow me inside." After saying that, she led a group of people into the shop. As soon as he stepped in, he saw the fellow from before sitting on a chair with a look of enjoyment on his face. She was instantly enraged and wanted to curse out loud, but when she recalled the scene in the carriage just now, she couldn't help but blush. She scolded, "Brat, get up and accept your death." Zhang Feng was originally resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the voice, he subconsciously opened his eyes. When he saw that it was the girl from before, his pupils involuntarily shrank as he shouted, "Why is it you? Why are you here?" This voice quickly attracted the attention of Hao Chujun and the others. They all gathered around and looked at Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ru'er as they discussed incessantly. Gao Kan pointed at Zhao Yuer and smiled. "This girl is the one Feng Zi beat up?" "It's this girl." Yuchi Baoqing nodded and said with a face full of gossip. "At first, this girl wanted to beat up Feng Zi, but in the end, Feng Zi pressed her down on the carriage and beat her up. And the place he hit was even there." Hao Chujun frowned. "This girl can't be here to seek revenge, right?" Hearing the surrounding voices, Zhao Yuer's pretty face couldn't help but redden. In her heart, she had already cursed Zhang Feng 1,000,000 times. Why did this bastard always tell others about everything? Now, so many people actually knew about it? How was she going to survive in Jiangnan in the future? She wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. But since she was already here, she couldn't just leave like this, right? She helplessly tugged at Zhao Ru'er's sleeve, preparing to ask her sister for help. After being sisters for so many years, Zhao Ru'er naturally understood her sister's intentions. But listening to the discussion, something didn't seem right. It seemed that her sister had crashed into someone's carriage and wanted to beat him up. In the end, she was beaten up, and the place she hit was even that place. Now, she called servants to seek revenge? This seemed to be a bit too much. Looking at the situation, she cupped her hands and said to Zhang Feng, "Prince Zhang, I'm Yuer's sister. Today's matter was purely a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" Zhao Yuer hurriedly pulled Zhao Ru'er back and turned to look at Zhang Feng. She coldly snorted. "Zhang, you beat up my servants just now. How do you want to settle this?" "So these servants are yours?" Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd behind Zhao Yuer and sneered. "Just now, these servants of yours wanted to beat me up. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, but you're playing the blame game again. I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened in the carriage just now, and you dare to come again?" Zhao Yuer's pretty face reddened but quickly recovered. She coquettishly said, "Zhang, don't mention what happened in the carriage. I haven't settled the score with you yet." "You want to settle the score after biting me?" Zhang Feng glared at Zhao Yu as if he was looking at an idiot. Chapter 2109. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Zhang Feng as if they had seen a whole new world. Even Zhao Ru'er widened her eyes and looked at Zhang Feng curiously. Although she knew that her sister had a conflict with Zhang Feng, she did not know that her sister had bitten Zhang Feng. Now she was curious. Did her sister bite Zhang Feng's private part? Sensing everyone's gazes, Zhang Feng felt a little uncomfortable. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let me show you. This was bitten by that unruly girl." As he said that, he extended his arm towards Zhao Ru'er. "Look, this is what your good sister did." Zhao Ru'er took a closer look and saw a purplish-green scar. The bite mark was about the size of a fingernail. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How much strength did this little sister use? How could it leave such a big scar? Wasn't this too cruel? What revenge was there to talk about? It was good enough that she did not take revenge. She turned to look at Zhao Yu'er and pursed her lips. "Sister, this?" Zhao Yu'er blushed and looked at the wound on Zhang Feng's arm. She said coquettishly, "You reaped what you sowed. Who told you to hit me there? All right, all right." Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently. "I don't want to talk to you so much. Hurry up and leave with your servants before you get beaten up again." "You?" Zhao Yu'er's face turned red. She said indignantly, "You dare to look down on the servants of the Zhao family?" As she spoke, she turned her head and swept a glance at the servants, berating, "Everyone go together and capture that arrogant brat." Hearing that, everyone rubbed their palms together as if they were ready to avenge the humiliation they had suffered. However, when they saw that the big guy was also ready, their faces changed and they subconsciously took half a step back. Xiao Zhao, who was the leader, retreated to the center and looked timidly at the opposite side, not daring to make a sound. He was beaten up badly just now. How would he dare to go forward now? That would be courting death. There was no movement for a long time. Zhao Yu'er turned her head to take a look and saw that everyone was trembling. Her eyes were about to spit fire. She shouted angrily, "You guys don't even listen to my orders? Is it because you haven't been beaten enough?" Little Zhao looked at Zhao Yu'er with a bitter expression and stammered, "Miss, it's not that we don't want to listen to you, but these guys are too strong. We're no match for them." Zhao Yu'er stomped her foot angrily. She really wanted to beat this guy up. But now that she was in someone else's territory, she could only endure it. She turned her head to look at Zhang Feng and coldly snorted, "Stinking brat, you better remember this. This matter is not over. I will come back to settle accounts with you next time." Zhang Feng smiled and said in a strange tone, "If you don't dare to fight, then you don't dare to fight. Who doesn't know how to say tough words? Just now, I don't know how many tough words you said, but I didn't see you being that strong." "You?" Zhao Yu'er clenched her fists and glared at Zhang Feng with her beautiful round eyes. For a long time she was speechless. Indeed, her side was now at a disadvantage. How could she catch this brat? But it wasn't appropriate for her to leave just like that. She glared at Zhang Feng fiercely and said, "Stinking brat, if you dare, let's fight again." Zhang Feng chuckled, "What? Do you want to be spanked again?" Zhao Yu'er's pretty face turned red. For a moment she didn't know how to talk back. Seeing this, Zhao Ru'er patted Zhao Yu'er's shoulder and said, "Don't say anything." After saying that, she looked at Zhang Feng and snorted, "Prince Zhang, you hit my sister last time and she bit you back. We're even now. Just now you hit my Zhao family's servant. We'll settle accounts later." Zhang Feng smiled. She still wanted to settle accounts? Did she feel that she hadn't been beaten enough? However, he felt that this woman was more sensible, unlike that unruly young miss. He softened his tone and said, "Miss, go back and persuade your sister. Since there's nothing else, you can leave." Zhao Ru'er glared at Zhang Feng, then turned to Zhao Yu'er and said, "Sister, let's go." Zhao Yu'er couldn't say anything else. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Feng and led the servants away. Glancing at the departing figures, Zhang Feng turned and waved at the crowd, "Don't just stand there. Pack up and go back. We'll open for business tomorrow." Gao Kan came over with a grin. "Fengzi, why did that girl keep finding trouble with you? Don't tell me she likes you?" "Shoo shoo shoo." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Gao Kan and said impatiently, "Why do you have so many things to do in one day? You don't worry about what you should worry about. You only know how to talk about useless things." "You brat." Gao Kan rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng and turned to pack up. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the room was almost cleaned up. Zhang Feng glanced around and left with everyone. Back in the mansion, everyone gathered in the main hall. Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Then he looked at Yuqi Baolin and said, Baolin, take some people and watch over the house tonight. This place is not like Chang'an. We've just arrived and we've already offended the Gao and Zhao families. For safety's sake, take some people and keep watch for the night. Chapter 21:10. Yuchi Baolin nodded. Don't worry, Fengzi. I know what I'm doing. I'll go after some rest. Zhang Feng nodded slightly, then looked at Hao Chujun. Chujun, have you prepared the Xian paper and other things? Hao Chujun cupped his hands. Teacher, don't worry. I've already prepared everything. We're just waiting for tomorrow to open. Good. Zhang Feng nodded and said seriously, although there aren't any problems now, everyone should be more vigilant tonight just in case the Gao family and the Zhao family come to cause trouble. Jia Daoren nodded. Don't worry, master. I've already arranged for people to guard the house and the shop. Nothing will happen tonight. I hope so. Zhang Feng realized that he had become more cautious after coming to Jiangnan. However, this wasn't a bad thing. After all, the 7 families were eyeing this place covetously. It was better to be careful. After the conversation ended, Jia Daoren led a group of guards to patrol the night. This was something he had to do every night. Ever since the news was leaked last time, he realized that someone from the Gao family had snuck into the house. Since then, he had taken the initiative to bring his guards to patrol the area at night, trying his best to prevent anyone from entering. You two go over there and take a look. Jia Daoren pointed to the corner and said to the 2 guards. The guards nodded and crept along the corner. After a while they said, No one. Go over there. Jia Daoren nodded, then waved his hand and walked to the other side. Just as they left, a black shadow flashed out. After glancing at Jia Daoren's back, it flipped over the courtyard wall. The black shadow was very fast. In just a moment, it had passed through several streets. Finally, it pushed open the back door of the Gao family and hurriedly went in. Passing through the corridor, the black shadow pushed open a door and strode in. Sitting inside was Gao Ming. He was holding a teacup as if he already knew that the black shadow was going to come in. He glanced at it indifferently. How is it? Did you find out anything? The black shadow's head was lowered and no expression could be seen. After a while it stammered, Young master, the Zhang family is usually guarded by guards. Even at night there are guards patrolling. This lowly one. Gao Ming's expression changed slightly and he said word by word, Are you trying to say that you didn't get any information? The black shadow shuddered. He didn't know what to say so he just nodded. Gao Ming was instantly enraged. He raised his teacup and threw it at the black shadow's feet. You piece of trash. You can't even do a little thing. Have I been too relaxed with you recently? The black shadow was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Young master, please spare my life. Young master, please spare my life. Gao Ming snorted coldly. Just as it was about to speak, the door was pushed open again. A servant walked in. The servant glanced at the black shadow, then looked at Gao Ming and cupped his hands. Young master, I have something important to report. Gao Ming exhaled, glanced at the black shadow and said coldly, Get lost. The black shadow nodded as if he had been granted amnesty. Then he hurriedly retreated. Only then did Gao Ming look at the servant and say in all seriousness, Speak. What is it? Young master, didn't you ask me to inquire about that Zhang Feng? There's news. The servant cupped his hands and revealed a flattering smile. What news? Speak quickly. Gao Ming's pupils shrank and he said anxiously. The servant smiled and said with a fawning face, Young master, I heard that Zhang Feng seemed to have brought people to check out a shop today. He seems to have bought that shop. Impossible? Gao Ming's face changed and he said in disbelief, I've already sent people to greet all the shops around. No one dared to sell him a shop. Where did he get this house? Indeed, he had already asked the servant to tell all the shops that they couldn't sell to Zhang Feng. Those shops had also guaranteed that they would never sell to Zhang Feng. Now how could Zhang Feng have a shop? Could it be, was the Zhao family making trouble? It was very likely that when he went to the Zhao family to propose marriage today, Zhao Yu said that she already had someone she liked. Combined with the reason why Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, this was very likely the Zhao family's doing. However, the Zhao family should know that Zhang Feng had made a solemn vow. There was no need to offend the Gao family for one Zhang Feng. This was not wise at all. Could it be that there was more to this than meets the eye? After thinking about it, he quickly asked, Who sold this house to Zhang Feng? The servant frowned and said after a while, I didn't find out, but I did find out that Zhang Feng went to the Yang family. The Yang family? Gao Ming clenched his fist and his teeth creaked. No wonder Zhang Feng had a house. It turned out that the Yang family was messing around. Was the Yang family tired of living? At this moment he was really angry. But soon he thought of another question. Why did the Yang family help Zhang Feng? As far as he knew, Zhang Feng had no relationship with the Yang family. But why did Zhang Feng get in touch with the Yang family as soon as he came to Jiangnan? Chapter 21:11. Moreover, the Yang family had even given Zhang Feng a house? Did the Yang family not know that Zhang Feng had made a vow and had become the enemy of the Gao family? To help Zhang Feng at this juncture, did the Yang family have something to rely on? Or did the Yang family want to bet on Zhang Feng? Unable to figure out the mystery, he could only ask, what is the relationship between Zhang Feng and the Yang family? The servant frowned and paused for a while before saying, Young master, why didn't we find out? We only know that Zhang Feng and that old man Wang Shi went to the Yang family and came out with a house. Wang Shi. Gao Ming slapped the table and his face turned red. After all this time, it was Wang Shi who helped Zhang Feng get in touch with the Yang family. Wang Shi was nothing, but if Zhang Feng got in touch with the Yang family, it would be difficult to deal with him in the future. In Jiangnan, other than the 6 families, only the Yang family dared to go against the Gao family. Although the Yang family's power was small, they still had the ability to go against the Gao family. It seemed that he needed to find other families to join forces. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would only get bigger and bigger. Thinking about it, he asked, what does Zhang Feng's shop sell? When will it open? Hearing this, the servant seemed to be interested. He chuckled and said, Zhang Feng sells paper. He will open tomorrow. Paper? Gao Ming's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. Then he laughed, haha, this Zhang Feng actually sells paper. Doesn't he know that Jiangnan's Xian paper is famous? Selling paper now is asking for humiliation. Jiangnan's Xian paper was indeed famous throughout the country. Even the imperial palace used Jiangnan's Xian paper to write memorials. Moreover, the Gao family was also involved in the Xian paper industry. He was very confident that he could beat Zhang Feng's paper into a pulp. The servant chuckled. Young master, you're right. This Zhang Feng actually dares to come to Jiangnan to sell rice paper. He's simply courting death. Doesn't he know that Jiangnan is the source of all the rice paper in the world? Gao Ming was very pleased with these words and nodded with satisfaction. Well said, but since he wants to sell paper, let's go see what he can do tomorrow. The servant cupped his hands and smiled flatteringly. Yes, young master, then this servant will go and prepare. As he spoke, he pushed open the door and slowly walked out. Gao Ming put its hands behind its back and slowly walked to the window. It revealed a devilish smile and said, Zhang Feng, starting tomorrow, the battle between us will begin. Are you ready? Ah. It was night and the sky was filled with stars. They were like bright sparks, and each star seemed to represent a person. They competed with each other to illuminate the land. The night passed quickly. Zhang Feng woke up early and went to the hall. He saw that Jia Daoren was already waiting there. He went forward and asked, Old Jia, is everyone ready? Jia Daoren nodded. Baolin and Baoqing have gone to prepare the carriage. Gao Kan and Hao Chujun are packing some trivial things. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuchi Baolin strode in. Feng Zi, everything is ready. When do we leave? Zhang Feng glanced outside and saw that it was about time. He said, let's go now. It's better to go early. You guys go and inform Hao Chujun and the others. As he spoke, he quickly walked out of the door. There were already 5 carriages parked at the door. 4 of them were used to carry paper and 1 was used to carry people. Zhang Feng glanced around and saw that there were no problems. He sat in the carriage. Not long after, Gao Kan and the others came out and drove the carriage to the shop. When they arrived at the shop, everyone arranged the paper and began to wait for customers. Today was the first time they were selling paper in Jiangnan, so they needed to build a good reputation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to buy paper in Jiangnan in the future. However, after waiting for a long time, no one came. Looking at the dense crowd of people on the street, Zhang Feng was a little anxious. He turned his head and glanced at everyone. Think of a way. No one is coming. Hao Chujuan's eyes turned and said, Teacher, why don't we put all the paper at the door? Maybe people will come if they see it. Zhang Feng nodded and said with a face full of praise, That's a good idea. Let's try it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately began to move some of the paper to the door. As soon as they moved it out, it immediately attracted the attention of a group of people. Taking this opportunity, Hao Chujun wantonly promoted, Everyone come and see. This paper is better than Xian paper. Hearing this, everyone's interest seemed to be attracted. They all went forward to check it out. Many people held the paper and studied it. A young man dressed like a scholar touched the paper in his hand. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, "What paper is this? Why is it softer than Shen paper?" When the surrounding people heard this, they all showed an expression of disbelief. They also picked up the paper and studied it. Not long after, there were a lot of exclamations. Chapter 21:12. This is even better than Shen paper. It's actually so soft? Yeah, this is nothing compared to Shen paper. If this kind of paper was produced earlier, I would have started selling it long ago. Why did you only start selling such good paper now? I wasted so much Shen paper in the past. Waves of exclamations entered Zhang Feng's ears, and his lips curled into a satisfied smile. If one wanted to do business in Jiangnan, one must first build a good reputation. There was no doubt about that. Obviously, the reputation of the paper had already begun to spread. He seemed to see the image of the paper industry dominating Jiangnan in the future. However, at this moment, a displeased voice sounded, "What kind of paper can be compared to Shen paper? I think you're just exaggerating." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little angry because most of the people standing there were scholars. In their opinion, the quality of the paper directly affected the writing. If it was a bad paper, the words written on it would scatter and not gather, and there would be no way to write a book. If it was a good paper, it would be smooth but not slippery, gathering but not scattering, and it would be perfect for writing a book. Now, someone actually dared to say that the paper was bad? They all turned around and wanted to refute, but they were dumbfounded when they saw who it was. It was the eldest son of the Gao family, Gao Ming. He was someone they couldn't afford to offend, so they could only shrink their heads and retreat far away. Gao Ming glanced at the crowd and snorted coldly. He waved the folding fan in his hand, then looked at Zhang Feng. "I presume this is Prince Zhang?" Zhang Feng frowned. He couldn't remember who this person was. There was no trace of this person in his memory. Why did he recognize him now? How could he even call his name? Just as he was wondering, Jia Daoren quietly leaned forward and whispered, "Master, this person is the eldest son of the Gao family, Gao Ming." Zhang Feng instantly understood. So this guy was from the Gao family. Then wasn't Gao Jian his younger brother? No wonder this guy sent someone to follow him and eavesdrop on him last time. Why did he come this time? Did he want to ruin his stall? To avenge Gao Jian? After giving it some thought, he smiled and said, "Young Master Gao, you're famous. I wonder why you've come to my shop today?" Gao Ming glanced at the paper on the table and smiled faintly. "I heard that Prince Zhang is going to sell paper today, so I specially came to take a look. If it's good, I'll also buy 2 caddies to try it out." As he spoke, his hand reached for the paper. "Wait." Gao Ken stood up and glared at Gao Ming with disdain. "I see that you're up to no good. Go away." Gao Ming retracted his hand and looked at Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, "Prince Zhang, is this how you treat your guests?" Zhang Feng actually didn't want Gao Ming to come to the shop. He didn't even want this guy to touch paper. Thinking about it, this fellow had sent someone to infiltrate the Zhang mansion with the intention of eavesdropping. From this, it could be seen that this Gao Ming was not a good person. Later on, this guy even told all the shops in the city not to sell to him. This was an even more sinister move. With all these things combined, it could be seen that Gao Ming was a vicious person. People like this should stay away from as far as possible. Otherwise they might kill you one day. But of all things, he just had to fight with Gao Ming. Now he still had to look at the paper. If he didn't let this guy see it, it would be equivalent to telling everyone that the Zhang family treated them differently. It would be difficult to sell paper in the future. However, if this guy saw it, he might use another sinister move later on. After thinking about it, he smiled and said, "Young Master Gao, if you want to see it, then go ahead." As he spoke, he pulled Gao Ken behind him. The latter looked reluctant. However, no one cared about his emotions now. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Ming. They saw Gao Ming pick up a piece of paper and touch it. His face instantly fell. However, he quickly regained his calm side. In fact, he had been greatly shocked in his heart. He couldn't believe that there was such good paper in this world. Whether it was the smoothness or whiteness, it was far better than rice paper. It was even better than the best rice paper. How in the world did this happen? What was the recipe? If he had this recipe, the Gao family would definitely be ranked as the #1 family in Jiangnan. At this moment, he had the urge to take the recipe for himself. However, he knew that the recipe must be in Zhang Feng's hands. At this moment, he still had to solve the problem of this paper. The scholars behind him had already seen this paper. If he didn't stop it, this paper would become popular in Jiangnan in less than a day. This wasn't a good thing for the Gao family. After thinking about it, he put down the paper and sneered, "I thought this was some good paper. It turns out that it's just some mediocre paper. You dare to sell this in Jiangnan? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes widened. They felt that they had heard wrongly. This was obviously better than rice paper. Why did this Gao Ming have to lie through his teeth? Those with sharp eyes quickly saw the truth. This Gao Ming had a conflict with Zhang Feng. He obviously came here to cause trouble. Otherwise, why would he say this? Chapter 21:13. Zhang Feng's heart was the same as mirrors. This Gao Ming obviously had bad intentions. As long as he said that the paper wasn't good, many scholars would give up on buying the paper out of fear of the Gao family's power, and the paper wouldn't be able to be sold. He was furious and was about to argue with Gao Ming when Yuqi Baoqing couldn't stand the loneliness and jumped out first. Gao Ming, you're King slandering us. Our paper is obviously better than Xian paper, but you're still farting here. What do you mean? Gao Ming snorted and said with disdain, I said that this paper isn't as good as Xian paper. What? Is there anyone who doesn't agree? As he said that, he glanced at the people behind him. Sensing the cold gaze, everyone lowered their heads. How would they dare to say anything? The most powerful family here was the Gao family. Who would dare to say anything? Even if everyone felt that this paper was better than Xian paper, they didn't dare to refute. Zhang Feng could see that these people were afraid of the Gao family's power. None of them dared to say anything. Since that was the case, he might as well make a big deal out of it. Thinking about that, he sneered. Gao Ming, don't think that you can stop me with this. As he said that, he looked at the crowd and shouted, Today I, Zhang Feng, am willing to give all the paper for everyone to use. Please take it yourselves. You can have as much as you want. Free. Everyone's eyes widened, suspecting that they had heard wrongly. This paper was free just because he said so? How much was this? They all looked at the paper on the table, their eyes bloodshot. They couldn't wait to take all the paper for themselves. However, they thought of a serious problem. This Gao family's young master kept saying that this paper wasn't as good as Xian paper. They had all touched it with their own hands and knew the quality of the paper. The key was that Gao Ming's words had completely stopped them. If they went up to take the paper, wouldn't they be going against the Gao family? Would they lose their lives for a few pieces of paper? That was obviously unwise. However, this paper was better than Xian paper. For scholars like them, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Moreover, these papers didn't even cost money. It was simply a free lunch. Right now they were like starving people. There was delicious food in front of them, but they couldn't eat it. They were as anxious as monkeys scratching an itch. And all of this was caused by Gao Ming. He personally said that the paper was not good, which made everyone stop. In fact, he was also very uneasy in his heart, because he did not expect this Zhang Feng to be so ruthless. He was actually willing to give up this good opportunity to make a fortune for a good reputation. This was because he knew just how crazy the scholars of Jiangnan were. In order to obtain good brushes and ink, they didn't hesitate to sell their family property. As long as Zhang Feng raised the price now, there would certainly be a large group of scholars buying. However, the premise was that he wasn't here. But now it was a different story. Even if Zhang Feng did it for free, not many people would dare to take it. He was quite confident about this. He sneered, Prince Zhang, look, your paper is really of poor quality. Even if it's free, no one will want it. I believe that in less than a day, your reputation will spread throughout Jiangnan. Zhang Feng was furious. He was really angry. Previously, he had sent someone to infiltrate the Zhang residence. At that time, he was still busy, so he didn't plan to pursue the matter. He didn't expect this guy to come now. This King directly threatened his own interests. This was absolutely intolerable. He waved his hand and said coldly, Gao Ken Bao Lin Bao Qing, do it. Beat this guy to a pulp for Lao Tzu. Gao Ken and the others had long disliked this Gao Ming. If it wasn't for Feng Zi talking to this guy, they would have already gone up. Now that they heard this, it was as if the primitive force in their bodies had been released. They all rubbed their palms together. Little brat Gao, prepare to die. Gao Ken clenched his fists and his joints cracked. Gao Ming was not a fool. Before coming out, he naturally expected this scene, so he brought many guards with him. Now that they were going to shed all pretense of cordiality, he was not afraid at all. He waved his hand, come, get ready to do it. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of guards rushed out from the crowd. Each of them had bulging muscles and looked like they had been trained. Gao Ming sneered and pointed at Zhang Feng with his fan, all of you go. Smash the shop first. Don't hurt him. Now that he knew that Zhang Feng was related to the Yang family and the Zhao family, he still had to be cautious. If they smashed the shop, they would at most have to pay some money. If they killed him, the Yang family and the Zhao family would come looking for them. It would be a little difficult to deal with. Hearing Gao Ming's words, the guards nodded. They rolled up their sleeves and rushed up. Gao Can and the others did not hesitate. They rushed up with their clubs. Although the other party had many people, they were not afraid at all. Yuqi, Baoqing, Baolin, which one of them didn't fight against 10 people at once? Why would they be afraid of these people? Everyone was entangled in a fight and shouts could be heard. More and more people gathered around. Many people even stopped doing business and gathered around to watch the fight. Some people even clapped and cheered. Chapter 21:14. At that moment, a young man in the crowd glanced at Gao Ming deeply before turning to leave. His speed was very fast. In a short while he had passed through several streets and finally stopped in front of a mansion. He pushed open the door and strode in. When he arrived at the garden, there were 2 women sitting there. They were Zhao Yu and Zhao Rua. The young man stopped and cupped his hands. "Second miss, third miss, something happened to Zhang Feng." "What?" Zhao Yu turned her head abruptly and asked anxiously, "What happened to that brat?" The young man cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Gao Ming went to Zhang Feng's shop and prepared to overthrow Zhang Feng's shop." "What?" Zhao Yu exclaimed and stood up abruptly. Just as she was about to speak, she felt that something was wrong and blushed. "That brat deserved it. Who told him to hit me? Gao Ming will teach him a lesson." She waved her hand. "You can leave now." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that she had said something wrong. She wanted to reach out and call that person back, but she found that that person had already walked far away. She sighed and felt empty in her heart. She clenched her fist and walked on the ground. Zhao Ru covered her mouth and laughed. She stood up and patted Zhao Yu on the shoulder. "Little sister, are you worried about that brat Zhang Feng?" "Who's worried about him?" Zhao Yu was like an angry hen. Her face was red and she said angrily, "That brat hit me. Why would I be worried about him? I want Gao Ming to kill him. Just mentioning him makes me angry. That bastard." She stomped on the ground and muttered to herself indignantly, "Stomp that bastard to death." Zhao Ru seemed to have noticed something. Her little sister was worried about Zhang Feng and even had a good impression of Zhang Feng. Of course, this was just her guess or intuition. Otherwise, why would this girl be so angry when she heard Zhang Feng's name? This was not something a girl should behave like. What's more, this girl had an anxious look on her face. Although she didn't say it, her actions showed that she was worried about Zhang Feng. She smiled. "Little sister, since you're so concerned about Zhang Feng, do you want to save him?" "Sis," Zhao Yu furrowed her brows and stomped her feet. "I already said that I'm not concerned about that bastard. He even hit me last time. Have you forgotten?" Zhao Ru patted Zhao Yu's jade-like shoulder and said with a playful smile, "But he hit you there." As she spoke, she glanced at Zhao Yu's lower body. Zhao Yu blushed and said coquettishly, "Sister, why are you still making fun of me? I don't want to play with you anymore." With that, she stomped her feet and pretended to leave. This stunned Zhao Ru. In the past, this unruly younger sister of hers had never acted coquettishly. Now, when Zhang Feng's name was mentioned, this little sister actually acted coquettishly. This was the first time something like this had happened. Now, she was more and more certain that this younger sister of hers had feelings for Zhang Feng. However, now that Zhang Feng seemed to be in danger, this younger sister could not bring herself to look for Zhang Feng. What should she do? Suddenly she had an idea. She scoffed and said, "Little sister, that Zhang Feng hit you last time. How about we use this opportunity to avenge you?" Zhao Yu turned her head and asked with concern, "Sister, what do you want to do?" "Avenge you, of course." Zhao Ru smiled and pointed at her. "Didn't Gao Ming go to find trouble with Zhang Feng? I'll send a servant to help Gao Ming and use this opportunity to avenge you." With that, she deliberately walked toward the door, glancing at Zhao Yu from time to time. Zhao Yu's heart skipped a beat. If this sister went to avenge him, then Zhang Feng might be beaten to death, right? If he dies, then why am I worried about this bastard? If he dies, shouldn't I be happy? But I can't let this guy die yet. I want to avenge him. I want to avenge him with my own hands. Yes, that's it. I can't let Gao Ming avenge me. She repeatedly convinced herself in her heart. She shook her head and finally calmed down. She stepped forward and stopped Zhao Ru. "Sister, you can't go." Zhao Ru smiled proudly as if she had already guessed all this. "Little sister, I'm here to avenge you. Why don't you let me go? Do you really care about him?" "Who cares about that bastard?" Zhao Yu was still stubborn. "I just don't want that guy to die in Gao Ming's hands. I want to avenge him with my own hands." "Oh, so that's why." Zhao Ru pretended to be enlightened. In fact, she was very happy. This silly sister of hers was about to be exposed. She coughed and smiled. "Then sister, what do you think we should do?" Sister will definitely help you. Whether it's to catch Zhang Feng or to beat him up, it's fine. Zhao Yu pursed her lips and raised her head to look at Zhao Ru'er. She saw the latter's evil smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that sister saw through it? No matter, finding that bastard was more important. What if he was beaten to death by Gao Ming? Chapter 21:15. She kept convincing herself. After a while, she pulled Zhao Ru'er's hand and said faintly, "Sister, let's go find Zhang Feng and save that one while we're at it." Say. Zhao Ru'er purposely exclaimed and looked at Zhao Yu'er in disbelief. "Sister, you said you don't care about Zhang Feng but now you want to save him." No. Zhao Yu'er waved her hand and quickly quibbled, "I don't care about Zhang Feng, I just don't want him to die in Gao Ming's hands. If he dies, who will I seek revenge from in the future?" So that's the case. Zhao Ru'er revealed a confused expression and smiled, "Then let's go." Zhao Yu'er was already anxious and quickly pulled Zhao Ru'er to the front yard. "Hurry, it'll be too late if we're late." Zhao Ru'er sighed. She really didn't know what to do with her sister. She clearly cared about Zhang Feng, but she refused to say anything and even showed a face full of hatred. She was simply reaping what she sowed. Passing through the corridor, the two women came to the front yard. Zhao Yu'er glanced at the servants and said sternly, "Everyone follow me." The servants were guarding the door, so who dared to go out? But when they saw that it was two young ladies, they didn't dare to say anything and could only follow behind. The group of people exited the mansion in a grandiose manner and soon arrived at the store. At this moment, Zhang Feng and Gao Ming's people were in a stalemate. The two groups were locked in a fierce battle and it was hard to determine the winner. Originally, Gao Qin Yuqi Baoqing and Yuqi Baolin were all good fighters and they could easily defeat a few people. However, the others were not good at fighting. For example, Hao Chujun, Zhang Feng, and the rest would be beaten up if they went up. So, not only did Gao Can and the rest have to deal with Gao Ming's people, they also had to protect Zhang Feng and the rest. Seeing this, Zhao Yu'er began to search for Zhang Feng in the crowd. But after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find him. She was a little anxious and couldn't help but shout, "Everyone stop!" A sharp voice echoed throughout the street. Everyone stopped and looked at Zhao Yu'er. Gao Ming's eyes widened and he cursed in his heart. Why is this little girl here? Could he be here to save Zhang Feng? If that was the case, then today's trip would have been in vain. He hurriedly stepped forward and said with some displeasure, "Yu'er, why are you here? It's none of your business." Zhao Yu'er rolled her eyes at Gao Ming and walked towards the shop. As she walked, she shouted, "Where's Zhang Feng? Where is this bastard?" Gao Can and the others retreated and hurriedly made way for this unruly young lady. Ever since they found out that this girl was the third daughter of the Gao family, they couldn't wait to stay as far away from her as possible. She was willful and unruly, and she came to find trouble with Feng Zi every day. It was best to stay away from this kind of woman. Because you don't dare to provoke them and you don't dare to fight them, so you have to stay far away. After searching for a while, she still couldn't find Zhang Feng. Zhao Yu'er frowned and glared at Gao Ming. "Gao Ming, what did you do to Zhang Feng?" Hearing this, Gao Ming was even more certain. Zhao Yu'er had something to do with Zhang Feng. And it wasn't a small matter. Maybe it was an engagement. Otherwise, why would Zhang Feng come all the way to find Zhao Yu'er? Zhao Yu'er didn't hesitate to offend the Gao family to find Zhang Feng? All these signs indicated that there was something between the two of them. He narrowed his eyes and tried his best to look relaxed. How would I know where that brat Zhang Feng went? It was so chaotic just now. Maybe he took the opportunity to escape? Anyway, that brat is a coward. Nonsense, Zhang Feng isn't that kind of person. Zhao Yu'er subconsciously retorted. In fact, she didn't know why she said that. Anyway, she just blurted it out. As soon as she said it, she felt that something was wrong and quickly changed her words. "Even if that Zhang Feng escaped, he's still better than you." Gao Ming snorted and thought, she's exposed, right? There's definitely something going on. Otherwise, why would she be so protective of Zhang Feng? He said with dissatisfaction, "That brat is a coward. He doesn't even dare to come out when his sweetheart comes. Who the hell are you calling a coward?" A series of curses came out from the shop. Then Zhang Feng stood out with an angry face. He stared at Gao Ming and said, "Gao Ming, what the hell are you saying? Are you looking to die?" Seeing Zhang Feng come out, Zhao Yu'er subconsciously stepped forward and asked, "Zhang Feng, are you okay?" "Stay away from me." Zhang Feng stepped back. He didn't come out just now because he saw this unruly young lady. Now that this unruly young lady stepped forward, he was very uncomfortable. He quickly said, "I'm fine. You just need to stay away from me." Gao Ming, who was at the side, was stunned. Zhao Yue had brought people to save Zhao Feng, and this Zhang Feng had a look of unwillingness? It looked like Zhao Yue was throwing herself at Zhang Feng. What was wrong with this world? Zhao Yue was throwing herself at a brat like Zhang Feng? This Zhao Yue was the third young lady of the Zhao family. How did she become like this? He felt like his worldview was about to collapse. But soon, a wave of hatred surged in his heart. Chapter 21:16. Zhao Yue would rather marry Zhang Feng than marry into the Gao family. This was obviously an insult to the Gao family. Although he didn't like Gao Jian, he still had to protect the Gao family's face. Otherwise, how could the Gao family establish itself in Jiangnan in the future? Wouldn't they be criticized behind their backs every day? Thinking about this, he stepped forward and snorted. Zhao Yue, what's going on between you and Zhang Feng? Zhao Yue was annoyed. This Zhang Feng dared to ignore her? And his face was cold? She was worried about where to vent her anger, and now Gao Ming came. She raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "What does my business have to do with you? Who do you think you are?" You. Gao Ming's eyes were about to spit fire and his face was fierce. You just rejected the Gao family's marriage and now you're fooling around with Zhang Feng. Do you think the Gao family is easy to bully? Who's fooling around with him or her? These words were said by Zhang Feng and Zhao Yue almost at the same time. Because both of them were very unhappy with these words. Especially Zhang Feng. He was now in a period of war with Zhao Yue. When did he fool around? Zhao Yue was also angry. She just wanted to save Zhang Feng, and now Gao Ming said she was fooling around? She was very unhappy and glared at Gao Ming. Gao Ming, watch your mouth. I have nothing to do with Zhang Feng. Nothing to do with him? Gao Ming couldn't help but sneer. If she had nothing to do with him, would she reject the Gao family's marriage for Zhang Feng? If she had nothing to do with him, would she bring people to save this guy? If she had nothing to do with him, would she help this guy? In his heart, he didn't believe Zhao Yue's words at all. He thought that this girl was just trying to cover it up. He glared and snorted. Zhao Yue, you're here today for Zhang Feng, right? Do you want to destroy the relationship between the Gao and Zhao families because of him? Can you bear this responsibility? Zhang Feng suspected that he had misheard. Zhao Yue came here for him? He just wanted to King take revenge. How did it involve the relationship between the Gao and Zhao families? This was simply making trouble for no reason. He turned to look at Zhao Yue trying to get an answer. Zhao Yue's face was so red that it looked like it could bleed at any moment. She originally only wanted to save Zhang Feng and then take revenge. That was all. Who would have thought that Gao Ming would say something like that? Her beautiful eyes widened as she pointed at Gao Ming and scolded, "Gao Ming, don't slander me here. I'm here just. At this point she didn't know what to say. If he said that he was looking for Zhang Feng, wouldn't that be exactly what Gao Ming wanted? However, if they were not looking for Zhang Feng, then what would Gao Ming do to Zhang Feng? For a moment she was stunned. Gao Ming seemed to have noticed something and sneered, "What? Can't say anything? What are you doing here? If it's not for Zhang Feng, what else could it be?" Zhao Yue choked and didn't know what to say. Her pretty face turned red. Seeing this, Zhao Yue quickly stepped forward and snorted, "Gao Ming, why do you care what my sister is doing here? What does it have to do with you?" "It has nothing to do with me." Gao Ming smiled. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "Since you guys are here, it has nothing to do with me. Then please step aside." As he said that, he waved behind him, "Everyone break Zhang Feng's legs." Originally, he didn't want to hurt Zhang Feng for the time being, but these two women from the Zhao family were a bit too much. He couldn't bear it anymore. Zhao Yue saw that the atmosphere was tense and that the Gao family servants were ready to attack. She quickly stepped in front of Zhang Feng and scolded, "Gao Ming, what are you doing?" Gao Ming sneered, "Zhao Yue, you said you didn't come for Zhang Feng. What do you mean by standing in front of him? Are you trying to protect him?" "No." Zhao Yue said subconsciously. Zhao Yue blurted out. She glanced at Zhang Feng out of the corner of her eye and hurriedly tried to cover it up. "I'm here because I can't stand your tyrannical behavior. The Gao family is used to being tyrannical, and now you're interfering with people selling paper. Do you really think the Gao family is the landlord of Jiangnan?" Gao Ming narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. "Zhao Yue, you mean you have to interfere in today's matter?" "That's right." Zhao Yue raised her eyebrows and snorted, "Since I'm here today, I can't let you be so domineering." As she said that, she glanced at Zhang Feng from the corner of her eyes. Naturally, Zhang Feng sensed it and shivered in fright. He knew that this girl was the kind of girl who wanted to take revenge on him as soon as possible. How could she be so kind? Protecting him? Could it be that she was playing hard to get? Or did this girl have some bad ideas in her mind? He patted Zhao Yuer's shoulder and asked curiously, Zhao Yuer, what's wrong with you today? Shut up. Zhao Yuer turned her head and rolled her eyes at Zhang Feng, then looked at Gao Ming and snorted, Gao Ming, bring it on. I'll take it, but you have to think about whether you have a chance of winning. Chapter 21:17. As she spoke, she waved to the servants she brought, everyone come here. If Gao Ming's people make a move, you guys make a move immediately. Everyone obeyed and stood in front of Zhao Yuer, glaring at the Gao family's servants, looking like they would start a fight at any moment. Looking at everything in front of him, Gao Ming deeply knew that he was now at a disadvantage. Just now, the servants were already having a hard time dealing with Gao Can and the others. Now, with the addition of the Zhao family's servants, there was no need to think, they were no match at all. However, now that the situation had come to this, could it be that he had to leave with his tail between his legs? He was not convinced and even more unwilling. Because if he let Zhang Feng go today, this guy's paper will definitely cause an uproar in the city. At that time it would not be easy to clean up. However, his subordinates were no match for the other side at all. What should he do? Zhang Feng seemed to see through Gao Ming's thoughts and smiled, Gao Ming, I think you can't do it today. Hurry up and leave. If you want to take revenge next time, come over. I'll take care of it. You. Gao Ming glared at Zhang Feng full of fierceness. He clearly heard this guy mocking him, but he just couldn't do anything. There was no way the other side had too many people. His side was not at all worried. Once a fight broke out, his side would definitely lose. Thinking about it, he snorted, Zhang Feng, Zhao Yuer, Zhao Ru, I Gao Ming will remember today's matter. We'll fight another day. Let's go. After that, he glared at Zhang Feng and waved his hand to call the servants to leave. Zhang Feng let out a long breath and patted Zhao Yuer's shoulder, sigh, they're all gone. Zhao Yuer quivered and turned her head to glare at Zhang Feng, do you want to die? You scared me. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and said with some dissatisfaction, sigh, you obviously scared me. Why are you saying that I scared you? I'm too lazy to talk to you. Zhao Yuer crossed her arms and put on the look of a young miss. Just now, I don't know who was so scared that they didn't dare to come out. If I didn't come over, they would probably have peed their pants? You? Zhang Feng's face turned red and he pointed at Zhao Yuer, not knowing what to say. Just now he was not afraid of Gao Ming. A mere Gao Ming was not enough to scare him. However, this little girl was too infuriating. He just wanted to stay away from her. But now he was said to be afraid of Brilliant? How the F***ck could he accept this? He glared at her and said with dissatisfaction, Zhao Yuer, don't talk nonsense. I wasn't afraid of Gao Ming just now. Isn't that bastard just a playboy? What's there to be afraid of? Yo, I wonder who was hiding just now. Zhao Yuer raised her eyebrows and sneered, you said you're not hiding from Gao Ming. Then tell me, who are you hiding from? Tell me. Zhang Feng took half a step back. He didn't know why, but every time he saw this girl, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He was usually very talkative, but in front of this girl, it was as if he was stuck and couldn't say anything. However, seeing this girl's proud look, he was a little angry in his heart. He braced himself and said, it's none of your business. Anyway, it has nothing to do with you. Zhao Yuer laughed and said, how can it have nothing to do with me? This young lady brought people to save you. You heartless and unscrupulous person, don't you know how to say something nice? Zhang Feng was grateful to Zhao Yuer. After all, this girl drove away Gao Ming, but her words were too much. What did she mean by he was heartless? He retorted with dissatisfaction, Zhao Yuer, don't be sarcastic. Did I ask you to help me? Obviously you came here by yourself and now you're scolding me? I asked you to be a good person. What, now you want to be a bad person? You're a bastard. Zhao Yuer's beautiful eyes widened and she said indignantly, if I didn't come to save you, you wouldn't even know how you died. Zhang Feng hugged his hands and said unconvinced, Humph, even if you didn't come, I have a way to deal with Gao Ming. Besides, am I afraid of him? Humph, you only know how to talk tough. Zhao Yuer followed Zhang Feng and hugged her hands. When Zhao Yuer saw that the two of them were getting more and more aggressive, she quickly came out to smooth things over. Okay, stop talking. Zhang Feng, if we didn't come, I'm afraid you wouldn't have had a good time, right? What she said was true. Originally, the two sides were a bit evenly matched. If the Zhao sisters didn't come, who knew how long the stalemate would last? However, Zhang Feng was not afraid of Gao Ming and the others, because his side was basically a master and Gao Ming's side had more people. Zhang Feng was also aware of this, so he smiled awkwardly and said, all right, I know. Thank you for your help this time. That's more like it. Zhao Yue laughed and turned to look at Zhang Feng. But remember, I didn't come here to save you. I just want to drive Gao Ming away. Zhang Feng nodded and quickly waved his hand. Okay, hurry up and go. Chapter 21:18. Zhao Yue raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, I helped you chase Gao Ming away out of kindness, and now you want to chase me away? Zhang Feng was speechless. Gao Ming had already left, so why was she still here? He curled his lips and said helplessly, Then what are you going to do? Let me treat you to a meal? That won't be necessary. Zhao Yue waved her hand. Suddenly, she saw the paper on the table and her curiosity was piqued. She grabbed one and studied it. Soon, her eyes widened as if she had seen something unbelievable. Why was this paper so soft? It seemed even softer than rice paper? And it was so thin? It was even better than rice paper. Why did Zhang Feng have this kind of paper? If this were to spread in Jiangnan, wouldn't it attract the scholars to go crazy and fight over it? She couldn't help but ask, Zhang Feng, where did you get this paper? None of your business. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhao Yue and said angrily, This is my paper, what does it have to do with you? You. Zhao Yue glared at him. Just as she was about to scold him, Zhao Yue stepped forward and said, Yue, forget it. Let me see what kind of paper this is. As she spoke, she took the paper from Zhao Yue's hand and studied it. She touched it lightly and was stunned. This paper was too good, wasn't it? Why did it feel even better than the best rice paper? And this softness didn't seem to be found in rice paper. If it was sold in Jiangnan, it would definitely dominate the paper market, right? I wonder what the actual effect of this paper is? As she thought, she looked at Zhang Feng and said, Zhang Feng, do you have a pen here? I want to see the effect of your paper. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. He had a good impression of Zhao Yue, so he said, Of course I do, I'll get someone to get it for you. As he spoke, he turned and said something to Hao Chujun. The latter turned and walked into the inner hall and soon came back with a few pens. Zhang Feng smiled. Oh, the pen is here. Zhao Yue nodded at Zhang Feng and prepared to experiment on the paper. When the scholars who had not left behind saw this, they all rushed forward. When the two parties were fighting just now, they were afraid and hid at the side. But they were still thinking about this piece of paper in their hearts, which was why they did not leave. Now that this second young mistress of the Zhao family wanted to write on it, how could they let go of such an opportunity? Since he could see the calligraphy of the second miss of the Zhao family and observe the quality of the paper, why not? Zhao Yue swept her gaze across the crowd. Without saying a word, she dipped her brush into the ink and began to draw on it. Soon, a landscape painting appeared on the paper. Zhao Yue's eyes widened as if she had discovered something inconceivable. It was not because of this painting, but because she had drawn this painting thousands of times and was very familiar with it. Instead, it was because the ink on it did not scatter at all. One had to know that even if it was the best Shen paper, the ink would still be a little scattered on it. Who would have thought that the paper would not fall apart at all? What paper is this? Could it really be better than Shen paper? At this moment, she even started to have some doubts. She suspected that there was something wrong with her brush. Otherwise, how could it become like this? But after she checked, she did not discover any problems. Did this mean that the problem was with this paper? Was this paper too powerful? She was slightly puzzled as she lifted her head to look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, this paper of yours? Zhang Feng smiled as if he had already guessed it. You want to ask why this paper of mine is able to gather and not scatter when the ink is spilled on it? Zhao Yue nodded her head and said with a serious face, That's right. I have used the best Shen paper, but it did not achieve such an effect. Before Zhang Feng could say anything, the people behind him could not hold it in any longer. They all went forward, and when they saw this paper, they all exclaimed in shock. How could this be? Why is the ink not scattered at all? Could this paper really be so powerful? That's not right. Even the best Shen paper would not be able to achieve such an effect. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. In their eyes, there was disbelief, astonishment, and a few doubts because all of this seemed to be a bit of a coincidence. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng had just opened the shop today and Gao Ming had brought people over. Then the Zhao sisters came over and began to experiment on this paper. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. But after thinking about it carefully, they felt that there was something wrong. Why would the Zhao sisters help Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng was just a fledgling in Jiangnan. No one had even heard of him. The Zhao sisters helped Zhang Feng so much that they even did not hesitate to fall out with the Zhao family. Why did they do this? And now they were experimenting on paper? Many people could not help but have doubts. Prince Zhang, what's going on with this paper of yours? Why would Miss Zhao protect you so much? Chapter 21:19. A man dressed in scholar's attire looked at Zhang Feng and started to question him. But very quickly, quite a number of scholars who liked this paper jumped out to defend this paper. They didn't know Zhang Feng and hadn't even seen him before. However, due to their love for the paper, they still started to defend it. What do you mean by this? The paper they sell is so good, even better than Shen paper. This is clearly for the benefit of the scholars in Jiangnan. Why are you still splashing dirty water here? A young scholar said sternly. Zhang Feng saw that the scene was a little chaotic and hurriedly waved his hand to stop it. Everyone, don't make a ruckus. Just now, someone questioned my paper. Since this is the case, please come up and test it out. If there is a problem with my paper, then I will apologize to everyone today. If there is no problem, then I will ask this person to apologize in front of everyone. What do you all say? Everyone clapped and cheered at Zhang Feng's suggestion and asked the person who had questioned to come out. That person was a little helpless. He had only questioned and was trying to show off his tongue. Who would have thought that he would be asked to go out now? He didn't want to go out, but when he saw everyone's disdainful eyes, he still braced himself and walked out. Prince Zhang, it was me just now. Zhang Feng sneered in his heart and thought to himself, to still dare to come out now, your guts are not small. He picked up a brush and handed it to this person, saying coldly, you can try it out first. If there is a problem, I will apologize to everyone. If there is no problem, then you will apologize to me in front of everyone. This person quivered. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, it seemed that he had nothing to fear. Could this paper really be better than Shen paper? Could there really be no problem at all? He shook his head and braced himself to take the brush and started to write on the paper. Just as he started to write, he was stunned. Could this paper really make the ink gather and not scatter? And it was even better than Shen paper? What was going on? Could all of this be real? He was a little suspicious. While he was still in a daze, a reprimanding voice sounded beside him. Hey, are you done writing? The one who spoke was Zhao Yu. When Zhang Feng was questioned, she was very angry. She didn't know why, but as long as Zhang Feng was in trouble, she would become very nervous. It was as if she didn't want to put Zhang Feng in a dangerous situation. If it wasn't for Zhao Ru stopping her earlier, she would have already come up. Now this guy had already finished writing, but he was still dawdling. She couldn't stand it anymore. Are you done or not? A sharp voice rang out. This person was startled, and the brush in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. Only then did he timidly reply, oh, it's over, it's over. Zhao Yu snorted, then tell me what's wrong with this paper. The man was stunned. He turned to look at the paper and didn't know how to answer. Because everyone could see the paper. The result was obvious. It was better than Shen paper. The ink stains gathered and did not scatter. It was obviously a piece of high-quality paper. However, he couldn't say it out loud. Because he had just questioned the paper, he didn't know how to say it now. Zhao Yu saw that this guy didn't say anything and sneered, what? Can't say anything? Didn't you just say that there was a problem with the paper? Now that you've already tested it, you can't say anything. This person's face turned red, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. The people behind him also understood that this guy was being unreasonable. This paper was obviously very good, even better than Shen paper, but this guy just had to question it. Now that the results were out, he didn't dare to say a word. They all started to complain, you clearly don't know anything and yet you're still talking here. Are you embarrassed now? Hurry up and get down. You're all embarrassed. Yeah, hurry up and get down. Don't disturb us from selling paper. The curses didn't stop, and this person could only sneak off the stage. When the crowd saw that the troublemaker was gone, they hurriedly asked, Shopkeeper Zhang, how much is this paper? How much is a caddy? I want 10 caddies. Zhang Feng actually wanted to give a slightly lower price, but he had just said that it was free. It seemed a bit unreasonable to ask for money now. Moreover, today was the first day of business. He wanted to build a reputation. What if this dissatisfaction ruined his reputation? After thinking about it, he decided to make it free. Because this way, not only could he shut everyone's mouth, but he could also let them have a good impression of him. Maybe he could use this opportunity to gain a foothold in Jiangnan paper. After making up his mind, he coughed lightly and said loudly, everyone, don't be anxious. Listen to me. I've decided that all the paper will be free today. Free? Zhao Yu exclaimed. There was so much paper here and all of it was free? How much of a loss would that be? She didn't even think and hurriedly said, Zhang Feng, if it's free, how much of a loss would that be? Chapter 21:20. Zhang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhao Yu. You're not my wife. What does it have to do with you whether I'm free or not? Hearing this, Zhao Yuer's pretty face turned red. She couldn't help but secretly curse. Bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? The quarrel between the two of them caused Zhao Ru'er, who was watching from the side, to chuckle. She had rarely seen her younger sister blush. Moreover, she blushed frequently. Ever since she met Zhang Feng, she would blush whenever they quarreled. There was definitely something going on here. This was her intuition as a woman. Although her little sister was unwilling to say it, she temporarily recognized Zhang Feng as her brother-in-law. But then again, it was indeed a bit of a loss to make everything free. She looked at Zhang Feng and persuaded, Zhang Feng, if this is free you'll probably lose a lot of money, right? Zhang Feng nodded. He didn't want to make everything free, but he couldn't help but say it when he was talking to Gao Ming. It didn't seem right to go back on his words now. Moreover, looking at everyone's fervent gazes, it was as if they were going to eat him up. If he said it wasn't free now, he reckoned that everyone's saliva would drown him, right? However, this didn't seem to be without benefits. At least it could help with publicity. After thinking about it, he put on a bitter smile and said, since I said it's free, I won't go back on my words today. As he said that, he looked at the expectant crowd. Since I, Zhang Feng, said it's free, then it'll definitely be free. Now everyone start lining up. I'll immediately. Before he could finish, everyone rushed up like wild beasts out of their cages. Zhang Feng saw that the situation wasn't right and hurriedly shouted, don't rush, don't rush. But his voice was quickly drowned out by the crowd. Everyone acted as if they didn't hear him. Zhao Ru'er and Zhao Yu'er were almost knocked down. This angered him. He shouted at the top of his lungs, everyone stop. If you continue to fight, it won't be free. As he said that, he looked at Gao Can and the others. Hurry up and stop them. Otherwise, something will happen later. Gao Can and the others also understood that if they didn't stop the situation now, there would be a stampede later and people would die. Thus, Gao Can, Yuqi Baoqing and Yuqi Baolin split into 3 groups, blocking Huang Xiaolong's path. Most of these people were scholars and didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. They weren't enough in front of Gao Can and were quickly stopped. Zhang Feng glanced at the people who were stopped and shouted, you guys, King said it's free. Why are you fighting over it? Did he not know how to spell the word death? If you continue like this, it won't be free later. When everyone heard this, their faces fell. Paper was already expensive and Shen paper was even more expensive. Paper like this that was more expensive than Shen paper would be sold at a sky-high price. They all stopped and looked at Zhang Feng expectantly, trying to please him. Shopkeeper Zhang, I won't rob you anymore. Please give me some paper. That's right, that's right. I won't snatch it anymore. Seeing that everyone had admitted their mistakes, Zhang Feng's expression became a little better. It couldn't be helped. Human nature was like this. As long as it was something that was free, they couldn't wait to have more of it. In addition, it was paper that was better than Shen paper. This made them even more crazy. Even if they weren't scholars, they still had to fight for some. Moreover, most of them were scholars and deeply knew the preciousness of this paper. Especially this kind of paper that was better than Shen paper. This was simply a priceless item. Zhang Feng also knew this point, so he didn't intend to blame everyone. He only sighed and said indifferently, everyone don't act rashly. First line up. Later come up to collect paper. Everyone will have 3 pieces. 3 pieces? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They weren't exclaiming that there was too much paper given out, but that there was too little paper given out. 3 pieces of paper wasn't enough. Scholars like them had to use a few kilograms of paper in a day, and these 3 pieces weren't even enough for a day. How were they going to use it? Zhang Feng seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts and sneered, why? You feel that 3 pieces of paper is too little? Then you don't have to. In fact, he still had a lot of paper in his hands, but he only wanted to give them out today. Firstly, the paper was free. He just wanted to let these guys spread the word of mouth. Secondly, business had to be done for a long time. If he gave them all today, what would he sell tomorrow? Therefore, he had to consider the cost. As for these guys, they usually used ordinary paper. Some families used Shen paper. For paper like this, these guys probably wouldn't refuse at all. Even if they paid for it, there would be people crazily fighting for it. Now that he said it was free in advance, their spirits were already so high. If he charged for it, it would probably be even more terrifying. Sure enough, after everyone heard Zhang Feng's words, they quickly shook their heads, indicating that they didn't dare to refuse. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and turned his head to glance at Hao Chujun and the others. Chujun, you and old Jia give these guys the paper. Hao Chujun nodded, waved his hand and began to distribute the paper. Chapter 21-21. At the same time. In the palace of Chang'an City, Li Shimin had been very busy recently. On one hand he had to deal with the battle in Qiuzi City. On the other hand he had to deal with the mess in Daoshan Academy. The battle at Qiuzi City was progressing with an overwhelming advantage. A few days ago the allied forces of India and the Turks had organized a large-scale siege battle. However, under the deterrence of the ballistae and red coat cannons, as well as the crossfire of Niu Jinda and Li Qingxian's handgun team, in less than 6 hours, the allied forces, which claimed to have 300,000 soldiers, were defeated by less than 30,000 vanguards. Li Qingxian and Niu Jinda took the opportunity to chase the allied forces from Qiuzi City all the way to Tokaria. It was not until the allied forces were completely defeated that they stationed troops in Tokaria. The territory of the Tang dynasty also extended a few hundred kilometers from Qiuzi to the west because of this battle. This boosted Li Shimin's confidence again. Today's morning court was supposed to discuss whether to divide the troops into 2 groups while the morale was high. The 100,000 soldiers of Tubo would cooperate with the 15,000 elites of Qiuzi to attack India. On the other hand, Qing Yaojin would lead the 100,000 elites of Longyu to attack the Turks. However, the objections of many officials in the court almost made Li Shimin go crazy. The reason also made Li Shimin speechless. Especially the Ministry of Revenue. They handed over the account book and were ready to retire. The reason was that they had no money. Li Shimin did not expect this. After all, the nominal minister of the Ministry of Revenue was Fang Xianling. If it were anyone else, Li Shimin would have waved his brush to leave. If they wanted to leave they could leave. However, Fang Xianling was different. Li Shimin could not help but wake up from the excitement of the great victory. After all, the Tang dynasty was weak. Although they had Zhang Feng's money, they still needed some time. It was just like what Zhang Feng said to him before he left. The best way was to wait until after the next spring harvest. With enough food it wouldn't be a problem to travel all the way to the end of the world. To put it bluntly, they were poor. And there were 3 things that were most consumed in war. There were also silver taels, provisions and armaments. Now the problem of armaments could almost be solved. As long as an army of 100,000 was equipped with 10,000 muskets, a few cannons and improved crossbows, it was almost enough to crush him. However, soldiers needed to eat. Ever since the morning court session ended, Wei Zheng and the others were like flies surrounding Li Shimin. Even when he was eating, these people still surrounded him. It was as if as long as he didn't relent, they wouldn't have any fun today. Li Shimin had no choice but to give up the idea of pursuing the victory. After all, they knew each other best. Could the current Tang dynasty fight? He couldn't. In the Imperial Garden, Li Shimin finally had some free time. He looked at the dark sky and stood by the lake with his hands behind his back. No one knew what he was thinking. Little Gizi stood not far away. Although he was a little worried, he didn't dare to come forward. At this moment, Yuchi Gong hid by a peony bush and gestured to Little Gizi. Seeing this, Little Gizi looked at Li Shimin and reluctantly walked over. Little Gizi, how is His Majesty's mood right now? Yuchi Gong asked directly. As he spoke, he didn't forget to give Little Gizi a cigarette. Little Gizi lit the cigarette and sighed. His Majesty has been standing here for 2 hours. I don't know how His Majesty is feeling right now, but if Duke of Yi has nothing to do, it's best not to bother His Majesty at this time. Hearing this, Yuchi Gong couldn't help but frown. If it was an ordinary matter I would know, but this is an emergency in Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Little Gizi raised his eyebrows. He glanced at Li Shimin and asked, Duke of Yi, you mean? Prince Zhang? Right. Seeing Yuchi Gong's affirmation, Little Gizi didn't dare delay. He hastily said, Wait a moment, I'll go report this. As he spoke, Little Gizi braced himself and went to report. Yuchi Gong paced back and forth, his heart in turmoil. After a while, Little Gizi hastily called out to Yuchi Gong, then hastily tidied his clothes and walked forward. At this moment, Li Shimin had returned to his normal state. He was no longer in his berserk state. Yuchi, how are things in Jiangnan? Seeing that the emperor was directly asking, Yuchi Gong hastily said, Your Majesty, we've just received a report from our spies. The situation in Jiangnan is very bad. Yuchi Gong gave a detailed report of the situation in Jiangnan. Li Shimin's expression could not help but turn cold. Although he had always been on guard against the situation in Jiangnan, and although he had always been paying attention to this special place, it was peaceful on the surface. Moreover, there were too many things going on, so he had never truly understood the situation. Now that he heard Yuchi Gong's report, this place couldn't be any more chaotic. It had become the back garden of the 5 clans and 7 clans. If Zhang Feng hadn't come to Jiangnan, he wouldn't have known that this seemingly peaceful Jiangnan was hiding so many things. The reason we allowed your clan to develop in Jiangnan was to suppress these people. Yuqigong, why was the news we received all good? How should you be punished? Seeing Li Shimin's anger, Yuqigong's expression changed. He hastily knelt and said, Your Majesty, please listen to this subject's explanation. Actually, these clans were very well hidden in the beginning, but because of Yu'er's matter, there were some changes. In addition, Fengzi didn't deliberately hide Zhang Feng's trip to Jiangnan, which led to the current situation. Then you mean to say that the current situation was caused by Fengzi and has nothing to do with you at all? Li Shimin was furious. He roared, Then what use do we have for the Yuqi clan? Chapter 21-22. With a swish, a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on Yuqigong's forehead. When the Tang dynasty was first established and Li Shimin ascended the throne, Yuqigong's family all migrated to Jiangnan. Qing Yaojin's family also moved to Longyu. Almost all the forces that belonged to Li Shimin in the imperial court had infiltrated the important places of the entire Tang dynasty. The purpose was to serve as a deterrent and to have an unexpected effect at the critical moment. But now Li Shimin understood. It seemed to be a little redundant. Originally, he thought that Zhang Feng's trip to Jiangnan this time should be safe under the protection of the Yuqi family's forces in Jiangnan. But now, calculating the time, Zhang Feng should have arrived in Jiangnan at this time. Thinking of these tangled relationships and family forces, Li Shimin had the idea of directly sending people to attack. Could Zhang Feng solve it? Zhang Feng's importance to the Tang dynasty at this moment was more precious than anything else. Even if he slaughtered a city, what could he do? But the problem now was that he couldn't go to Jiangnan. Once people in the imperial court overly interfered in Jiangnan's affairs, his identity as the emperor would inevitably be exposed. If he didn't take any action, how could Zhang Feng face so many complicated matters alone? Seeing Li Shimin's gloomy and terrible face, Yuqigong couldn't help but panic. Your Majesty, we just learned that Mr. Zihuai and several great scholars of Mount Shao have learned of Jiangnan's affairs, so they sent Gao Ken as soon as possible. He should arrive in Jiangnan today or tomorrow. So I think Zhang Feng's safety shouldn't be a problem. Li Shimin raised his sleeve and said angrily, Fengzi's safety is guaranteed, but it's easy to dodge an open sword but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. What should we do about the key problem? What is your Yuqi family doing now? This, Yuqigong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your Majesty, if my guess is correct, the Yuqi family should have already received news of Zhang Feng's arrival in Jiangnan. Once they know, they will definitely do their best to help. As for the Yuqi family's future in Jiangnan, this subject has already thought about it and has written a letter to my uncle. Don't be in such a hurry to express your determination. Li Shimin interrupted Yuqigong with some irritation. After a moment of silence, he said, Fengzi should have his own plans for going to Jiangnan this time. Furthermore, I have warned him of the dangers of Jiangnan. Furthermore, I know that the old man will not sit by and do nothing, so immediately help me send a secret edict to the Hunan Dao, Jiangnan Dao, and Huainan Dao provincial governors' manors. After Li Shimin issued 3 secret edicts in a row, his expression relaxed slightly. With the support of the 3 provincial governor manors, Zhang Feng should be able to survive this crisis. Quickly transfer 1,000 elites from the Jianghu guards and equip them with the latest equipment. Secretly send Fang Yai to Jiangnan to protect Zhang Feng. If there are any blind people, murderous intent flashed through Li Shimin's eyes. Yuqigong's heart trembled. He hurriedly accepted the order and said, This subject will do it immediately. Yuqigong hurriedly paid his respects and hurriedly slipped away. At this moment, the emperor had not punished the Yuqi family. This was already a great favor. If he did not leave now and the emperor reacted later, he would be in trouble. But Yuqigong also knew. From this moment on, the Tang dynasty could be considered a true change. This was a fundamental qualitative change. Jiangnan was the economic lifeline of the Tang dynasty. In the beginning, these people had hidden their fangs extremely well. However, after learning that Zhang Feng had gone to Jiangnan, they revealed their ferocious fangs. It was Zhang Feng, this freak, who was at a disadvantage. He even killed people in the street of Chang and City and used Chang and City as bait to fish for Duke Chen. This kind of thing should be solved by that bastard Zhang Feng, right? Otherwise he wouldn't have done it. If Zhang Feng's toys were to spread to Jiangnan, the consequences would be, but this bastard boy messed up Jiangnan. What on earth did he want to do? Didn't the Xia family say that they would become Zhang Feng's right-hand man? Why was there no news until now? One incident after another caused Yuqigong's head to hurt. He really did not know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He also did not know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He only hoped that things would not get out of hand. Once that time came, perhaps the Tang dynasty would usher in a terrible change. As for what kind of change it would be, only a ghost would know. But Yu Qigong knew that when the time came, the Tang dynasty might go through the experience of the Sui dynasty again. As soon as he left the Vermilion Bird Gate, Yu Qigong was intercepted by Qing Yaojin, who had been waiting at the gate for a long time. The two of them did not say anything. After they went into the private room of the Chang'an Hotel, Qing Yaojin asked, "What did His Majesty say?" His Majesty issued 3 secret edicts in a row. I think this time, there will be a big change in Jiangnan, and the war between us and the 5 families and 7 clans is about to start. Qing Yaojin could not help but frown when he heard that. Do you think old Fong and the others already knew about it? Otherwise, why did they try so hard to persuade His Majesty to send troops in the morning court today? Yu Qigong could not help but be shocked when he heard that. Could it be? Chapter 21-23. Li Shimin was still worried. After putting everything aside, he rushed to White Deer College. At this moment, the number of people in the academy had more than doubled compared to before Zhang Feng left. As a result, many of the empty classrooms and houses were now filled to the brim. There were even some new houses and churches that had been added outside the classrooms. However, even so, it could only accommodate the current students. At this moment, the entire academy was filled with the sounds of recitation. Li Shimin's arrival did not alarm anyone. Instead, the old scholar was slowly brewing tea in the old scholar's villa while waiting for his arrival. About 2 hours later, the old scholar had just returned to the villa. When he saw the restless Li Shimin, he knew what had happened. "I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me." Only then did the old scholar know Li Shimin's identity. Now that Zhang Feng was not around, he could not address the emperor directly. Hence, he compromised and called him emperor. Li Shimin did not blame him. Instead, he asked while brewing tea and reading his textbook with relish, "You already knew about what happened in Jiangnan, didn't you?" The old scholar nodded his head and said, "That's right. However, this is Fengzi's own choice. Besides, I've already told you about Jiangnan. But you know this kid, so it's up to him now. Also, I've said that I could use Zhang Xuan's connections, but he rejected me." "Why?" Li Shimin looked up at the old scholar and asked. He did not know about these things. After all, the night before he left, Zhang Feng and the old scholar had chatted for almost the entire night. No one knew what they talked about. The old scholar poured himself a cup of tea and narrowed his eyes. Fengzi is like the teacup, and the entire Tang dynasty is like the tea in the teapot. He knows what he can do and what he can endure. Furthermore, he cherishes his life the most. He won't blindly do something. Of course, this is excluding the matter of Chen Wanli. However, it is precisely because of this that I did not object to him going to Jiangnan. Otherwise, even if the old man risked his life, I would have kept him in the college. This is also Yu Shernan's intention. Li Shimin understood a little. His eyebrows relaxed slightly. "I want to know everything, including his plan to go to Jiangnan." Alas, the old scholar knew that this would happen sooner or later. When Zhang Feng decided to go to Jiangnan, he knew that Li Shimin would come to him. After all, Zhang Feng wasn't someone who would just sit still. Once he made a fuss, the world would be turned upside down. At this moment, Li Shimin came straight to the point. The old scholar lit a cigarette and sucked slowly. After finishing the cigarette, he said, "Fengzi wants to build the Tang dynasty in Jiangnan, and even the largest business alliance in the world." Li Shimin's eyelids twitched. "Isn't Chang'an City the first choice?" The old scholar shook his head. "It's true that Chang'an is the power center of the entire Tang dynasty. But because of this relationship, it's not suitable. As for why, I think the second master should know best." Li Shimin smacked his lips and said nothing in the end. Indeed, although it was the best choice to have him in Chang'an City at this moment, if the war with Guanlong and the 5 families and 7 hopes were to break out, if there was another siege, then last time 8 waters helped him out. After all, it was just a coincidence. It was just a test by Guanlong. And once they really shed all pretense of cordiality, it would not be so easy to deal with. Therefore, the business move to the south and the capital move to Luoyang was almost a tacit agreement. The meaning was the same. At this moment, the old scholar continued, "Fengzi is a very far-sighted person. He once told you that the battle between him and Guanlong and the 5 families and 7 kingdoms was bound to start. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to take this opportunity to go directly to Jiangnan and secretly move all the industries there under the pretext of you. Although it's a little difficult at first, once the north-south business route, the waterway and the Handao business route are connected, there's a glimmer of hope before the 5 families and 7 kingdoms and Guanlong form an alliance. However, the second master also knows that although the Xie family has fallen, it will still be Zhang Feng's right-hand man. Moreover, there's the Wang family. If I'm not wrong, the Yang family should also be roped in by Zhang Feng. When speaking of the Yang family, the old scholar could not help but glance at Li Shimin. After all, the old scholar did not know how Li Shimin would feel about the matter of the Sui dynasty. Sure enough, after the old scholar mentioned the Yang family, Li Shimin's expression changed. However, at this moment, Li Shimin also knew that this matter was beyond his control. However, when the old scholar mentioned the Yang family, Li Shimin saw a glimmer of hope. Li Shimin had always sent people to keep an eye on the Yang family. After all, this clan was not simple. But after years of suppression, the Yang family was also bitterly looking for a chance to turn things around, and this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. However, he did not know if the Yang family had eyes. If they did not have eyes, it would only be a matter of lifting a hand to destroy them. Compared to the 5 families and 7 clans, what kind of waves could a desolate clan cause? Chapter 21-24. At the same time, Hangzhou Prefecture. As one of the 8 great families of Hangzhou Prefecture, the Yuqi family, they had long changed their house sign to the Yu residence. This matter had caused an uproar in Hangzhou these days, but it quickly subsided. It was even left unsettled. There were rumors that it was because Yu had been impeached, causing the emperor to fly into a rage. Because of this, the Duke of Yuqi Jingde was implicated. Yuqi Jingde was also rumored to not be related to the Yuqi family. In order to save their lives, the Yuqi family had no choice but to change their name. Moreover, the Hangzhou Prefecture had specially ordered that the Yuqi family was not to be mentioned. The Yuqi family's connections in Hangzhou also made everyone feel that the Yuqi family had committed a big taboo this time. Why did you have to have the same surname as the Duke of Yi? This was great. They had no choice but to change their name. Moreover, during this period of time, there were people discussing this matter after meals. It was rumored that the Hangzhou provincial governor's office had ordered dozens of people to be beaten with rods. This time, everyone shut their mouths. In more than 10 days, the Yuqi family's matter was left unsettled. No one was willing to mention this matter, to avoid being implicated. Moreover, the recent matter of the capital's great scholar, the first and youngest duke of the Tang dynasty, the youngest Confucian scholar, and the youngest chancellor of the academy, coming to Jiangnan also made everyone forget about the Yu family's change of name. Moreover, wasn't it just changing the name? Yu wasn't this equivalent to not changing it? This was not a big deal. As a result, this matter was also forgotten. Everyone was discussing the matter of Zhang Feng coming from Jiangnan. There were rumors. The last time Yu went to the capital, she had a wonderful thing with Zhang Feng, and Yu went to the capital using the name Yu. Perhaps, the Yuqi family changed their name because of this matter, right? One had to know. There were only a few people in history who could obtain a noble title in Chang, and make the emperor personally issue an imperial edict to open an academy. How much influence could such a person have? Such a person coming to Jiangnan, what would happen? Who in Jiangnan didn't know Yu's name? At this moment, Zhang Feng coming to Jiangnan was bound to clash with these families. After these ordinary people weighed the pros and cons, they still decided to hang up high. At that time, if they offended either side, they would not be able to bear the consequences. At this moment, in the living room of the Yu family, Yu Qihong paced back and forth anxiously with his hands behind his back. In the main hall, all of the Yu family's relatives, including more than 10 people, were restless. The matter of Zhang Feng coming to Jiangnan had been going on for a few days. Counting the days, it should have been time. But why hasn't there been any news yet? Reporting. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps and the whinny of a horse could be heard at the entrance of the Yu residence. Hearing this, Yu Qihong's eyes lit up and everyone in the hall turned to look at the door. Master, Prince Zhang has arrived in Jiangnan. And they arrived yesterday. What? Yu Qihong's expression changed. Why didn't he come to the Yu family? Master, I heard that Prince Zhang bumped into someone from the Tang family. I just received news today that Prince Zhang is opening a Xian paper shop. Rice paper? Everyone frowned slightly. They didn't understand. Logically speaking, the first thing this kid did when he came to Hangzhou after learning about Yu was to come to the Yu family. But why hadn't he come to visit the Yu family yet, and instead opened a Xian paper shop to go against the Tang family? Wasn't this just nonsense? Nonsense. Even we wouldn't dare to openly fall out with the Tang family. This kid should have come to negotiate with us. Brute, how can someone like this be worthy of our In my opinion, he's not even as good as those noble sons. Isn't that so? I don't know what that guy Jingde is thinking. How can someone like this be worthy of you? I think that Duke Zhao is Lord Jiangsuan's eldest son. I even asked someone to inquire about Jiangsuan's family, and they said that he hasn't taken a wife. Shut up. Yu Qihong frowned slightly and shouted coldly. Instantly, everyone shut their mouths. In fact, Yu Qihong knew what they were thinking. The Yuqi family's present status was almost entirely due to Yu Qigong, and most importantly the emperor's tacit approval. Otherwise, how could the Yuqi family be where they were today? Previously, the Yuqi family had kept a low profile in Jiangnan, but after Yuer's emergence, these people's hearts had become wild. Yu Qigong had said more than once that they couldn't get involved with the court officials. Otherwise, the Yuqi family would be in big trouble. However, these people only cared about benefits. Why would they think so much? This time, because of Zhang Feng, Yu Qigong had said in a secret letter that as long as they could cling onto Zhang Feng's thigh, the Yuqi family would definitely soar in the future. However, as the head of the family, he couldn't say much about some things. But it was also because of this that these people were so arrogant and thought that it was all because of Yu Qiyu. When he thought of this, Yu Qihong felt his head swell. Keep talking. Yu Qihong's cold shout made the crowd temporarily stop talking. At this moment, the page boy said, I heard that the Tang family came out to cause trouble today, and that Zhao Yu from the Zhao family also appeared at that place today for some reason. Rumor has it that it's because that Prince Zhang has taken a fancy to that girl from the Zhao family. What did you say? At this moment, a cold and slightly arrogant female voice made the page boy tremble all over. Yu Qihong couldn't help but look at the pretty girl at the door and sighed. Why are you here? Chapter 21-25. This isn't a place you should be. Leave first, we'll take care of that lecture. The Yuqi family elders in the hall seemed to be afraid. They hurriedly tried to persuade Yu Qiyu to leave. But who was Yu Qiyu? She'd been known as a talented girl since she was a child. She didn't just rely on her looks. Although the stubborn Jiangnan clans coveted her beauty, no one dared to come knocking on her door, mainly because they were afraid of her methods. She'd been able to navigate the Jiangnan clans with ease because of her wits. Moreover, the majority of the Yuqi family's businesses were all thanks to her. Otherwise, the Yuqi family would still be nothing more than a small merchant's family. Yu Qiyu swept her gaze over the crowd. Everyone averted their gazes in fear. They didn't know if she'd overheard their conversation. I'll investigate this thoroughly. No need, father. This started because of me, so I won't ignore it. Of course, if the Yuqi family wants to be a coward, I don't mind. We're your elders. How can you talk to your elders like that? We only have our own plans. How can a girl understand our long-term plans? Everyone whispered to each other. But Yu Qiyu only snorted coldly. Everyone shut their mouths. Yu Qihong naturally knew that Yu was truly angry at this moment. He didn't know if Yu Qiyu was angry because of that Zhao Yu or something else. But he knew that if the Yuqi family didn't do anything, it wouldn't do. If she went out and caused a ruckus, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. I've already come up with a countermeasure with your cousin. If you go out, it'll only make things worse in the future. Yu Qihong waved his hand, indicating for everyone to leave for the time being. After everyone left, Yu Qiyu lit a cigarette. Yu Qihong lit up a cigarette and took a puff. Looking at the cigarette, he shook his head and sighed. Do you think your father's eyesight is bad? Actually, I already knew about your private pledge of marriage in Chang'an. However, Zhang Feng's identity is too special. Furthermore, you also know that the Jiangnan matter is tangled and complicated. If we take a wrong step, then it will definitely cause my Yuqi family and Zhang Feng. Father, I know that you are in a difficult position, but Prince Zhang came here because of me, and I was the cause of all this. Naturally, I will stand on Prince Zhang's side. As she spoke, Yu Qiyu turned and walked out of the room, heading straight for the main entrance. Yu Qihong looked at Yu Qiyu and opened his mouth, but nothing came out in the end. He just sighed heavily. A young man who could create so many godly items, the youngest grand scholar, the youngest hereditary viscount, and the world-renowned dean of White Deer College. Just this title alone was enough to make a family rise to prominence. Not to mention that all these halos were concentrated on one person. Especially Yu Qigong's words. Don't offend Zhang Feng. Even if he had to abandon everything he had to stand on Zhang Feng's side. Furthermore, combined with what Yu Qiyu had brought back from the capital, Yu Qihong knew. The people surrounding Zhang Feng were none other than the emperor and the others. Especially the name change this time. This was a secret edict sent by Yu Qigong. Otherwise, would these old things have agreed to change the name? However, there were some things that he couldn't say and didn't dare to say. If he did, then what awaited the Yu Qi family would be the emperor's wrath. This time, Zhang Feng's arrival had also caused Yu Qihong to feel immense pressure. However, this pressure was also a path to glory. He just didn't know if he could withstand it. He also didn't know if these old things in his family would do anything out of line. If they knew that even the emperor was friends with Zhang Feng, and that the imperial relative they yearned for, Zhang Sunchong, was only Zhang Feng's student, what would they do? What kind of expression would they have? Yu Qihong rubbed his forehead, looked at the exquisite cigarette box on the table, and couldn't help but fall silent. At the same time, in Yuezhou Prefecture, not far from Hangzhou Prefecture, at this time the sky was already turned upside down. All the scholars, noble ladies and ordinary people rushed to the streets as if it was the new year. Because today the youngest great scholar from Chang and Zhang Feng actually rented a shop in Wenyan Square to sell a magical paper. This was definitely a flourishing era. One had to know. Yuhang had always been a paradise for paper making. The art of making paper here was almost monopolized by the aristocratic families. All the rice paper was expensive enough to make people uncomfortable. However, even so, it still made everyone rush like ducks. However, there was a rumor that someone in Chang and made a paper whiter than rice paper, and even as thin as a cicada's wing. In Jiangnan, only the real influential families were qualified to see it, and some documents from Chang and were written with such words. They could only peek at some things from these things. However, today Prince Zhang actually wanted to buy paper on the street. What was this? This was a slap in the face of those aristocratic families. Wasn't he tired of living? Bang bang bang. Along with the sound of gongs and drums, Gao Can's voice was as loud as a bell. Dear villagers, today is the first time my teacher came to Jiangnan, and seeing that the students are still worried about the problem of paper, my teacher decided to sell the white paper from Chang, and at half the price of rice paper. And this price will always be maintained, and we will always sell this kind of paper in Jiangnan. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. However, at this moment, a young man in a black robe, under the compliments of a group of servants holding sticks, appeared beside Gao Kansas looking at the pile of white paper behind him. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. But soon he hid it. He asked, "Is what you said true?" Gao Can looked down at the young man who was as thin as a chicken and smiled. Of course, my teacher's words never go back on them, but except for you, anyone can buy it. This. In an instant, Gao Can's words made all the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Everyone couldn't help but step back as if something big was about to happen. Chapter 21-26. On the other side, Hao Chujun and Jia Daoren also noticed what was going on here. Even Gao Ming and Zhang Feng, who was arguing with Zhao Yuer, were stunned. Everyone was stunned by Gao Can's voice. After all, Gao Can was tall and burly, and just by looking at his appearance he had a kind of intimidating aura. In addition, he was looking down at that stubborn young master from above. All of this made people think that this guy was definitely going to be in big trouble today. The young man in the black robe was also stunned. After being stunned for a while, he came back to his senses after being reminded by the servant. He bared his teeth and glared at Gao Kansas. "What a scoundrel. Do you know who Lao Tzu is? How dare you talk to me like that? Even your master has to lower his head when he sees me. You think you're worthy? Zhang Feng, what kind of man are you? Get your ass over here right now." This voice instantly shocked all the onlookers. Everyone couldn't help but step back. Who is this person? Zhang Feng elbowed Zhao Yuer, who was twitching at the corner of her mouth, and asked. Zhao Yuer looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and asked, "You really don't know?" Zhang Feng shrugged and looked at Gao Can, who was strangling the young man's neck, and said, "Big sister, do you think I know? I've only been in Hangzhou for 2 days. Is from the Yu family." Zhao Yuer looked at Zhang Feng strangely and asked, "I say, are you the reincarnation of a jinx? Why did I hear that when you were in Chang'an, you caused a stir in Chang'an and now you're in Hangzhou? Big sister, let's talk about the Yu family first. Why are they here to make trouble?" Zhang Feng knew the relationship between the various clans in Jiangnan very well. Originally, in this era, the division of the Jianghu region was very vague, and the forces here were intricate. When you went out, you might meet dozens of people from aristocratic families. He didn't know which clans there were, and now the Yu family popped up? No, the Yu family? Could it be? Zhang Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, How many Yu families are there in Jiangnan? Ahem, old master, as far as I know, if I'm not wrong, this Yu family might be Madame's family, Jia Daoren whispered into Zhang Feng's ear. Instantly, Zhang Feng's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly berated, Gao Ken, put him down. Zhao Ru'er sat on the stool nonchalantly and looked at Zhang Feng. She was covering her mouth and doing something, but it wasn't hard to tell that this little lass was definitely smiling from the way she moved her shoulders. But how could Zhang Feng care so much at this moment? Amidst the scolding, the pale and slightly emaciated young man was put down. Once he was put down, the young man first gasped for breath for a moment, then hurriedly and instinctively took a few steps back. He glanced at the unresponsive Gao Can and said, Zhang Feng, you bastard, you bastard. You, I didn't know you were young master you. Just now my student offended you. Let's talk inside. Zhang Feng smiled and cupped his fists. When the young man saw this, he originally wanted to get angry, but after glancing at Gao Can, he smacked his lips and finally gave up. He lowered his head and followed Zhang Feng into the store. But after seeing Zhao Ru'er and Zhao Yu'er, the young man's eyes never left the two of them. Ahem, young master you, right? How is your? Zhang Feng asked straightforwardly the moment he entered the room. The black-robed man sized up Zhang Feng and said, You're Zhang Feng? The one you were mentioned? Zhang Feng also didn't know why this guy was here, but it seemed like he was his brother-in-law. Yes, I'm Zhang Feng. Oh. The black-robed young man made a sound of acknowledgement and then looked around the store. His eyes then involuntarily fell on the white papers in the store. I heard from you, that you're very famous in Chang'an. The youngest great scholar, the dean, and these papers should be just one of your properties? The black-robed young man's non-committal words made Zhang Feng vaguely sense something, so he was no longer in a hurry. After greeting him, he sat down and said with a smile, Yes, what you heard is almost all true. May I know what business you have with me? I want all the white papers here as well as the authorization of all the papers in Jiangnan in the future. Why should I? The smile on Zhang Feng's face disappeared. He looked at the young man indifferently and said again, If you said this, I would definitely agree. But who are you? I. The black-robed young man was about to speak when he was suddenly choked by Zhang Feng's words. He really didn't expect Zhang Feng to give such an answer. I'm from Hangzhou Prefecture's Yu family. Of course, this is Yuezhou and I'm from the Yuezhou branch. When I heard that you were here, I just wanted to come and see. As for this, then are you the person in charge of the Yu family? Zhang Feng asked. No. Then who are you? I'm from Yuezhou's Yu family's third branch. Speaking of which, you is my cousin. My name is Yuqi. Yu Suqian. Elm Tree Lump? The Tang dynasty's naming skills once again opened Zhang Feng's eyes. Yu Suqian, wasn't this the Elm Tree Lump? But now was not the time to talk about this. The main thing was to figure out what this person meant by coming here. Moreover, whether this kid was sent by the Yu family to inquire about information or to probe, this had to be figured out. Otherwise, what would he do when he went back to the Yu family? Now, his relationship with the three women was simply messy to the extreme. Although he and Jingshu and Yu were husband and wife, they were not husband and wife in name. Jingshu was better, at least they could still stay together, but Yu was different. If someone were to find out about this, wouldn't that ruin her reputation? This was also the main reason why Zhang Feng had to come to Jiangnan this time. As for Zhang Yuyao, she was now the most troublesome thing for Zhang Feng. He really didn't know what to do. But no matter how much he delayed, he could only take the three women to Chang, and to hold a grand wedding after Yuer's matter was settled. He couldn't delay any longer. Chapter 21-27. Well, Prince Zhang. I came here this time mainly because I was curious. I heard that you came to Yuezhou, so I wanted to see brother-in-law's fame. Brother-in-law's poems in Jiangnan are simply maddening. But they didn't expect that their respected poem god actually came to Jiangnan. Zhang Feng was stunned and asked, How can this be? I came here today because I heard that the Gao family wanted to make trouble, so I was outside. I hope brother-in-law doesn't blame me. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. This guy just wanted to see him. Although Zhang Feng still doubted this guy's words, the current situation was that one more ally was better than one less. Zhang Feng couldn't help but relax his expression. He handed over a cigarette with a smile and said, So that's how it is. Brother Yu, I have wronged you. Come, please sit. Old Jia, serve the tea. After a series of greetings, Yu Suqian looked at the piles of white paper in the store and asked, Brother-in-law, did you really make this white paper? No, these were all made by my friends. They did belong to me earlier, but I'm used to being lazy. Before I came to Jiangnan, I gave these things to my brothers. Zhang Feng was telling the truth. However, Zhang Feng was the only one who knew how much of the truth was true. However, for Yu Suqian this was undoubtedly somewhat disappointing. He came here today because 2 of the top 10 beauties of Jiangnan were actually gathered in Zhang Feng's store. So he wanted to take a look and find an opportunity to strike up a conversation. As for Zhang Feng, he was only here to confirm if he was really the person in the rumors. After all, even if one of the titles was just one, it was definitely not something a 20-year-old boy could have. Not to mention these things that others might not necessarily touch in their lifetime. However, just in a short conversation he was shocked to find that this Zhang Feng was really that person. This news had to be sent back to the main family as soon as possible. First of all, they could make the right choice as early as possible. After all, although the Yu family wasn't a large family, the competition was still extremely cruel. Especially for people like them, it was even more difficult. It wasn't that they didn't want to do it, but even if they wanted to, they wouldn't dare. After all, the reputation of the Duke of East in the court was far too great. Once a grudge was formed in the court or the emperor was enraged, it was very likely that the entire clan would be exterminated. Therefore, if he wanted to get up, he had to wait for a suitable opportunity. As for Zhang Feng's arrival in Jiangnan, Yu Qigong had personally given the order that they had to change their surnames before Zhang Feng arrived. In the beginning they really didn't want to. After all, this was an act that disgraced their ancestors. However, after thinking about Zhang Feng's identity, what Zhang Feng wanted to do in Jiangnan, and the mysterious relationship behind Zhang Feng, he decided to give up. In an instant, Yu Qihong made his decision. Changing the name of the clan. This was something he had no choice but to do. If they didn't do this, they would be attacked by the 5 families and 7 clans at the first moment. Even if they didn't do anything, it wouldn't do. Therefore, in the past half a month, the elders in the clan had issued warnings to almost everyone in the clan from 70 to 80 years old, to children who had just learned to speak, to the servants in the family, and to anyone who had any relationship with the clan. Even the Duke of Yi, who was far away in Chang'an, had personally issued orders to the various provincial governors in Jiangnan, causing everyone to shut their mouths for a short period of time. However, the most important thing was, when the Yuqi family had come to Jiangnan they had hidden their surname. Therefore, changing back to their original name didn't cause any waves. However, these were only things that ordinary people knew. As for what the 5 families and 7 clans thought, only these people knew. However, after truly understanding Zhang Feng's true identity and seeing the white paper with his own eyes, Yu Suqian's admiration for Zhang Feng almost overflowed. He grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, you see, you're not familiar with Jiangnan's matters. Moreover, you said that you're going to Jiangnan, which is equivalent to going home. How can you stay in the inn? Let's go, little brother, I'll go prepare the sedan chair. Let's go home." Yu Suqian's attitude made Zhang Feng puzzled. However, he still declined. "I won't go for the time being. If I want to go, I will naturally go. If brother you has something to say, there's no harm in saying it. However, the matter between me and you, shouldn't be made public for the time being. I have other plans. For the time being, I hope brother you won't randomly address me, okay?" Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yu Suqian raised his head and said, "Hey, brother Zhang, rest assured I understand." While speaking, Yu Suqian winked at Zhang Feng and glanced at the 2 women outside the door, revealing a smile that everyone understood. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched when he saw this. However, he didn't explain much. This kind of thing was originally a muddle. The more he said, the harder it would be to explain clearly. "By the way, let me ask you something serious. How is it? Before coming, I heard that you had an accident. What's going on?" Chapter 21-28. Seeing that Zhang Feng was asking about business, Yu Suqian also became serious. He said, "The cause of all this is that time when you, personally went to purchase minerals and buy Daizi. As for the reason, after you received the letter from her cousin, old Yu, she went to Chang'an. Before that, the stubborn people of Jiangnan, as well as the children of aristocratic families, came in an endless stream to propose marriage, but Yu was still able to deal with them. After all, Yu is the head of the top 10 beauties of Jiangnan." Wait. Zhang Feng asked in surprise, "Jiangnan's top 10 beauties?" Yu Suqian saw that Zhang Feng was puzzled and patted his forehead. "I forgot about this. The top 10 beauties are the rankings made by the children of aristocratic families in Jiangnan. This ranking has existed for at least 100 years. In this top 10 ranking, Yu is first. I don't need to say it, you know. There are also the 2 outside the door. They are ranked 3rd and 7th respectively. As for the second, it is an illegitimate daughter of the Wu family and a Persian girl. And there is After some explanation, Zhang Feng finally knew the origin of the top 10 beauties. However, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little pressure. Compared to Jing Shu, this was undoubtedly the most stressful situation. After all, Jing Shu had only gotten her way because she had accidentally broken her music score. Moreover, it could be said that she had gotten Jing Shu with her own abilities. Moreover, Yan Lai Lu was the property of the royal family. All the rights of explanation were not spoken by the royal family. Naturally, no one dared to make trouble. Moreover, with his reputation in Chang, and no one dared to say anything. However, these names didn't work in Jiangnan. It would only attract more hatred. In particular, these top 10 beauties were almost all from aristocratic families or had long been targeted. At this time, Zhang Feng also realized where the pressure was. If others knew that he did that to you, would it cause public outrage? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng shuddered a little. He rubbed his face and said with a sigh of relief, "Brother you continue." Yu Suqian looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. Seeing that Zhang Feng was really fine, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng a bit more. She said, "Actually, when I left last time, it was because of a servant of the Yu family who got drunk and said something wrong. He said that there was an important person in Chang, and who had taken a fancy to you, and that you was going to Chang, and under imperial orders." However, this matter caused an uproar in Jiangnan. In the end, Brother Zhang's poem in Chang, and as well as various other matters, spread back to Jiangnan. This made everyone go crazy. Originally, this matter should have ended here. However, after you came back, things changed again. Speaking of which, I have to say a few words to you, Brother Zhang. You already did that with you, At the very least, you should give her a letter of appointment or something. You see, the news of you losing her virginity has spread like wildfire after you came back. Things like Zhang Feng abandoning her after sleeping with her, and things like crusading against you. There are so many of them. In the end, you came back and looked for minerals everywhere. This was why he was targeted. As a result, the Yu family's industry in Jiangnan was also squeezed by at least 5 major families. Do you know how much you suffered last time in order to gather iron or for you? In the end, Yu Suqian's face became dignified. It seemed that Zhang Feng really did something to abandon her after sleeping with her. Zhang Feng touched his nose and coughed. "Ahem, this is because I didn't consider it thoroughly. Something happened in Chang, and at that time, so I came after learning that you had an accident. By the way, my guard sent a message saying that you was in danger. When my people returned to Chang, and they were intercepted. Do you know who did this? There is such a thing?" Yu Suqian was also surprised, and his face suddenly changed. "I really don't know about this. I just know that a month ago the Wu family came to the main family because of the iron ore. They said that you promised to use 10 years of mining rights of an iron ore in exchange for you. However, none of us knew about this. I don't know what happened in the end. I only heard that there was a physical conflict and it was suppressed by the provincial governor's mansion. After that, I heard that some people broke into the Wu family at night and were intercepted and killed by the Wu family. Are these people your people?" The more Zhang Feng listened, the more gloomy his face became. There was really a problem, and the Wu family. Who was behind it? The Wang family. It seemed that when he was in Chang, and he didn't hurt him. "Since your Wu family dog wants to die, Zhang Feng will help you." Thinking of this, Zhang Feng asked again, "Brother Yu, I came to Jiangnan this time for this matter. So you can rest assured that in this world, no one dares to touch my people." Yu Suqian was only 21 or 22 years old, similar to Zhang Feng's age. Moreover, this guy was also a prodigal with a good-looking appearance. Although Zhang Feng could only be regarded as handsome and not as handsome as him, at this time he gave a feeling that he needed to look up to. At the beginning he was also puzzled. Yu was the biggest hope of the Yu family, and he had seen countless young talents over the years. Yu Suqian took a fancy to Zhang Feng because of his future and literary talent, but at this time, Yu Suqian understood that he was wrong. Everyone was wrong. Although Zhang Feng was just saying it casually, there was a hint of danger in his tone. Was this the real Zhang Feng? Yu Suqian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. These damn bastards were finally going to be unlucky. Chapter 21-29. Outside the door. Zhao Yue watched as more and more people fought over the white paper at the door. Looking at the soft white paper in their hands, even she and her sister Zhao Ru felt their hearts ache. After all, they were members of aristocratic families. They knew the price of rice paper better than anyone else. How could an ordinary family afford it? But today Prince Zhang actually gave away paper for free? Wasn't this a slap to everyone's face? What was Prince Zhang trying to do? Moreover, this was all money. Even if he had more money, there was no need to waste it like this, right? In such a short time, Zhang Feng had given out at least 100 caddies of white paper. How much would it cost even if it was 1,000 strings of cash per caddy? Moreover, they were calculating according to the price of rice paper. Moreover, this price was only low and not high. If this continued, the Gao family would be the first to suffer. What was going on with these two? If someone from the Gao family finds out, do you think he'll come for revenge? Zhao Rui looked at the chaotic scene and asked jokingly. Zhao Yu rolled up the white paper in her hand into a bucket. She propped up her chin and thought for a moment. I think if the Gao family has any brains, they won't come. Zhao Rui looked at Zhao Yu in surprise and asked, why do you say that? Look at this white paper and you'll understand. Zhao Yu pointed at the white paper in Zhao Ruer's hand. Zhao Ruer couldn't help but be surprised. This paper, what's wrong with it? Do you still remember the rumors from Chang'an? Zhao Yuer's face was solemn as she looked at the tightly shut door behind her and said, if I'm not wrong, the person inside should be the one who wreaked havoc in Chang'an, and even opened a class in White Deer Academy, the one who made Master Yushan vomit blood in anger, Zhang Feng. Zhao Ruer couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This can't be the same person, right? Moreover, this is a little too unbelievable. I heard that this paper was made by someone called Lao Li or something. Sis, think about it. If this kind of paper existed, why did it have to be released now of all times? Also, don't forget that person from the Yuchi clan. That person is also called Yu. Rumor has it that Yuchi Yu was introduced to Zhang Feng by the Duke of Yi, and then, you should know what happened afterwards. With that said, Zhao Ruer's expression changed slightly. Zhang Feng. In Jiangnan, she had only heard of his name but never seen him in person. Everyone was trying to guess the identity of this person. However, no one had ever seen this Zhang Feng as a certain Zhang Feng, but this bastard didn't say anything himself. Instead, he didn't look like a great scholar at all. Instead, he acted like a commoner. How could people associate him with the high and mighty Zhang Feng? Now that Zhao Yuer had said that, only then did Zhao Ruer realize the severity of the problem. His face couldn't help but turn pale. He had long heard from his clan that a powerful figure had come from Chang, and was going to cooperate with the Li family of Zhao County and even the other 5 surnames and 7 clans to deal with him. However, he hadn't said who this person was. But now, the person was right in front of them. However, who would dare to deal with such a person? Putting aside whether the rumors in Chang were true or false. Just the 2 identities of the great scholar and the dean of White Deer College were enough to intimidate many people. If someone dared to make a move against him openly, wasn't that courting death? Not to mention the laws of the Tang dynasty, even the scholars of the world wouldn't agree to it. At this moment, she finally understood what Zhao Yuer meant when she said she hoped that the people from the Gao clan wouldn't come. This way they would definitely not be able to return. Moreover, when the great scholar came to visit Jiangnan, the Jiangnan officials, the scholars, and the provincial governor's office would definitely protect him like a treasure. Offending a Confucian was equivalent to offending the entire family. This was no joke. Moreover, the chancellor of the academy, especially the chancellor of White Deer College who was personally conferred the title by the emperor, was also a third-rank civil official. Zhao Ruer couldn't sit still when she heard this title. Did you already know? Zhao Yuer shook her head and said, no, it's all thanks to Yuchi Suqian. No, he's called Yu Suqian now. If it weren't for his arrival and Zhang Feng's attitude after knowing his identity, I wouldn't have thought so much. However, you have to know the relationship between Zhang Feng and the Yu clan. With that said, Zhao Ruer instantly understood. But this damned person, why didn't he reveal his identity? You said that we offended him. He probably wouldn't. That's right, didn't you want to take revenge on him? What should we do? Zhao Yu rubbed her forehead and smiled bitterly. How would I know what to do? However, if this bastard wants to play dumb, we'll pretend that we don't know anything. Moreover, sister, you have to go back immediately and secretly tell father about this. Otherwise, I have a feeling that our clan will be exterminated. How could Zhao Ruer have any other ideas? Hearing this, her eyes flashed and she hurriedly stood up. Good sister, I'll go now, but you, Zhang Feng? Where is that Zhang brat? Tell him to come out. Zhang Feng, get out here. Chapter 2130. The appearance of the newcomers was similar to Yu Suqian's previous appearance. However, these people were even more extreme. They held big sabers and daggers, and even had the word Gao written on their bodies, causing all the onlookers to retreat. There were even some people who didn't even want the paper and ran away in a hurry. Hao Chujun had never seen such a scene before. He was dumbfounded. Gao Can and Jia Daoren stood at the entrance of the store on guard. At this moment, a young man in a fur coat slowly appeared in front of the two of them while picking his nose. Who else could it be but Gao Ming? However, his gaze directly bypassed Gao Can and Jia Daoren. He looked up and down at Zhao Ru'er and Zhao Yu'er with burning eyes. Seeing this, the two women's hearts skipped a beat. Gao Can saw this and roared, blocking in front of Gao Ming. This made Gao Ming very unhappy. Blockhead, there are beautiful things here. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. I want. Before he could say a word, Gao Can grabbed Gao Ming's hair and lifted him up. That kind of sour feeling, it was very exciting. Brat, presumptuous. Let go of the young master, or I will tear you into pieces. Bastard, do you know? Bastard. Gao Ming was trembling with pain, but because his body was suspended in the air, he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that if he moved, his hair might be pulled down. His mouth was like a bellows as he breathed in the cold air. Gao Can looked around. Jia Daoren saw this and immediately stood in front of Gao Can on guard. Brat, master doesn't want to kill you because master is benevolent. If you dare to be presumptuous again, do you believe that I will tear you alive now? Isn't this you and Zhao Ru'er? A sharp voice rang out, causing everyone to tremble in shock. Zhao Yuer's face changed slightly. Looking at Gao Ming in the crowd, her eyes narrowed slightly. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the young master of the Gao family? I don't know what Yuer is doing here. And it seems like he was kicked out by that thief? Gao Ming glanced at the closed door indifferently, then looked at the two girls sitting at the door and said with some jealousy. I don't think young Master Gao needs to be concerned about this. At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice slowly appeared at the entrance of the store. Then Zhang Feng and Yu Suqian also slowly walked out of the store. However, when they saw Yu Suqian standing behind Zhang Feng, Gao Ming, Yuer and Ruer's eyes flashed with surprise. Previously, everyone had seen how arrogant this stubborn guy was. However, what happened in the room in just a short time? To think that Zhao Yuer's eyes flashed with shock. Could it really be him? Although Zhang Feng's matter had spread like a legend in Jiangnan, it was only a few words. Someone with the same name, someone who could make the arrogant and stubborn young master of the Yu family bow his head? It seemed that other than that person there was no one else, right? After all, he had the title of Duke of Yi in his family. Who had nothing better to do and dared to provoke bad luck. He was the most famous ruffian in Yuezhou City. Who didn't know Yu Suqian's name? To make him lower his head, this made everyone feel inconceivable. However, this also seemed to arouse Gao Ming's vigilance. He looked at Yu Suqian and said, Brother Yu, why are you standing with such a person? Don't you know that today between me and this kid? Yu Suqian smiled and interrupted Gao Ming, Brother Gao, Lao Tzu is willing. You can't control it. Hearing this, Gao Ming's face instantly turned red. Presumptuous. In ordinary times among the children of Jiangnan's aristocratic families, Gao Ming was almost a leader. For so many years he had become a tyrant in Jiangnan. Almost everyone would give him face. Especially the Yu family. The Yu family was very low-key. They were afraid of stirring up trouble and making it difficult for someone in the court. However, this bastard dared to talk to him like this? Gao Ming wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could feel the difference. Especially before coming here, he heard that Yu Suqian had brought people to make trouble for him. However, how long had it been? What was this situation? At this moment, not only Gao Ming, but even all the aristocratic families who were watching in the dark couldn't help but frown deeply. At this moment, the only ones who weren't worried were Zhao Yu'er and Zhao Ru'er. However, the shock in their hearts had increased a lot. Especially when they thought of Zhang Feng's brilliant achievements in Chang, and it was incredible. He dared to kill people in the street under the emperor's feet. Moreover, it was a massacre. He could even leave without a fart afterward. Such a person, would he be afraid of a small Gao family? One must know that when they were in Chang, and Zhang Feng's massacre was a family like theirs. Moreover, it was a veteran force in Guangzhou. Brother Gao, let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to live, leave quickly. Otherwise, I will have to move my muscles today. Although Yu Suqian was standing behind Zhang Feng, he had just learned about some things. At this moment, it was better to suppress things as much as possible. After all, Gao Ming, this mad dog, wasn't someone else. If he went crazy here, it would really be difficult to explain. At that time, it wouldn't be good for the family. However, when Yu Suqian didn't say it, it instantly made Gao Ming furious. Yu Suqian, you son of a bitch. If I leave today, there will be no place for you in the aristocratic family's ranking. Gao Ming was angry. However, such a threat only made Yu Suqian stunned for a moment. This ranking, it wasn't up to standard. Now that there was a thigh here, how could he be interested in this thing? Yu Suqian smiled, picked his ear and said lazily, Gao Ming, Lao Tzu will say it here today. You can play with this thing if you want. Lao Tzu really doesn't like it. You think that this thing you're talking about is awesome? But do you know that in the eyes of ordinary people and Confucian scholars, this thing isn't even considered trash? You still treat it as a treasure? Yu Suqian didn't lie about this matter. This title was just a bad name for them. How good could something made by a group of stubborn children be? All of them were a bunch of playboys fooling around in there. Anyone who was truly talented would crush them. It was nothing more than discussing where there were beauties in Jiangnan, which brothel girl was beautiful, which person found a concubine today. What was the use of such a team? Chapter 21:31. On the other hand, who was Zhang Feng? He was the dean of White Deer College, the chancellor, and the youngest scholar of the Tang dynasty. He was the one who made Master Yushan vomit blood. Wasn't such a person good enough? Moreover, he was his brother-in-law. At this moment, Zhang Feng was interested and asked, Brother Yu, what are you talking about? Cough cough. Yu Suqian's face turned red and said, Brother Zhang, let's not talk about this. What's there to not talk about? It's just a group of playboys drinking all day long. Zhao Yuer covered her mouth and chuckled. This time Yu Suqian's face turned red. He stared at her and said, Who said that? I have nothing to do with them now. How can I associate with such people? Really? Zhao Yuer asked. Gao Ming was instantly enraged by the way they were fooling around as if no one was around. Enough. Come on, burn this shop for Lao Tzu. As soon as the order was given, the thugs that Gao Ming brought with him immediately rushed forward while waving their sticks and howling. Zhang Feng had brought 1,000 guards with him. Originally, he wanted to follow them, but because of the beauty of the two women, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, they had conflicts with the Gao clan, so he didn't know what these people would do. Therefore, Zhang Feng left more than 500 guards in the inn, and most of the rest were sent out by him to inquire about the news. This was also the reason why these people dared to make trouble here. But at this moment, when they really took action, more than 100 of Zhang Feng's guards rushed out from a corner not far from the shop. In an instant, on the whole street, everyone was shocked speechless. They saw more than 100 people, holding a uniform triangular iron stick with the thickness of a finger, stepped forward in a neat pace and slowly stepped forward. Even the sound of each of these people's footsteps was neat and uniform. Ta-ta-ta. Every time their footsteps fell, almost everyone looked sideways. This neat pace. Except for the well-trained soldiers in the barracks, almost no one could do it. Moreover, this was the kind of person who had experienced hundreds of battles. This was especially true for these guards. Many of them had cruel scars on their faces and arms, left behind by the war. At this moment he saw the guards coming out. Jia Daoren heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, Quickly protect the master. Whoever dares to come forward, beat them to death. Brr. More than 100 guards roared in unison and stood in front of Zhang Feng in a defensive posture. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were on a battlefield. In front of them were brave warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles. How could these stubborn young master's guards have ever seen such an existence? At this moment, the servants brought by Gao Ming were shivering all over. Even Gao Ming, who had been showing off earlier, was trembling at this moment. It looked at Zhang Feng with a pale face, and it couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Who are you? These guards, where did they come from? No, are these people's official soldiers? Bold Zhang Feng, you actually dare to have a private army? It's over, you're finished. You don't know the law of escape. Come, quickly go and ask the county magistrate. Just say that someone privately recruited a private army. Enough. Gao Ming, don't you understand? For the sake of our past friendship, listen to my advice. The conflict between you and Brother Zhang is not irreconcilable. Let's end this matter here, okay? Yu Suqian saw that the situation had changed, and the person standing in front of him seemed to be the leader. At this moment he actually made a killing gesture. What is this? This is a commonly used offensive gesture on the battlefield. After all, Yu Suqian was Yu Qigong's relative. He was very clear about these things, especially since there would be a large number of people joining the army every year. He was very familiar with these military matters. Especially, judging from the training quality of these people and the scars on their bodies, these people were definitely veterans who retired from the barracks. So many veterans, if they were to fight together. Not to mention these people, even if there were 10 times more people, they definitely wouldn't be a match for them. Moreover, the thumb-sized object in their hands, no matter how he looked at it, made him panic. This thing was definitely good stuff. But he didn't know what it was exactly. He was afraid that with Zhang Feng's identity, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Moreover, who was Zhang Feng? He was a great scholar. He was also the Chancellor and Dean of White Deer College. He was also a Viscount. Even if he didn't need guards, the laws of the Tang dynasty would arrange a group of guards for him. Therefore, it was normal for Zhang Feng to have these guards. Stop. Zhang Feng didn't want to make a fuss over a minor issue. He could also see that Jia Daoren wanted to make a move. Zhang Feng couldn't stand this vexation, but there really weren't many people who could make a move if they wanted to. Especially now. He had just arrived in Jiangnan and had many things to deal with. If he exposed too much at this moment, it really wouldn't be good for the future. Therefore, Zhang Feng really didn't want to use force as a last resort. Chapter 2132. In fact, Zhang Feng also knew that he didn't have any unsolvable conflict with this Gao Ming. And just like what Yu Suqian said, the people here definitely knew, or it was impossible for them not to guess something. However, the reason why these people were still like this was almost certain that they were probing, or they wanted to force him to make a move. Once he couldn't help but make a move at this time. On the one hand, he would expose his own trump card, and on the other hand, all the arrangements would be useless in an instant. And when he chose to make a move, the people of the 5 families and 7 great families would also use this as an excuse to make a move. If that was the case, then an all-out war with the 5 families and 7 great families and 7 great families would completely erupt. And this was definitely not what Zhang Feng wanted. At this time, when Gao Can saw that the battle was stopped, he also stood beside Zhang Feng for the first time to protect him, as if as long as someone dared to come up, he would absolutely dare to kill. Seeing this, Zhao Yu felt relieved. She was worried that Zhang Feng couldn't help it, or this big fool couldn't help but make a move. Once they made a move, perhaps things would be completely out of control. This was also her thought after she confirmed that this Zhang Feng was that Zhang Feng. If it was before, she would have just fought. She also wanted to see what Zhang Feng was capable of, but now after seeing Zhang Feng's guards, she suddenly realized that this time Zhang Feng came here, there should be a big matter. Thinking of this, Zhao Yue couldn't sit still. She must do something. Young Master Gao, today is the opening day of Prince Zhang's store. As guests, it's enough to be lively. Don't hurt the harmony. This little girl is not talented, but I want to be a peacemaker. I hope the 2 young masters won't hurt the harmony. How about it? Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Yue with some surprise. Zhao Yue's face was slightly red and she whispered, "What are you looking at?" Ahem. Well, today is the opening day of the store. Just now, there was a misunderstanding between young Master Gao and my subordinates. I hope young Master Gao doesn't take offense. Hearing Zhang Feng and Zhao Yue's words, Gao Ming rolled his eyes and realized something. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He cupped his fists and left with a cold snort. After all, he was in the hands of these guards. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that if anything happened here today, he would have to go back lying down. In addition, the attitude of Yu Suqian and Zhao Yu today made Gao Ming think of something. He wasn't a boorish man. He just felt a little uncomfortable just now. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't tell the severity of the matter. On the contrary, children who grew up in large clans were very sensitive to danger. Seeing that he had left. Only then did Zhang Feng look at Zhao Yue strangely. To tell the truth, Zhao Yue looked exactly the same as the young Guanjilin of the later generations. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't moved. However, Zhang Feng also knew that the more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she was. From the moment he met her, Zhang Feng knew this. To be precise, when he met Yu Yu. However, this was only a preliminary understanding. It was not until that moment that Zhang Feng started to seriously size up this woman. This woman was simply terrifying. Just now, she should have guessed his identity. At this moment, Zhang Feng cupped his fists and said, "Miss Yu, let's talk inside?" Okay. Zhao Yu smiled slightly. Her small hand patted Zhao Ruer, who had been stunned for a long time. She let her recover her mind from Zhang Feng and reminded her to go home quickly. Then under Yu Suqian's attentive greeting, they walked into the store. The store was very simple. It could be seen that it was pieced together by spiritual ornaments. In other words, Zhang Feng didn't intend to stay here for a long time. This also confirmed Zhao Yuer's guess. Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan for a more important matter. So much so that he didn't put this kind of business in his eyes. After entering the store, Yu Suqian was like a little brother, eagerly pouring tea and water. After sitting down, Zhang Feng asked with a smile, "Miss Zhao, you should have seen something just now, right?" Zhao Yu smiled and said, "The famous talent in Chang and the poet god who wrote hundreds of poems when drunk, it's hard for me not to know you." She really recognized him. Zhang Feng could only smile in response. Zhao Yuer's character was extremely unruly and willful. But in the face of major issues she was so calm, which was the most troublesome thing for Zhang Feng. He really didn't know whether this woman was pretending to be unruly or not. "Miss Yu, please forgive me for what happened before. It was really a misunderstanding." No, we'll talk about it later." "What about my reputation in broad daylight?" "We'll talk about it later." So saying, Zhang Feng was a little speechless. Obviously this woman was relying on him. After sighing, Zhang Feng deliberated and said, "I came to Jiangnan for, I know on the one hand it's because of you, everyone in Jiangnan knows about this, so what else do you want to do? Is it this white paper business?" Zhang Feng nodded and didn't hide. "Yes, I want to develop business in Jiangnan, but as you can see, I'm not familiar with this place and I lack some partners." Zhang Feng roughly explained his thoughts to him. In fact, on the one hand he wanted to test her and on the other hand he wanted to see what ability this Zhao Yuer had, and whether he could pull her to his boat. After that, Zhang Feng stared into Zhao Yuer's eyes and asked, "What do you think, Miss Zhao?" Chapter 2133. If it was someone else, Zhao Yuer would have agreed. But who was Zhang Feng? He had more than just a few things in his hands. Moreover, this guy was full of evil ideas. She didn't know what Zhang Feng was planning. Zhao Yuer smiled sweetly and then showed a charming signature move. "Prince Zhang, do whatever you think is good. This little girl doesn't have ye." "Oh." Yu Suqian looked at Zhao Yuer like he was looking at a ghost. He almost sprayed a mouthful of tea on Zhao Yuer's face. Who was Zhao Yuer? She was the #1 female bully in Jiangnan. How many stubborn disciples avoided her like the plague? Mother ***, is this guy a fake? How could this, was she crazy? This made Yu Suqian a bit stupid. Because of Zhao Yuer's crafty and unfathomable personality, as well as her fairy-like appearance, all the scholars in Jiangnan were fond of her, and he was one of them. But why did this guy treat his brother-in-law? Yuer. You, cough. Zhang Feng coughed violently. Regarding Zhao Yuer's change in personality, his brain was also a mess. He couldn't understand. This Zhao Yuer, what was she thinking? Who said this woman was not scheming? Zhang Feng wanted to take out his gun and shoot him. This was called not scheming? Her answer just now seemed to say nothing, but in fact, it was perfect to push back the question. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was silent for a moment before saying seriously, "I'm going to hand over this white paper business to Yu Suqian. Of course, the paper-making technique I have mastered will be given to you. It's a meeting gift to your Yu family." Zhang Feng's words surprised Zhao Yuer. She could guess some things, but at this moment, such an important thing, he actually said it in front of her. This was, why? Did he do it deliberately? But this should be impossible, right? At this moment, not only her, but even Yu Suqian was a bit confused. This happiness came too suddenly. It was so sudden that he couldn't even react to it. The paper business was almost one of the most profitable industries in Jiangnan. Among them, silk, tea, porcelain, silk, and rice paper. But just now, he also saw the horror of this white paper. And the people outside the door who snatched it. The reason he came here today was actually to get some of these things. Then he could inquire about Zhang Feng's situation and pass on the clan's matters to Zhang Feng. But he didn't know that Zhang Feng actually gave this treasure bowl to him. "Brother Zhang." "No, brother-in-law, you are really my brother-in-law. You can rest assured this thing." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Paper's business actually doesn't need him to promote it. Next spring, when the imperial examinations begin, it will also spread to Jiangnan. It's just that the significance is different from mine. The reason why I gave it to you is also for a purpose I believe your family should be able to understand." Zhang Feng waved his hand and then looked at Zhao Yuer. "Of course, my industry is not only this. I also have the latest textile factory, steel factory, rubber factory, and yes, basketball production, food processing, and so on. This time, I came to Jiangnan to find some partners and then develop these things in Jiangnan." "Basketball is also made by you?" "Yes." "Then, the braised meat, cigarettes, and the Chang and hotel white wine and beer are also made by you." Zhang Feng nodded and admitted it. However, Yu Suqian's and Zhao Yuer's eyes widened instead. There were some things that were very precious in Jiangnan and were very few in number. However, for people of their status, they would naturally use them and hear about them before. At that time they were sighing with emotion. Just who was the one who had created such a magical thing? But his mother, this is made by this monster? The two stared at Zhang Feng's head. They really wanted to break it open and see what was hidden in this guy's head. Zhang Feng, is your head a human's head? What treasures do you have that you haven't taken out? Yu Suqian looked at Zhang Feng and asked in a trembling voice. He even had an impulse to touch it. Even Zhao Yuer looked at Zhang Feng with shining eyes. Zhang Feng was somewhat speechless as he looked at the two of them. Then he said, "You should be able to understand why I'm telling you all this. Alright, that's all for today. If Miss Yu likes white paper, although there aren't many in the store, if you like it, you can take it yourself. I'll have someone send it back to your residence. This miss really likes something, are you willing to give it to me?" Zhao Yuer looked at Zhang Feng with shining eyes, which made Zhang Feng a little scared. However, Zhang Feng still subconsciously asked, "I don't know what Miss Zhao likes, as long as I can give it to you, I will give it to you. I like you, will you give it to me?" Chapter 2134. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Yu Suqian's mouth was wide open as he stared at the two dumbfounded. For a moment, Zhao Yuer's face was slightly red. "I'm just joking. By the way, you can tell this to Yu Suqian. Why do you want to tell me? Could it be that you are plotting something against me?" The words in front. It was not easy for Zhang Feng to find a way out. But in the next second, the stairs became a bottomless abyss. Zhang Feng, who was caught off guard, fell down directly. "Ahem, Miss Zhao, your words are really Jiangnan ah." Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly. "In fact, I need friends. After all, I just came to Jiangnan and know nothing about Jiangnan." With that said, Zhao Yu suddenly understood. But she didn't know why, but there was a trace of loss in her heart. But it was fleeting. Then she smiled. "How much worry can a gentleman have? Just like the spring water flowing east? A man who can write such amazing poems, I think Prince Zhang should understand what I mean, right? I don't know what young Master Zhang wants to do, but young Master Zhang can rest assured that as long as it is within my power, I will definitely want to be friends with you. However, as for what my family wants to do, this little girl is powerless unless..." While talking, Zhao Yuer left. Of course, she also took away the last sentence. But Zhang Feng also understood the meaning of this sentence. Instead of thinking too much, he looked at Yu Suqian and said, "Brother Yu, I just told you that the paper-making technique is of great importance, and I came to Jiangnan this time with a purpose, so I hope, brother, you can be prepared. Maybe I will be the enemy of the entire Jiangnan clan, not only in other aspects but also in the future. You have seen the impact of my industry on the Jiangnan market." But Zhang Feng looked at Yu Suqian cautiously and said, "This is only the beginning." Yu Suqian put away the shock on his face and looked at Zhang Feng seriously. He nodded. "Actually, I know what to do without brother Zhang telling me. At the beginning, my cousin made it clear when he sent a letter from Chang'an. Not to mention anything else, my Yu family also needs a mountain. It is my Yu family's honor to have such a big backer like brother Zhang." Seeing this, Zhang Feng nodded. "Also, I want to bring 5 guards for you, but it's not convenient for me to make an appearance for the time being. Once I make an official appearance, it means that I'm officially forming an alliance with the Yu family. So, in order to prevent my plan from being disrupted, I want you to make an appearance for the time being and bring 5 guards for you, Of course, our cooperation can only be done in secret. But once I have time to breathe, it will be fine." Although Yu Suqian was stubborn, he could still distinguish between right and wrong. Seeing Zhang Feng say so, he nodded and said, "Brother Zhang, you can rest assured. Leave this small matter to me." He also saw the ability of the guards outside. He almost couldn't help but ask Zhang Feng for a few, but when he thought that these people might be from the military, he finally held back. After the conversation, Yu Suqian left in a hurry. After he left, Hao Chujun walked into the shop with some worry and asked, "Teacher, such an important matter, what if Zhao Yuer and Yu Suqian are here to inquire about the news? What should we do?" Zhang Feng smiled slightly and said, "So what? In fact, I really don't intend to hide this matter. I can't wait for them to leak the news." Hao Chujun was surprised and asked, "Why is that?" "Because, in this way we can determine whether these people are here to get to know us or have other purposes. This way our next step will be easy." When Hao Chujun heard this, he couldn't help but understand. They came to Jiangnan in a crisis. First, there was the hostility of the old clans in Jiangnan, and then there was the trouble of the 5 families and 7 clans. Almost every step was full of danger. Moreover, Hao Chujun also knew what kind of impact the things in the hands of his teacher would bring to Jiangnan. It was almost certain that these clans in Jiangnan would be completely reshuffled because of his teacher. Now they didn't lack anything, what they lacked was allies. But now, as soon as they arrived in Jiangnan, they encountered people from the Gao family who came to find trouble. This wasn't a coincidence but more like a test. Although the appearance of the guards today had temporarily resolved the crisis, they had also exposed some of their strength. Moreover, the reason why they were here today was because they had already guessed that these people from the clans would definitely come. They just didn't know if this warning would have a good effect. Zhang Feng didn't care. He had his own plan. Everything that happened today, only Yu Suqian was a bit unexpected. He thought of everything else. It was just that he didn't expect these guards. The initial plan was that these guards wouldn't appear unless it was a critical moment, but they still appeared a bit too early. In addition, Zhao Yu and Yu Suqian's intentional hints made a good show go down the drain. But it didn't matter. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng calmed down. Now the Wang family had come. Then the next step was to go to the Xie family to take a look. Previously, with Madame Xie's arrangements in advance, coupled with the reputation of the old scholar in White Deer College, naturally the Xie family's position in Jiangnan had also increased. At the very least, they wouldn't be looked down upon like before. And those aristocratic families more or less gave some face to the Xie family. After all, they were a great scholar and White Deer College's reputation was out there. No one dared to suppress the Xie family too much. Chapter 2135. At the same time, the Xie family. As the once most dazzling family, the Xie family at this moment looked incomparably miserable. The white marble archway that was once beyond everyone's reach was now in ruins and had become a place for peddlers to tie their horses and mules. How miserable was this? At this moment, the Xie family only had one house left. Although this house was the last face of the Xie family, it was only a little bigger than the houses of other aristocratic families. As for the cracks that covered the walls due to disrepair, it showed the loneliness of this family. Once, from Chuzhou City to Jianghu City, almost all of it was the sphere of influence of the Xie family. But with the passage of time, there was nothing left. This was really a case of things being the same, but people have changed. The Xie family in the south of Yuezhou City. The current head of the Xie family was always paying attention to the movements of Zhang Feng. From the time Madame Xie sent the news from Chang, and that Zhang Feng was coming to Jiangnan, they had been waiting and looking forward to it. But this guy's actions since he came to Jiangnan were very strange. This made all the people who were watching him a little confused. First, he had a conflict with the Gao family, and then he had an unclear relationship with the young lady of the Zhao family. Today he dared to openly challenge everyone in Yuezhou City. The business of papermaking could be said to be related to everyone's lifeline. In addition to the control of the government, there were only these things in the hands of the major clans, and the interests of these things could be said to be violent. Especially the scholars of the Tang dynasty, half of them were in Jiangnan. And it was also because of the praise of the major clans that the price of rice paper was set at this price. Almost everyone's way of showing off was to talk about how many carts of books they had in their house. This was also the origin of the 5 cars of learning. But now, the head of the Xie family looked at the thin white paper in his hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this time, a servant of the Xie family cautiously stepped forward and said, "Master, just now there was news from the market that Zhang Feng had distributed at least 200 caddies of white paper, and I also heard that he and the stubborn man of the Yu family entered the store and had a secret talk." Finally, the girl of the Zhao family also went in. The 3 of them talked for at least an hour. Hearing this, the Xie family head couldn't help but frown. What did they discuss? I'm not sure about that, but the people in Jiangnan aren't talking about that. Instead, they're talking about Zhang Feng's bodyguards and the weapons in their hands. The head of the Xie family looked at the paper in his hand and asked, "What's wrong with the guards? What are they holding?" It is said that these guards, from their movements, seem to be soldiers from the army. This is reasonable. After all, there are countless people who retire from the army every year. It is not surprising that these people find a place to live. However, these people are different. They seem to have undergone special training. Almost every step they take is in sync. Not only that, their auras and the weapons in their hands, I wonder what they are made of. It looks like iron, but it isn't iron. Furthermore, when it comes in contact with the body, it will emit a metallic sound. However, its exterior is pitch black. It looks like a poker. Furthermore, this thing is only as thick as a thumb. With Zhang Feng's status, he couldn't let his bodyguards hold a poker, could he? Most importantly, as a lord, the chancellor of the academy and the contemporary great Confucian, he was allowed to have bodyguards in the imperial court. These guards, on the other hand, were allowed to use proper weapons. Was Zhang Feng short of money? No. According to the news from Chang, and Zhang Feng might not be as rich as a country, but at least he was much wealthier than the clans in Jiangnan. But why was he like this? Could it be that he had some ulterior motive? These were all mysteries. These mysteries troubled almost everyone who was watching Zhang Feng at this moment. It was impossible that Zhang Feng didn't know. What does he want to do? The head of the Xie family squinted and stared at the white paper on the table. He walked around the room with his hands behind his back. At this moment, the servant asked, "Master, the housekeeper has prepared the gifts. When are we going to visit Zhang Feng?" This question reminded the head of the Xie family, and he fell into deep thought. After a moment, he sighed and said, "No, how many people do you think this boy's actions today have angered? At this moment, if the Xie family has any contact with him, we are bound to become the target of public criticism. We have to wait and see." The head of the Xie family was right. After all, the Xie family could no longer afford to be tossed around. If this had happened 100 years ago, the Xie family would have dared to go. But now the Xie family could only gasp for breath. What confidence did they have? The slightest disturbance might take the Xie family's life. He didn't dare to let the Xie family die here in his generation. After all, time waited for no one. There was nothing he could do about it. At the same time, in the residence of the Yu family branch in Yuezhou. In Yuezhou City, almost everyone with the surname Yu and other branches of the Yu family had gathered here. The head of the Yu family here was Yu Qihong's brother, Yu Qitu. Chapter 2136. In his early years, he had made some achievements in the army and was hailed by the Yu Qi family as the second Yu Qigong. However, because of the situation in the imperial court and the change in the Xuanwu gate, Yu Qitu had no choice but to protect himself and retire. Then he worked hard to build a business in Yuezhou. Although the Yuezhou Yu family wasn't a first-rate family in Yuezhou, it was still considered respectable outside. At this moment, 70 to 80 people of all ages were sitting in the Yu Qi family's living room. Everyone was reading the white paper that had appeared on the street. Some people were amazed, some shook their heads and sighed, and some had other thoughts. However, only Yu Qitu remained silent. From the beginning, he knew that Yu Suqian had gone to find Zhang Feng. To be precise, he had instructed him to do so. On one hand, he wanted to inquire whether this Zhang Feng was as magical as Yu Qigong said. On the other hand, he wanted to see if this person really had the guts. However, he was very satisfied with the results. This child was a man. Especially after learning about Zhang Feng's guards, Yu Qitu had a feeling that he couldn't understand his intentions. This kid could do so many things in Chang, and even make the emperor and others willing to hide their identities. Why did he choose to be so low-key when he came to Jiangnan? He could have used the most effective method to appear. Especially 1,000 guards. Others didn't know, but who was he? He used to be a commandant in the army. His sharp eyes couldn't be wrong about the origins of these people. Moreover, the fact that Yu Qigong and the emperor had allowed him to come alone showed that they had enough confidence in Zhang Feng. Judging from the soldiers and the weapons as well as the fact that Chang and was in urgent need of iron or some time ago, something major must have happened. At this moment, everyone was discussing the profits that the white paper business could bring. Some people were even preparing how to welcome Zhang Feng when he came. Everyone was so blinded by the benefits that they even forgot that Zhang Feng wasn't the Yu family's son-in-law at the moment. At this time, a dog-headed person poked his head out of the living room door, but how could he escape Yu Qitu's eyes? "Yu Suqian, since you're back, tell me what you saw and heard today." Hearing this, the dozens of noisy people in the living room instantly looked at the door. Yu Suqian saw that he couldn't hide, so he braced himself and entered the living room. As soon as he entered, Yu Qitu, who was now Yu Tu, asked with his hands behind his back, "What did Zhang Feng say to you today?" "No. He didn't say anything." When Yu Tu saw this, he could not help but frown slightly. "Speak the truth." When Yu Suqian saw this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. It seemed that the family knew everything. He couldn't help but recount in detail what Zhang Feng had said in the store today, as well as what had happened, as well as Zhao Yuer's matter. In an instant, everyone in the living room was in an uproar. "What? Young master, are you really willing to hand over the white paper business to us? Oh my God. As expected of Yuer's good husband. Ha ha ha, if this business was handed over to us, just this profit alone would be enough to make our Yuchi family, no, the Yu family, soar." "Shut up." Yu Tu frowned slightly. Instead, his expression became more dignified. This matter was not something that he had expected. But even so, it meant that Zhang Feng was making a choice for the Yu family. Once a choice was made, it would be a big deal for the entire Yu family. It was not an exaggeration to say that life and death could be decided in a single thought. But what could he say now? At this moment, almost everyone in the Yu family branch in the living room was a master who didn't care about money. At this moment, seeing such a good business in front of them, how could they remain calm? "You two, for our Yu family, this is definitely a pie falling from the sky. We must seize it." "Yes. Zhang Feng is not an outsider. It's normal for him to give us some gifts. We have to give him face, right? Yes, that's the reason. You see, that kid should have come to visit us as soon as he came to Jiangnan. Look at that kid, how long has it been and he still hasn't come? But at least this kid has a conscience. You two listened to their words with a dignified expression. Then he said in a deep voice, "Things are far from as simple as you think." At this moment, an elderly man stood up and asked with narrowed eyes, "Are you saying that we can't touch the white paper business?" In an instant, the entire hall could not help but burst into an uproar. Under everyone's expectant eyes, you two nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. Think about it, why did Zhang Feng send white paper to the market today in such a high-profile manner? He's trying to sound the alarm for everyone. Although many people in Jiangnan think that this kid is just a kid, you're all wrong. How many people can make Yu Qigong personally send a letter to Jiangnan to warn us? I don't need to say more about who Yu Qigong is, right? But even he doesn't dare to provoke this kid. I also heard that this kid killed Duke Qin on the spot in Chang'an. And it was in Chang'an City. And Yu Qigong personally sent a letter saying that this kid once slaughtered the 6 old families in Chang'an City in broad daylight for the sake of a subordinate and a student. Do you know that even the emperor didn't dare to offend those families? Yes. In an instant, everyone was shocked. It would have been better if these secrets were not revealed. Once these secrets were revealed, everyone was numb. This kid looked young, but it seemed that he was also a ruthless person. However, at this time Yu Suqian was not happy. "Uncle, I think Zhang Feng is not bad. There's nothing to say about his character. And I don't think he has that kind of ability. If he did, I might have to come back lying down today." Chapter 2137. Yu Suqian finished the book and talked about what happened in Zhang Feng's shop today, especially emphasizing what Zhang Feng said to Zhao Yuer. In this way, in an instant, all the Yu family members were boiling. Especially when they heard Zhang Feng say that he was going to hand over the white paper business to them, they were even more excited than the new year. However, you two heard something different from the others. That was Zhang Feng's profoundness as well as another layer of meaning. Zhang Feng wanted to let them choose their own side at this time. And the purpose of Zhang Feng coming to Jiangnan this time, it seemed that it was not as simple as avenging Yu and marrying Yu. Perhaps, this was what Yu Qigong had repeatedly emphasized in his letters. Don't be an enemy of Zhang Feng. Don't be an enemy of Zhang Feng. A young man who could make the generation's god of war afraid of a tiger. What about it? Yu Qi too could definitely think of it. And the most important thing was, at this moment, when Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, he had already stood with the Yu family. Hearing the excited discussions of the crowd as well as the excited faces, Yu Tu's heart was exceptionally heavy. After a while, everyone seemed to see the heavy expression on Yu Tu's face and couldn't help but be silent. At this moment Yu Tu said, "This matter is related to the life and death of my Yu family. For now, let Suqian handle this matter. Everything in the family will continue as usual. I have to go to Hangzhou Prefecture quickly. Before I come back, if Zhang Feng comes to visit Yu Suqian, you will receive him with the highest etiquette." And Yu Tu looked around and said with a dignified expression, "At this time, don't announce it to the public. Push everything to the main family. We are just a branch of the Yu family and have no right to do anything. And the matter of me going to Hangzhou, be sure to let everyone know." This, Yu Suqian was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. An older person immediately said, "Master, this matter is related to the future of our family. Why is the master so timid? Since it was given to us by that kid, why don't we accept it?" Everyone seemed to have the same thought as they looked at Yu Tu anxiously. It was as if the moment he said something bad, he had the intention to change the patriarch. Yu Tu fell silent. He had the urge to beat these family members who only cared about benefits to death. If it were any other time he would definitely pay a visit to Zhang Feng. However, the current situation was that Zhang Feng's motives were impure. Once they were infected, the Yu family would either live or die. These were the only two paths. Although he wasn't sure if this matter was instructed by someone in the imperial palace, Yu Qigong was being so cautious. But one had to know that this place was at least half a month away from the capital. It could be said that the sky was high and the emperor was far away. This was the base camp of the 5 families and 7 great clans. Although there were only a few families that stood out and the 5 great clans did not take any action, one must know that the 5 families and 7 great clans were existences that even the imperial family had to fear. At this moment, if they stood on the wrong side, then even if the 5 families and 7 hopes really wanted to kill the Yu family, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Even if the imperial family and Yu Qigong found out, would they dare to send troops to these people? Perhaps even the emperor would have to pinch his nose and admit defeat when the time came. The Yu family would be nothing more than a sacrifice for the emperor and the 5 families and 7 great clans. This was what Yuchi-Tu was most worried about. Enough. No one is allowed to make any decisions on this matter before I return from the Han province prefecture. This matter may affect the life and death of the Yu family. If the wrong decision is made, the Yu family may really be gone. Meanwhile, in an inn in the Liang province prefecture, as soon as Zhang Feng entered, Jingshu and Yao Yuyao came up to him. Prince Zhang, what's going on outside? How is it? Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The powers in Jiangnan are really too complicated. This matter has to be dealt with slowly. Jingshu didn't say anything when she heard this. She only lit a cigarette for Zhang Feng. Instead, it was Zhang Yuyao who said, I heard that the young lady of the Zhao family went as well? Zhang Feng nodded and pondered deeply for a moment before he said, yes, she did. However, all of you have to stay away from this woman. This woman's thoughts are too heavy, and her objective for coming here today isn't simple. Then we shouldn't go look for Sister Yu for the time being? Hearing Zhang Yuyao's words, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Not for the time being. At this moment, not only are the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs watching us, but the old forces in Jiangnan are also watching and testing us. If we get too close, Yu and even the Yu family will be implicated. Jingshu's expression couldn't help but turn serious. I feel that someone is deliberately spreading rumors about today's matter. Before you came back, there were people crazily spreading rumors that young master was preparing to use Paper White's business to disrupt the entire business scene in Jiangnan. There were even people who said that young master. Jingshu glanced at Zhang Feng and said with a strange expression, they said that young master has his eyes on the list of the top 10 beauties in Jiangnan. This time you came to Jiangnan for them. Zhang Feng was stunned. When did I say such a thing? It seemed that these people's actions were not just a little bit fast. He had just made a move, and the public opinion had already made him offend all the officials in Jiangnan. This was extremely bad for Zhang Feng. The main thing was that Jiangnan produced talented people, and talented people towards beautiful women. How could the sudden appearance of a troublemaker not arouse the anger of all the scholars? Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh and say, this person's move is really damaging enough. Jingshu was shocked. Don't tell me, Zhang Feng smiled faintly. This won't be a problem. The originator of the rumors is here. These little tricks should be avoided. Chapter 2138. Zhang Feng really wasn't worried about these things. What he was worried about was these officials. If under the influence of these things and they all banded together, it would be difficult to deal with them. At this moment, Hao Chujun hurried upstairs and reported in a low voice at the door. Teacher, I just received news that the Yuezhou government will be holding a poetry gathering tomorrow night at the Yuezhou restaurant. It seems to be related to teacher. They came so quickly. Just a moment ago, Zhang Feng was still wondering if these people would cause any trouble. Now, a poetry recital had appeared. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the person who set this up had an obvious motive. They wanted to lure him out. This person, Zhang Feng, wasn't afraid of the poetry gathering. He was worried that these people's motive wasn't just this. They wanted to confirm his identity. The reason why these people hadn't taken any action yet was because they hadn't confirmed whether Zhang Feng was that Zhang Feng. Once they confirmed his identity, it would be the time for a storm to come. I know. Spread the news that I will go to the poetry gathering tomorrow. Zhang Feng thought for a while and decided to go. After all, this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Once it was delayed, these people would be instigated and do anything. For these hot-headed people, it was hard to say. Jingshu didn't expect him to agree. She hurriedly said, Young master, it's very obvious that this is a test. What if, actually for us this is also an opportunity? Zhang Feng interrupted Jingshu and said, they just haven't confirmed my identity for the time being. When I was in Jiangnan, everyone treated me as a merchant, and no one knew my true identity. That's why these people would do such a thing. Undoubtedly, they want to find out if I'm the Zhang Feng who founded the White Deer Institute. But once my identity is revealed, if we make use of what I did in Chang'an, these officials and scholars will be a great help to me. So, Prince Zhang wants to. Jingshu instantly understood what Zhang Feng meant. He wanted to take the opportunity to lay his cards on the table, and then use the opportunity to build momentum and then rope in his own people. Jingshu was a smart woman. There were many things that didn't need to be said clearly. Therefore, Zhang Feng's approach at this moment was undoubtedly the best. Once he took the initiative to reveal his identity, he could instantly gather a large number of forces with his identity as a great scholar. Although these students had little influence on the merchants of Jiangnan, once they really formed a certain power, even the merchants would not dare to underestimate them. After all, the current emperor had issued an imperial edict. Moreover, there was a difference in status. These merchants would also restrain themselves. Although it was unknown why they wanted to confirm Zhang Feng's identity. She didn't know what these people would do after confirming Zhang Feng's identity, but she believed that the emperor and the others would do something. Thinking of this, Jingshu stopped worrying. However, Zhang Yuyao didn't think of this. She was still worried and whispering ideas. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "We've been in Jiangnan for a few days, but we haven't had a good tour of this so-called heaven on earth. Today let's go out and take a look." Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao were slightly stunned. "Young master, what do you mean by heaven on earth?" Zhang Feng heard this and couldn't help but be speechless. In the Tang dynasty in this era there seemed to be no such thing. After the Song dynasty, Jiangnan was really praised by the literary masters. It was said that there was heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below. Jiangnan was still the same as other places in the Tang dynasty, but it was slightly more prosperous than the north. However, this was only a part of it. For example, at this moment, Xuanzhou, Meizhou and other places were almost a beach. If at this moment they knew that Jiangnan would be the economic lifeline of the whole Wuxia hundreds or thousands of years later, how would they feel? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel lonely again. He remembered again that gradually blurred memory. In this era he was still just a stranger, still just a passerby. However, he could never go back. At this moment, with this unreliable system, Zhang Feng instantly felt uncomfortable all over. When Zhang Feng came back to his senses, he found that Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao were both staring at him. Even Hao Chujun was listening with pointed ears. Zhang Feng coughed. "I just thought of something and forgot. Making a so-called heaven on earth is the purpose of our trip to Jiangnan this time. It is to make this place into a heaven on earth. Let all the people have something to rely on in old age, let all the people be rich and healthy and don't close their doors at night. In the future, it will be the main golden lane for the iron ships I build to go to sea. When the time comes, think about it. Isn't it a heaven on earth?" After being fooled like this, everyone's eyes were filled with lingering pleasure. What kind of flower scroll was that? Zhang Feng laughed and hurriedly said, "Let's go. Let's go outside and buy a manor on the way to Yuezhou. It's more comfortable to live in our own place." Chapter 2139. While talking, Zhang Feng took the lead and walked out. Hearing that they were going to buy a farm, everyone couldn't help but feel overjoyed. They had been running around for days on the road, plus the things they encountered as soon as they arrived in Jiangnan, so such a big thing was delayed. Even the small shop yesterday was temporarily rented. If they wanted to establish a foothold in Jiangnan, they had to buy their own property. Yuezhou Prefecture was not too far from the inn where they lived. After walking 3 streets they could see it. The Jiangnan area was mostly humid. In addition, during the Tang dynasty, the whole south was like spring all year round. Even in winter, the temperature here was about 27 or 28 degrees. This was also the key to the prosperity of Jiangnan. Almost all of the houses here were 2-story structures made of earth and wood. The smooth, grayish-black tiles were refined into pieces. Coupled with the scattered shouts of the peddlers on the streets, everyone was instantly immersed in this environment. The delicacies on both sides were almost all Jiangnan characteristics, such as drunk shrimp, malt candy and some unknown delicacies. But these couldn't attract the appetite of Zhang Feng and others. Although almost all of them were hungry at the moment, they were used to the food made by Zhang Feng, so they really didn't care about these things. They would only take a second look at 1 or 2 barbecue stalls every time they came across 1 or 2 barbecue stalls. But there were almost no customers in front of these stalls. The food on the barbecue stalls was also pitifully little. Except for some readily available things like chickadees and some game, there was nothing else. These things would make people crazy for later generations. But no one patronized them here. Zhang Feng seriously doubted whether these people were crazy. But there was no other way. Except for the poor, no one really cared about these things. In their eyes, only mutton and the new pork that just came from Chang and could catch their attention. This made Zhang Feng think of Chang and Hotel. If we can get the things from Chang and Hotel and liquor to Jiangnan, do you think the business here will be more popular than in Chang'an? Hearing this, Jia Doran's eyes instantly lit up. Director, you are really far-sighted. When I first came to Jiangnan, I had such an idea. However, because of other matters, I didn't report it to you. However, if you really do this, it will be more profitable than paper blank. Zhang Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. Because at this moment, a plan quietly appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. Not only did he want to bring everything from Chang'an to Jiangnan, but most importantly the academy. The academy, as well as all the rich properties of the academy, would move into Jiangnan. In this way, not only would he be able to use his reputation to earn a certain amount of reputation points in a short period of time. After all, there was a good saying, those who win the hearts of the people can achieve great things. At this moment, Gao Can's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Principal, we've arrived at the provincial governor's office. Hearing that, the crowd saw the Yu state residents appear in front of them. However, at that moment, there was a group of people who seemed to be seeking justice at the entrance of the Yu state residence. They were chased out. Coincidentally, at this moment, under Gao Can's horse, a man who reeked of alcohol crashed into his horse's hooves and fainted in the next moment. This scene instantly stupefied everyone. It also made Zhang Feng immediately think of two words. Scam. Young master, what's wrong with you? A sudden exclamation made Zhang Feng think to himself, as expected. The next moment, a group of people rushed forward in a panic and surrounded the person who had fainted. Even Gao Can was surrounded. At this moment, the Yamen runners looked at Zhang Feng and the others with a playful expression. Even some people who were hiding at the side to watch the show gathered their courage and came out. Bastard, come and tie this bastard up for Lao Tzu. How dare he attack young master at the entrance of the Yamen? Bring him back and let old master deal with him. Damn it, whose master is this? Come out and say something. How dare you bump into someone from the Xie family? Do you not want to live in Jiangnan anymore? Bastard. Go and call the provincial governor out immediately. The Xie family? Zhang Feng originally wanted to pay some money to settle this matter. It was not a big deal at first. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this guy was drunk and fell onto the horse's hooves after being pushed by the Yamen runners and fainted. How did it end up like this? However, after hearing the word Xie family, Zhang Feng was not in a hurry. Could this be Madame Xie's family? At this moment, a man in a green official's robe, surrounded by a group of Yamen runners, appeared at the entrance of the provincial governor's mansion. When the Xie family saw this scene, they hurriedly cried and made a scene. The provincial governor seemed to have dealt with these people before. An old man with a mustache coldly reprimanded them. After all, Zhang Feng and the others were dressed like they were from the capital. Moreover, who else from the capital had appeared in the Yuezhou prefecture recently other than Zhang Feng from the capital? Even the provincial governor did not dare to offend them. The Xie family was nothing. In the midst of the advisor's reprimand, the middle-aged man in the green official's robe sized up the group and asked, "May I ask which one of you is Prince Zhang?" Chapter 2140. Gao Can's face was full of vigilance as he looked at the troublemakers. He pointed at Zhang Feng behind him, and when he saw that the matter was more or less settled, he returned to Zhang Feng's side. Together with Jia Daoren, they stood guard on both sides of the carriage. At this moment, Zhang Feng lifted the curtain of the carriage and got off. He cupped his hands at the provincial governor. "I'm Zhang Feng. You are..." Seeing the main character appear, the provincial governor immediately made an inviting gesture and said calmly, "I don't know if it's Prince Zhang. There are some ruffians making trouble here. Let's go in and talk." Zhang Feng looked at the group of people and nodded. At this moment, after hearing the conversation between Zhang Feng and the provincial governor, some people who were making trouble instantly thought of something. They hurriedly carried the people who had fainted and ran away. After they entered the provincial governor's residence, the provincial governor instantly changed his attitude and said, "Initially, I had wanted to pay a visit to young Master Zhang. However, I had no choice but to run into some troublesome matters recently. Earlier, young Master Zhang even bumped into me. It's my fault for not managing things well. I hope that young Master Zhang won't be angry." Hearing his words, Zhang Feng instantly understood. It seemed that Lao Li and the others had already used their connections. When they first came, Zhang Feng had said that if he wanted to use his own strength, he didn't need to rely on his connections. However, now it seemed that Zhang Feng was a little speechless. However, at this moment he could also understand. It was really difficult to survive in the enemy circle without anyone behind, especially in the enemy circle. It's fine. However, are you talking about those people just now?" Hearing Zhang Feng's question, the provincial governor sighed and said, "Isn't it? It's true that the Xie clan used to be a big clan, but it declined very quickly, especially after it came to the current dynasty. It's almost... But because it has the support of the eunuchs in the palace, the Xie clan is still alive. I heard that in Prince Zhang's college, there's a great scholar called Mr. Zihuai, who's a member of the Xie clan." As he spoke, the provincial governor hurriedly glanced at Zhang Feng. Seeing that Zhang Feng's expression didn't change, he continued, "In addition, there's a rumor that the Xie family has business dealings with Prince Zhang in the capital. In the past few days, the Xie family has been wanting to publish a letter on the server. They want to purchase the white fold seeds as well as dried flowers and grass at a low price. However, the Xie family is the one who hyped up the prices. Now it's really hard for me to deal with this matter. But they said it was Prince Zhang who said it. Helpless, I really can't do it. After all, Prince Zhang also knows that the power in Jiangnan is really strong, so..." Zhang Feng suddenly understood. He couldn't help but sigh. A doe who couldn't be helped was more or less like this, wasn't it? Originally, it was just a spur of the moment, but he didn't expect that the Xie family would make a big fuss because of this. Wasn't this nonsense? No wonder the Gao family didn't let him go as soon as they saw him. No wonder the clans in Jiangnan were secretly observing and vigilant after seeing him again. It turned out that the matter originated from this. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly and said, "Mr. Zihuai and I are like teachers and friends. However, provincial governor, you don't have to think too much. Do what you should do. After all, the imperial court's laws allow no mistakes. As for the matter of the Xie family, I won't say much. I'm just in a cooperative relationship with them. I don't care about other things." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the nervous provincial governor finally relaxed and had a look of gratitude on his face. On the one hand, the imperial court had issued at least 3 orders, and they were the emperor's oral edicts. The purpose was to open the door for Zhang Feng. They all knew this. Although they didn't go to the capital often, they would send a month's worth of files to Chang, and almost every month. They would pay attention to all the big and small things in Chang'an. After all, every move in Chang and was the key to whether they would be promoted or not. The more they knew, the better it would be for them. Therefore they kept Zhang Feng's every move in mind. Originally, it was reasonable to say that when a big shot like Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, the provincial governors of all the provinces would arrange soldiers to personally welcome him. However, the imperial edict said that Zhang Feng liked to keep a low profile, so they only observed in secret. They didn't dare to casually intervene in Zhang Feng's affairs. Especially after seeing what happened in Yuezhou in the past 2 days, although the provincial governor was very anxious, he could only be anxious. In addition, at the moment he encountered the unreasonable pestering of the Xie family, which gave many people a headache. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Feng didn't want to pay attention to them, this was the most beautiful imperial edict for them. The provincial governor hurriedly got up and saluted Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng's official position at the moment was empty, he had several titles. Moreover, he had a relationship with the emperor. This was a good line. If he wanted to make a move, wouldn't Zhang Feng be able to do it with just a few words? At this moment, Zhang Feng was too lazy to be entangled in such trivial matters. He asked, "By the way, this time I want to buy some land and real estate. I just came here and didn't prepare anything good. Old Jia, take out the gift I prepared for the provincial governor." Hearing this, Jia Daoren was stunned. Jingshu reacted quickly. She patted a package that Jia Daoren put on the side and said, "This is a white paper. Count it as a small gift for the provincial governor." Chapter 2141. White paper. And it was at least £12. Today, when he heard that Zhang Feng was giving it away in the market, he wanted to send someone to get some back. Up until now, this was something that only the documents sent from the capital to Jiangnan had. It had unexpectedly appeared in Jiangnan. What was this? This was a good item worth tens of thousands of coins. Zhang Feng gave this thing by the weight? At this moment, his whole body was trembling with excitement. "Thank you. Thank you, Prince Zhang, President Zhang. By the way, I am Yun Zongguang. I hope President Zhang can give me some advice. By the way, President Zhang, you said you wanted a house." Yun Zongguang was so excited that his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. As he spoke, he hurriedly urged the private advisor and the prefectural official to carry a large pile of documents and place them in front of Zhang Feng. "Principal Zhang, these are the best residences in Yuezhou Prefecture, and some of the best houses in the market. This is especially true for Wenyan Square. It's a prime location for Hangzhou Prefecture to travel to and from Yuezhou Prefecture. And this?" Yun Zongguang was like a salesman, introducing the best houses in the Yuezhou Prefecture over and over again. Zhang Feng was stunned. He was stunned. This should be the best salesman in the Tang dynasty, right? He hurriedly interrupted Yun Zongguang and said, "Provincial Governor Yun, the place to live, it doesn't need to be too good, but it needs to be big." Yun Zongguang glanced at the 2 women beside Zhang Feng and instantly showed a look of understanding. He said, In that case, I really do have a house here. While speaking, Yun Zongguang took out a house from a pile of land deeds and said, "This house is the best house in Yuezhou. It used to belong to the Xie family." In the end, the Xie family fell and sold it to a foreign businessman who committed a crime. His property was confiscated, so Zhang Feng couldn't help but be interested. Back then, the Xie family was extremely glorious in history. The things that he left behind were all good things. But somehow the Xie family had fallen to such a state. However, this also piqued Zhang Feng's interest. If that's the case, why don't we go take a look? Seeing that Zhang Feng was satisfied, Yun Zongguang was also very happy. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Then why don't we go and take a look together, Prince Zhang?" On the way, this official would also like to invite Prince Zhang to a meal as a welcome. "There's no need for that. I just want to have a good rest." Yun Zongguang's face stiffened when he heard Zhang Feng's rejection. However, he instantly understood what Zhang Feng meant. After all, Zhang Feng was the founder of the catering industry in the Tang dynasty. How could he be interested in these things? Yun Zongguang hurriedly prepared his official sedan chair for Zhang Feng and the others, then followed Zhang Feng's sedan chair and introduced the things on both sides of the street to Zhang Feng. Originally, Zhang Feng wanted to keep a low profile. But because of this, almost everyone knew about the relationship between Zhang Feng and Yun Zongguang. This time, Zhang Feng's identity aroused people's suspicion again. Jiangnan was a slow-paced circle. At this moment, people looked at Zhang Feng's sedan chair and saw the provincial governor following behind. This matter couldn't help but spread in Yuezhou City. Who's sitting in the provincial governor's sedan chair? How could the provincial governor follow him in person? You don't know this, do you? Look at the guard behind the team. That's the guard of the person who delivered paper in the market just now. What? Delivered paper? White paper. Hiss. Isn't he just a rich businessman? Does the provincial governor need to do this? Alas, you don't know this, do you? Our provincial governor is afraid of being poor. This rich man must have said something to the provincial governor. That's why the provincial governor is like this. For a moment, everyone curiously followed the sedan chair, wanting to see what this mysterious Prince Zhang was going to do. As for those from the Xie family who were prepared to demand an explanation from Zhang Feng, they also followed behind. But the more they looked and heard, the more scared they became. They didn't know who this man was. Could he be the person that the woman who was driven out of the Xie family talked about? Thinking of this, the spies of the Xie family who followed Zhang Feng and the others hurriedly brought this matter back to the Xie family. Xie family. Everyone was gathered in the living room, discussing the next batch of white paper and dried flowers. They mentioned the young man who had just been carried back by the servants. That young man was none other than the rare talent of the Xie family who was known as the most likely person to pass the imperial examination in the spring. So since he was young, he was like a savior and was spoiled by the whole Xie family. However, this spoiling also caused a problem. He was spoiled in everything and everything had to be centered around him. This time he was supposed to attend the poetry gathering tomorrow night. Today he was drinking in a tavern with his friends. He was so angry that he came to the provincial governor's mansion and wanted to borrow Zhang Feng's name and Mr. Zihuai's name. Get the approval. But he thought too much. How could the provincial governor fall for his trick? He was directly driven out. But unfortunately he bumped into Zhang Feng. Then, the servants didn't dare to say that they were the ones who were looking for trouble and were driven out. They could only say that they were bumped by a carriage on the way to the provincial governor's mansion. This time, how could they not be angry that they bumped into the genius of the Xie family? But after learning that the group of people seemed to be of unusual status and seemed to be from the capital, the Xie family sent people to keep an eye on the provincial governor's mansion. Once the group of people left the provincial governor's mansion, they would talk about it. At this moment, the people sent hurriedly reported what they saw. After that, the Xie family was in an uproar. Oh my God! This person is actually the young master who delivered paper on the street yesterday? I went to snatch more than a dozen pieces of paper yesterday. I was wondering if this young man from the capital could be the Prince Zhang that woman mentioned before. Could it be that they are really the same person? That crazy woman came to write that Prince Zhang came to Jiangnan. It shouldn't be. At this moment, the people of the Xie family couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Who else could make the provincial governor personally follow him except for the Prince Zhang who opened the academy? Chapter 2142. The Xie family paid the most attention to every move in the imperial court. Once something happened in the imperial court, they were likely to rise. A snake startled by the bow of a bow, this was probably the case. At this moment, a white-haired old woman walked out from the back hall. Everyone immediately stopped talking. The old woman coughed for a long time before she waved her hand and said, "I understand what you just said. Let's not talk about these things for now. No matter who he is, if he bumps into someone he has to pay. This is an unchanging principle. Even if we report this to the emperor, our Xia family is still in the right." "So, old ancestor, you mean?" The Xia family head's eyes flashed as he asked. This old woman was extremely famous throughout Jiangnan. Back then, when the Xia family was in dire straits, it was all because of her own strength that they were able to stand firm. In the end, she even completely drove the enemy out of Jiangnan. At this moment, she was not only the oldest member of the Xia family, but also the most prestigious person. The old woman nodded. Her hazy eyes stared at the door. "Since this has happened, then our Xia family must demand an explanation. Xia, quickly bring people to find that brat. Tell him that I invited him to our Xia family as a guest." Xia was the current head of the Xia family. Hearing this, he nodded and hurriedly brought 2 servants who knew how to fight and hurried out of the door. When they found Zhang Feng and the others, they were dumbfounded. The courtyard walls were covered in moss and creepers. They could faintly see the carvings left on the walls when they were children. Although there were some cracks in the 2 large stone lions and they stood crookedly at the door, this was the main residence of the Xia family when it was at its peak. However, the plaque on the door had long been replaced and was now crooked. Weeds had already poked out of the courtyard of the main residence. However, the newly torn seal on the door was particularly glaring. At this moment, pairs of bailiffs were busily going in and out to clean the courtyard. A group of guards dressed in the style of the capital were also busy in the courtyard. Seeing Xia's arrival, 2 or 3 guards came forward to stop them. "What business do you have here?" Xia looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar courtyard with mixed feelings. He cupped his hands and said, "I am the head of the Xia family. I have come to visit your master." The guard looked at Patriarch Xia with a strange expression, then hurriedly entered the inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard, in a room that had just been tidied up and could be considered habitable, Zhang Feng and the 2 girls were tidying up their belongings. Zhang Feng frowned slightly after the guard told him what had happened. However, he soon found out the purpose of this person's visit. After instructing the servants to tidy up the living room, they went to the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, Zhang Feng saw a middle-aged man in his 50s with a slightly hunched back looking around the living room. Seeing Zhang Feng's arrival, the man hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Prince Zhang, this humble one is Xia Ada of the Xia clan. I am the Xia clan's patriarch." "So it's Patriarch Xia. Please take a seat." Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and hurriedly greeted, "I don't know what brought Patriarch Xia here. This is the residence that I just bought. As you can see, this place is being cleaned up. If there is anything that is lacking in hospitality, I hope Patriarch Xia can forgive me." It was fine if Zhang Feng didn't say anything. Now that he said that, Xia felt that Zhang Feng was humiliating him. If he could get the provincial governor to accompany him here, it was impossible that Yunche didn't tell him about the past. This place belonged to the Xia clan. But what did this brat mean by that? Xia's eyes flashed, then he laughed and said, "Prince Zhang is too polite. I came here today for another matter. Today, I heard from my family that one of my juniors was insensible and was taught a lesson by Prince Zhang. Is this true?" So he was looking for trouble. Zhang Feng instantly understood. If he didn't mention this matter, Zhang Feng really wouldn't have remembered and would even think highly of the Xia clan. But now, if it wasn't for the old scholar's face, he might have directly thrown him out. But he had to give the old scholar face. Zhang Feng saw this and nodded. "There is such a matter. But I think Patriarch Xia is also a reasonable person. I think Patriarch Xia should know the truth of this matter?" Xia was stunned and asked, "Is there any other reason for this matter?" Zhang Feng didn't say anything. Instead he smiled. "I've long wanted to visit the Xia clan. In Chang, and Master Zi Huai was like a teacher, a friend and a relative to me. At first, I didn't know he was a member of the Xia clan. But now that I know and have come to Jiangnan, I should visit the Xia clan. But Patriarch Xia also saw it. Unfortunately, there are too many things to do. After I settle down, I'll just go to the residence for a chat." Hearing Zhang Feng say this, Xia couldn't help but feel flustered. It was as if before he could throw a punch, he was pushed back into someone's arms. And he was the one who pushed it back. Then the old man will wait at home for Prince Zhang's arrival. Xia stood up, clasped his hands and said goodbye. After Patriarch Xia left, Zhang Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He finally understood why the Xia clan had declined. With such a decadent person who didn't want to make progress, who was always immersed in the glory of the past, What could he possibly achieve? This kind of person. But he really couldn't not give face to the old scholar. Although the old scholar had always tried to hide his identity and Zhang Feng didn't know what he was afraid of, Zhang Feng knew. Bloodline. As well as their own flesh and blood. When he came to Jiangnan this time, the old scholar didn't say anything. He didn't even mention the Xie clan. He even mentioned the Wang clan, but he refused to mention the Xie clan. It was clear that the Xie clan had caused great harm to the old scholar. Zhang Feng didn't dare to think about it, nor could he think about it. If the Xie clan really did something outrageous, Zhang Feng wouldn't mind giving them a hand. As long as he wasn't the kind of person who couldn't be helped. However, as long as he dared to do anything beyond what was given an inch and wanted a mile, Zhang Feng had a headache about the Xie clan at the moment. At that moment, Jia Doran's voice came from the door. "Director, the dishes are ready?" Zhang Feng heard this and came back to his senses. Chapter 2143. The scenery of the Yuezhou prefecture was extremely beautiful. There was no doubt about that. Otherwise, even if there were great writers and poets from various dynasties, it would be impossible for Jiangnan to be praised. That was simply an impossible existence. And most importantly, Jiangnan's water conservancy was extremely developed. Almost the entire Yuezhou prefecture could be explored by boat. 2 days. Zhang Feng brought his children and toured the entire Yuezhou prefecture. They even tasted the famous places and snacks of the Liang state prefecture in his memory. However, due to the conditions of this era, no matter how good the ingredients were, in their hands, it was just a big pot of stew. This also accelerated Zhang Feng's idea of opening Chang, an hotel in Jiangnan. Otherwise, if he wanted to go out, he would have to eat and drink by himself. It was really boring. And also today. On the busiest street of the Liang State Prefecture, a restaurant called Chang and Hotel opened for business. The ones in charge of the business were Hao Chujun and the others, as well as the 2 chefs Zhang Feng brought from home. In such a short time, Zhang Feng couldn't make the store luxurious. He just bought a restaurant that was in the process of being sold out, changed the furniture slightly and opened for business. The reason why he was in such a hurry was because of tonight's poetry gathering. Once Zhang Feng stood out in the poetry gathering, the value of this hotel would instantly rise. The reason why Zhang Feng chose this place was because he wanted to buy the few stores next to it, and then start some other businesses such as opening a bookstore or something. A one-stop service was more comfortable than anything else. Therefore, Zhang Feng had been planning from the beginning. Once he set his foot here, everything would quickly unfold in the future, especially the perfume he brought from Chang'an. Currently, he had been tinkering with it along the way, and after 2 days of purification he finally succeeded in blending it. However, in this era, there was no suitable preservation bottle, so Zhang Feng didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, Zhang Feng had been having a headache over this problem. Today's trip, on one hand, Zhang Feng wanted to take the 2 girls out to relax, and on the other hand he wanted to think of a way to solve the problem of the perfume storage. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of anything. After all, in the entire Tang dynasty, the only person who could do this was him, a transmigrator. As for what other people said, Zhang Feng really didn't know. "Prince Zhang, it's almost time for the poetry recital. Shall we go now?" At this moment, Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng and asked. When Zhang Feng heard this, he looked at the sky and nodded. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go home first. I'll get you some good stuff." As he spoke, Zhang Feng had the woodcutter turn the boat around and row in the direction of his home. 2 hours later, Zhang Feng wore an exquisite fur coat and appeared with the 2 women in a place that looked very luxurious, but also revealed a scholarly atmosphere. This place was called Shizhai and Zhang Feng was soundproof. This name, that's great. It was very suitable for these people. But after Zhang Feng appeared, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. No one knew who Zhang Feng was. A doorman couldn't help but ask, "Young master, do you have an invitation?" Zhang Feng looked at Jingshu in confusion. Jingshu whispered in his ear, "This is the rule of every poetry recital. They are to prevent people from making trouble, and, in every poetry recital, there will be high-ranking officials and noble ladies choosing husbands here. There are even some clans that will choose some outstanding juniors here to be their hangers-on." Zhang Feng suddenly understood. No wonder it was like this. Zhang Feng glanced behind the curtain and said with a faint smile, "I don't have an invitation, but I heard that any scholar can go in. Is that true?" The doorman was confused. After hemming and hawing for a long time, he finally invited a person who looked like a shopkeeper. The shopkeeper seemed to have good eyesight. After seeing Zhang Feng and the other 2 as well as Gao Ken and Jia Daoren behind him, his eyes instantly changed. He hurriedly led them out respectfully. So it's Prince Jiang who has come to visit. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Sorry for not going out to meet you. At this moment the doorman couldn't help but be shocked. Prince Jiang? Could it be? At this moment, after looking carefully at Zhang Feng, his face turned pale in an instant. Wasn't this the master who distributed the white paper in Yu province? The shopkeeper led Zhang Feng into the Shizhai. What entered his eyes were the famous works of the great literary masters. Once he entered the door, the walls on both sides of the passage were full of words, with the names of the great literary masters. Zhang Feng even saw the name of Mr. Bosher among them. He couldn't help but have a new understanding of this poetry club. It turned out that Yu Shinan had also participated in this Shizhai? It was really strange. Once he entered the door. After passing through 2 doorways in an instant, a burst of noisy poetry recitation as well as cheers came to Zhang Feng's ears. Following that, there was a burst of music. At this moment, the shopkeeper smiled and said, Prince Jiang, the one who is showing his poetry talent on the stage is Lu Jianqing, one of the top 10 most famous scholars in Yu province. This person could recite 100 family names at the age of 3, and was proficient in poems and songs at the age of 10. He even read Confucian Scholar, and Spring and Autumn maturely. He is the one who is most likely to become a jinshi in next year's spring imperial examination. Moreover, this person is likely to become the son-in-law of the Wu family. Chapter 2144. In the shopkeeper's endless introduction, Zhang Feng and the other 2 finally entered the hall. The so-called poetry house was actually located in a spacious courtyard. In the courtyard, all kinds of evergreen and flowering plants were planted, and then a circle of houses was built around it. The houses were from small to large, and finally, at the top, a dome was made and some exquisite pictures were painted on the dome. With such a combination, Yanran became the existence of a paradise. After the 3 of them came in, the shopkeeper guided them to their seats and then quietly withdrew. Then, a maid came forward to guide Jingshu and the other 2 to the area where the women were. But at this moment, the arrival of Zhang Feng and the other 2 could be said to have attracted everyone's attention. On the one hand, the mysterious fragrance of Zhang Feng and the other 2, coupled with the beauty of Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao, made everyone look at Zhang Feng with hostility. Isn't this Prince Zhang? I thought Prince Zhang wouldn't come to this kind of fun gathering of the younger generation. At this time, a familiar voice appeared at the poetry gathering. Zhang Feng turned around and saw the 2 women of the Zhao family, and 3 women wearing the same face scarf leisurely came. Under Zhao Yuer's reminder, everyone roughly guessed Zhang Feng's identity, and the hostility in their eyes became complicated. Today, Zhao Yuer was wearing a pink gauze dress, paired with a white fur coat, which made her look hazy and uniquely beautiful. But this must be put aside her crafty and willful personality. This woman's fierce reputation in Jiangnan, especially in Yuezhou, was enough to shake the world. Once, a man's words were frivolous, this woman directly attacked, and almost destroyed that man's family jewels. Since then, the Zhao family's twin beauties became the real Zhao family's twin beauties. At this moment, Zhao Yuer and the others also saw Jingshu and the other 2. Zhao Yuer narrowed her eyes and sized up Zhang Feng. Without waiting for him to speak, she snorted and greeted the 2 women. Zhao Ru'er hurriedly went forward and said, Prince Zhang, I'm in a bad mood today. I hope Prince Zhang won't blame me. Let me introduce to Prince Zhang. This is the Wu family's young lady Wu Man. This is, at this moment. Suddenly someone at the door exclaimed, Oh my god, Yu Yuer is here. Yu Yuer is here too. Instantly, Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao couldn't help but look at the door. He saw, in a cold wind, Yu Yuer, who was dressed in a red robe, slowly walked into the poetry house. This made all the men go crazy. Originally, Zhao Yuer was already devastatingly beautiful. She had a natural charm, especially those eyes of hers. No matter who looked at them, they would be deeply enraptured. It's Yu Yuer. Miss Yuer, I'm Sun Yu from Yangzhou. May I have the honor of having a drink with you? Miss Yuer. For a moment, the whole poetry house went crazy. Originally, they were all about the same in terms of beauty, each with their own merits. There was almost no difference between the top 10. However, at this moment, Yuer's red robe instantly overshadowed everyone. Glanced at Zhang Feng with some jealousy, then looked at Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao. She couldn't help but stomp her feet angrily and leave. Wu Man and the other 2 looked at Yuer, then at Zhao Yuer and then at Zhang Feng. They nodded and quietly left. Only a few ignorant officials clustered around Yuer. Zhang Feng wasn't stupid. How could he not know how much Yuer missed him? Wasn't he the same? However, it wasn't that he didn't want to go find her, but that this really wasn't the right time to do so. At this moment he had to stand firm. Otherwise, when the overwhelming news came, the Yu family would also be dragged into the abyss of suffering. However, now, Yuer's arrival was tantamount to telling everyone in the world that she was Zhang Feng's woman. What else did he have to worry about? After thinking it through, Zhang Feng opened his arms and stood in place. This action didn't matter in the future. However, in this era, it was enough to make anyone feel incredulous. This kind of action could only be done between husband and wife or between close friends. However, if this was seen by the opposite sex, it would really cause a big problem. However, Zhang Feng didn't care. As for Yu, was she afraid? Not at all. She had waited for this day for a very long time. After hearing about the trouble Zhang Feng encountered in Yu province, she understood everything. The purpose of Zhang Feng's visit this time. However, she wasn't a weak woman. She didn't want to stay in Zhang Feng's arms. She wanted to tell everyone in the world that she was Zhang Feng's woman. The grievances, humiliation, and sullenness that she had suffered during this period of time instantly turned into thick tears that fell onto her cheeks. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each step was faster than the one before. In the end, Wuxia directly plunged into Zhang Feng's arms. Feng, you're finally here. Yes, I'm here. Zhang Feng and Wuxia's bold embrace instantly imprisoned the entire study room. Everyone stared at Zhang Feng and Wuxia with wide eyes. Even the people in the private rooms on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were staring at the two in shock. To them this was like a bolt from the blue. This hug made all the people who were lusting after Wuxia's beauty go crazy. It was as if they were struck by lightning. Chapter 2145. Everyone had heard that Wuxia had lost her virginity after a trip to the capital. They also heard that she had an ambiguous relationship with Zhang Feng from White Deer College. In everyone's impression, someone who was qualified to become a great Confucian scholar and open an academy under the imperial edict must have learned a lot to be valued by the emperor. No matter what, this person had to be at least 30 years old. Moreover, he had been studying in his mother's womb to achieve such achievements. However, when Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, it was not that no one doubted his identity, but they were all blinded by his age. Everyone unanimously felt that this Zhang Feng was not that Zhang Feng. However, this hug instantly made everyone understand. It turned out that this Zhang Feng was that Zhang Feng. Everyone was in an uproar. This was because the truth about Zhang Feng's identity was revealed in an instant. You're here. After the two hugged for a while, Jingshu's voice interrupted them. Wuxia looked at the two women and blushed, which was rare. She pushed Zhang Feng away and ran away with the two women. Zhang Feng was stunned by the sight. However, he did not forget to secretly put a transparent glass word into her hand. Watching the three women whispering and walking to the 2nd floor where the women were, Zhang Feng withdrew his thoughts and sat in his seat. It was not until then that Zhang Feng noticed that pairs of eyes that could cut him into pieces were staring at him. He did not know what they were thinking. However, Zhang Feng felt uncomfortable all over. He finally understood what the ancients meant when they said that there was a thorn in one's back. However, on second thought, those were Lao Tzu's women. What's wrong with Lao Tzu hugging them? What's wrong? With that thought, Zhang Feng calmly drank his wine and looked at the crowd. This caused everyone to be instantly enraged. Prince Jiang, you're that Prince Jiang from the capital? I wonder if Prince Jiang knows someone with the same name as Prince Jiang. He's the dean of White Deer College. At this moment, the young man who recited the poem on the stage slowly sat opposite Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at that person and realized that there was a group of people staring at him from behind. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment and understood. This person had obviously found a master, which meant that he had become a follower of a great clan. He wanted to test the waters for his master. Zhang Feng calmly cupped his fists and said, "May I ask, which clan's young master?" This question instantly made that person's face turn red. However, that person seemed to be asked this question often. He coughed and said, "This humble one's surname is Lu, and his courtesy name is Shuheng." Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and said, "So it's Brother Lu. May I know why Brother Lu is looking for me?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to remind young Master Zhang that using someone else's name without permission is the most shameful thing. Moreover, young Lady Yu is so noble that she's not someone you can taint. Do you understand?" Zhang Feng wanted to laugh. However, he held back his laughter and nodded. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Lu. However, Yu is Zhang Feng's woman. Why can't I touch her? Moreover, Lao Tzu has never changed his name. Who the hell do you think you are?" How dare you meddle in Lao Tzu's business? Boom. In an instant, Zhang Feng's voice made everyone go into an uproar. Obviously when they came to Jiangnan, Zhang Feng had a good temper. They really thought that Zhang Feng was a soft persimmon that was easy to bully. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng showed a fierce aura that made many people tremble in fear. Domineering. This was what it meant to be arrogant, domineering, and overbearing. The most frightening thing was that it made everyone speechless for a short time. At this moment, there were even exclamations from the women on the second floor. They seemed to have been dormant by Zhang Feng's tone and tough attitude. Even Zhao Yu couldn't help but look at him with her beautiful eyes. This guy is not bad. He's a man. However, he can't be a man. It's easy to die young. Some big shots also commented on Zhang Feng at this moment. Wuxia was holding Jingshu's and Zhang Yuyao's hands at this moment. She couldn't stop trembling. She looked at Zhang Feng with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt that her impulse at that time was really worth it. When she went to Chang, and her original intention was to indulge. She had seen through all the men in the world. However, after dating Zhang Feng, she slowly developed an indescribable feeling for this mysterious man. In the end, when she learned that she had to go home, she couldn't hold back. As a woman from an aristocratic family, she was almost always a sacrifice for her family's marriage alliance. If she left something behind before she left, at least she wouldn't have any regrets for the rest of her life. However, she never expected that Zhang Feng would also have feelings for her. It was just that he hid it very deeply and seemed to have some misgivings. However, when she found out that he came to Jiangnan and sent people to secretly protect her, she knew that this man really cared about her. However, when she found out that Zhang Feng was coming a few days ago, she didn't care about anything else. He was coming. Her husband was coming. Just now, in Zhang Feng's arms, all the grievances she had suffered these days dissipated. At this moment, Zhang Feng said these words in front of all the officials in Jiangnan. He was undoubtedly telling everyone that she was Zhang Feng's woman in this life. This was enough. Chapter 2146. However, for the entire poetry house, this was simply an unimaginable existence. Everyone looked at the two people who were hugging each other in broad daylight in disbelief. What kind of scandal was this? In an instant, those who had long coveted Wuxia were furious. What kind of scandal is this? What kind of scandal is this? This is the study room. This is a dignified place for reading poems and essays. How can it tolerate such an act that stains the eyes and insults the saints? Yes, this kind of thing shouldn't happen here. Men chase him out for me. He's a disgrace to the refined and insult to the immortals. Jealous voices sounded in every corner of the study room. But if one listened carefully, one wouldn't know who was scolding him. But it didn't matter to Zhang Feng. In the future, such things were common. It was simply too normal to be jealous of a public display of affection. But for Yu, after waking up at this moment, she instantly felt her cheeks blushing. She had thought about this kind of thing a lot, but when she woke up at this moment, she was instantly at a loss like a frightened rabbit. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help stroking Yu's cheek and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid, but it's too embarrassing. I'm going to find Sister Jingshu first." She ran away as soon as she saw Wuxia. At this moment, Zhang Feng's face was a little flushed. Listening to the discussions and the exclamations of admiration from the women, Zhang Feng coughed and continued to drink tea with his hands behind his back as if nothing had happened. But this infuriated the person who had just spoken. At this moment, a young master came forward and sat next to him, scolding angrily, "Zhang Feng, you still have the nerve to sit here? Don't you think it's inappropriate?" Zhang Feng glanced at the man in confusion and asked, "I'm reuniting with my wife after a long separation. Did I disturb you?" That person's face turned green as if he had eaten a green fly. He chuckled for a long time before he said, You're really shameless. This is a place for scholars. Moreover, you're not engaged. You're shameless." Just as that person was about to give up, another young man wearing a black robe slowly stepped forward. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Prince Zhang, this one has 3 questions. I wonder if Prince Zhang can resolve them for me?" Zhang Feng squinted his eyes slightly. This person did have some background. He should be from the Wu family. Zhang Feng cupped his fists in response. When that person saw this, he said bluntly, "Prince Zhang, we heard that when Prince Zhang was in the capital, he was drunk on Shao Mountain one night and wrote 100 poems. However, there is one poem that puzzles us the most. We hope that Prince Zhang can explain it to us." Don't you see that the water of the Yellow River comes from the sky and rushes to the sea and never returns? May I ask which river is this Yellow River? I have traveled throughout the Tang dynasty, but I have never seen or heard that the river is called the Yellow River. And this sentence Wu Mountain. May I ask Prince Jiang which mountain is Wu Mountain? After a series of questions, Zhang Feng finally understood. He was careless. Back then, when he was reading these poems aloud, he really didn't think of these problems. He thought that no one would hold on to these things. Back then in Shao Mountain, these things were later treated as treasures by Old Li and the others. How could he know that it would spread out so quickly? At this moment, seeing that Zhang Feng didn't answer, that person couldn't help but become more arrogant. He scolded, I have heard that Zhang Feng is the youngest great scholar of the Tang dynasty and the dean of White Deer College. We are all guessing who Zhang Feng is and what kind of immortal he is. But I really didn't expect that it would be someone like you. If you don't even know the place in the poem you wrote, then may I ask, who are you? Today, in front of all the talents in Jiangnan, if you can't give us a reason, then we will send you to the Yamen and let you, a person who deceives the world and gains fame, have no chance to rise again. Was he trying to force him? No wonder he was from the Wu family. This kind of thing, only people from these big families could think of it. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think highly of this person. This was originally his specialty, but after coming to Jiangnan, he found that these people learned really fast. From public opinion to public opinion now, this kind of thing, amazing. However, Zhang Feng was really not afraid of anyone. Not to mention these people. Having lived 2 lives, in addition to the understanding and knowledge he had in the future, not to mention him alone, even if all the people here added together, Zhang Feng would not be afraid. Young master, after talking for so long, you just want to say that my poem was copied? Or you want to say that I am an imposter? Hearing this, that person revealed a gentle smile on his face and said politely, Prince Jiang, I don't have such a sinister intention. I am just expressing a question in everyone's heart. As we all know, we are scholars. We read the books of the sages. We never do things that are unscrupulous, and we never do things that the merchants in the marketplace do. But since young Master Zhang came to Jiangnan, we've heard a lot about young Master Zhang. From flirting with the young lady of the Zhao family to having a conflict with young Master Gao of the Gao family, may I ask, which of these are things that scholars like us would do? Chapter 2147. Hearing this, all the scholars and womenfolk present nodded their heads in agreement. Even Zhang Yuyao and the other 2 girls did not look too good. Zhang Feng could not help but laugh. The saints have taught us that scholars like us study the books of the saints. What we do is to benefit the people. I'm sure you all know what happened in Jiangnan over the past few days. It was all because of Mr. Gao's narrow-mindedness and arrogance. As for Miss Zhao, as Zhang Feng spoke, he could not help but glance at Zhao Yue on the 2nd floor. At this moment, Zhao Yue was glaring fiercely at Zhang Feng, as if to say that if Zhang Feng dared to say anything, she would fight Zhang Feng to the death. Zhang Feng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. If he were to say that he had touched her but that day, then it would definitely be a fight to the death. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain. He asked, Sir, let's not pretend to be polite. Just say it, what do you want? And I don't have time to play with you here. Wu Liuji was trembling all over. He was clearly talking about serious matters with Zhang Feng, but he did not expect that not only did this guy not appreciate it, but he also said that he was waiting for someone to play with him? What was this? This was a slap to their faces. Wu Liuji couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Zhang Feng with bloodshot eyes. Okay. Since Prince Jiang wants to talk about serious matters, then let's talk about serious matters. Prince Jiang, let's talk about the content of the poem. It just so happens that I invited a big shot today. As he spoke, Wu Liuji bowed to the 3rd floor and said, Mr. Yushan, I've heard that you and Zhang Feng had a poetry competition during the Mid-Autumn Festival in Chang'an. You're also a big shot in the literary world. I invited you today because I can't bear to see bad people disgrace the way of the saints. I hope Mr. Yushan won't blame me. Mr. Yushan? Zhang Feng was stunned. He could not react. He had thought about who these people might invite, but he never thought that they would invite Mr. Yushan. When he was in Chang'an, he had met this Master Yushan twice. He had the intention to rope in this great scholar of the Chui clan from Clear River City, yet he'd never been able to find an opportunity. Never had he imagined that this great scholar would actually come knocking on his door today. Zhang Feng had never thought about whether or not his identity would be exposed. As for being exposed, Zhang Feng wasn't afraid of being exposed. Now that he had a foundation in what he was about to do here, even if he was exposed, it also saved him a lot of trouble. He could take these students under his wing. Although these guys didn't have the ability to do anything, their ability to spread rumors was top-notch. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng felt relieved. He smiled and looked at the third floor. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on the third floor. This study room wasn't famous. There were at least 800 such study rooms in Jiangnan. However, this study room was more popular than others. One of the reasons was because of the name of Yu Shinan. The great scholar of the present age, Li Shimon's favorite, had been to the study room. Which student didn't want to pay respect to him? However, at this moment there was a great scholar here? What did this mean to all the students in the study room? This was simply a fatal attraction. Under the expectant gaze of all the students, the door of a room on the third floor was pushed open by two maids in green clothes. The next moment, a white-haired but extremely energetic old man appeared on the railing of the third floor. As soon as he appeared, all the students and officials were in an uproar. However, Mr. Yushan didn't pay attention to everyone. He didn't even look at the young master of the Wu family who invited him. Instead, he glanced at Zhang Feng in confusion. However, when he saw Zhang Feng looking at him with a calm gaze, he couldn't help but be enlightened. What kind of trick was this little guy up to again? He had talked to Zhang Feng twice and had inquired about Zhang Feng before. He had some understanding of Zhang Feng's personality. Especially what happened in the Shao Mountain market at that time, as well as killing the old big family in Guangzhou and Chang, and out of anger for a student, this was unprecedented even in history. However, he did it. Moreover, it made all the students in the world clap their hands in joy. If he wasn't a talent, who would dare to do it so ostentatiously? Moreover, after the event, he personally wore mourning clothes and sent the students home. This spirit and courage made Mr. Yushan admire him. This was a kind of appreciation purely based on knowledge, excluding political background, family and other factors. At this moment, who didn't know that Zhang Feng had come to Jiangnan? However, who would have thought that the great scholar of a generation, the dean of White Deer College, would come to participate in this kind of small matter? This time, Mr. Yushan had come to Yuezhou to visit Zhang Feng and ask if he could ease the relationship between the two sides. At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng pretend not to know him, Mr. Yushan instantly understood what Zhang Feng meant. He didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and said to all the students and officials, "The old man came this time only to witness this Prince Zhang's work. As for your grudges, the old man will not participate." Seeing this, Wu Liuji couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly asked, "Mr. Yushan, rumor has it that in Chang and you and Zhang Feng competed in poetry. Is this true?" Chapter 2148. Yes. Mr. Yushan answered truthfully. Seeing this, Wu Liuji hurriedly asked, "Mr. Yushan, is it this person?" In an instant, the atmosphere in the study room quieted down. The only people who were not worried were Zhang Yuyao and the other girls. Even Wu Man-er, who was on the second floor, looked at Yu-er and the other girls, especially Zhao Yu-er. She didn't see a trace of nervousness in them. What did this mean? This meant that Zhang Feng was really that Zhang Feng? This incredible idea made Wu Man-er feel uncomfortable. She really couldn't figure out why he didn't use this name if he was really a great scholar. Why did he participate in such a poetry competition? At this moment, everyone looked at Mr. Yushan. Just when Mr. Yushan didn't know how to answer, Zhang Feng knocked on the teacup in his hand and said calmly, "Mr. Wu, right? Since it's a poetry competition, why don't we have a fair one? And this kind of thing, isn't it obvious? If Mr. Yushan knows me, why didn't you say hello?" Yes. Prince Zhang is right. Old man also said that today we are only here to witness the poetry competition, nothing else. Mr. Yushan sighed when he heard Zhang Feng's words. He could only follow his meaning. Moreover, he had also studied Zhang Feng's poems and even made annotations for Zhang Feng's poems. But he didn't know where Zhang Feng's poems were. But he couldn't bring himself to ask Zhang Feng the truth. This was also an opportunity. Seeing that Mr. Yushan had said so, Wu Liuji couldn't say anything. He could only say, "Since Mr. Yushan has said so, then please tell me, where is the Yellow River in Wushan in Zhang Feng's poem?" The Yellow River is the big river where the 8 rivers in Chang and converge. It is also the big Yellow River that passes through Luozhou and connects to the Jianghu area. So I call it the Yellow River. May I ask why not? This, in an instant. Everyone who had read Zhang Feng's poems suddenly understood. The Yellow River. In this era it was only called a Big Yellow River. It didn't have a real name. As for the Yangtze River, it was also called the Great River in this era. The Great River and the Great River were the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. However, at this moment after Zhang Feng's explanation, Everyone finally understood most of the places in Zhang Feng's poem. So that's how it was. However, wasn't this a little too ridiculous? She didn't even say anything, but you actually added annotations to her poem? Although most people vaguely felt that Zhang Feng should be that Zhang Feng, there were too many doubts in their hearts. At this moment, they were all asking about the things in Zhang Feng's poem that they were confused about. Instead, Wu Liuji was squeezed so tightly that he didn't have time to interrupt. He could only yell anxiously. However, not many people paid him any attention. Every one of Zhang Feng's poems could be said to be unique. There weren't many opportunities like this. Almost as soon as Zhang Feng's poems spread to Jiangnan, the imperial officials in Jiangnan had to buy a manuscript even if they had to spend all their fortune. Only in this way could they show their identity. However, there were many things that they didn't understand that puzzled everyone. At this moment, almost everyone had already confirmed Zhang Feng's identity. However, the more it was so, the greater the shock in everyone's hearts. Especially Wu Liuji. The greater the shock in his heart, the more doubts he had. Why didn't Zhang Feng come to Jiangnan with the identity of a great scholar at the beginning? Why was his age so young? Why was he so? A series of questions made Wu Liuji dumbfounded at this moment. He stared blankly at Zhang Feng, who answered calmly and didn't know what to do. Suddenly he found a problem. That was, although Zhang Feng answered smoothly, he came from Chang'an. He should know more about Chang'an and Zhang Feng's many poems than them. Moreover, he dared to come here today, which meant that he already knew from the beginning that these things would happen, so he had planned from the beginning. All these were arranged in advance. At the thought of this, Wu Liuji's mood instantly became better. He turned out to be the same as them. He also had some understanding of Zhang Feng's poems in advance. This was easy to handle. Thinking of this, Wu Liuji shouted, "Although what you said is very good, these things all happened after Zhang Feng's poems spread out. As long as one makes some annotations on his own ideas, it can almost be passed off as true. Moreover, this person came from Chang'an. Since he dared to do these things before Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, it means that he has a conspiracy. Moreover, Chang'an is under the emperor's rule and in front of White Deer College. Naturally, there are more chances to know poems and see Zhang Feng, so I think this person's intention is to be punished. He is a fake." In an instant, Wu Liuji's voice made all the people who were puzzled become confused. Even Mr. Yushan was stunned for a moment. But when he wanted to say something, he gave up when he saw that almost everyone had the same attitude. After all, Zhang Feng could even handle the emperor. These small fries should not be a problem for Zhang Feng. Moreover, he also wanted to know what else this kid knew. On a whim, he said, "Since this young master thinks that Zhang Feng is a fake, then Prince Zhang and Old Man have a fair way. What do you think?" Chapter 2149. Instantly, all the officials nodded their heads. It was good that a great scholar was here. Mr. Yushan is right. We will listen to Mr. Yushan. Moreover, I am also puzzled. This kid looks younger than us. How can he be so talented? How did he come up with so many amazing works? And he came up with more than 100 poems. In the midst of the discussion, everyone began to suspect that Zhang Feng was here. Especially Wu Liuji. He was looking at Zhang Feng with joy. However, Zhang Feng did not care. He could remember most of the poems from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties. There was no benefit in transmigrating, but his memory was good. The things that he couldn't remember clearly in the past were now etched into his mind like they were carved by a knife and an axe. He did not know if it was because the system felt that he was a scam. Speaking of the system, Zhang Feng had the urge to curse. What happened to half a year? How long has it been? Why is there no fart until now? Zhang Feng had a headache. If he had the system, he would probably be on vacation in Hawaii. In this era, there was no system. He had to create everything by himself. This was simply torture. Moreover, he could only use the combination of earth and sea to barely create it. If he had the system, it would not be so troublesome. Zhang Feng shook his head, feeling a little displeased. This was especially so when he saw this group of people shouting and yelling here. Good. Since that is the case, who dares to compete with me? Or should I compete with all of you? Wow. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. One person to compete with everyone? There were at least 100 talents here. He dared to compete with so many people? Where did he get the courage? Seeing this, Wu Liuji hurriedly shouted, "Okay. Since you dare, let's have a proper duel with Mr. Yushan as our witness. However, there are rules as well. Because we have heard of most of your poems, and Mr. Yushan has also heard of your poems. How about this? Let's ask Mr. Yushan to tell us the specifics of the duel." In the next moment, everyone could not help but look at Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan looked at Zhang Feng, then stroked his beard and said, White Deer College had sent an invitation to old man to teach at White Deer College. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Everyone knew about Mr. Yushan and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had a poetry competition with Mr. Yushan at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, and Mr. Yushan vomited blood and fainted. Mr. Yushan at this time? Isn't this a joke? However, Mr. Yushan's next words made everyone's hair stand on end. But at that time, Mr. Bo sure sent me Zhang Feng's complete poetry collection. It was also because of this collection that I was busy annotating it, so I didn't go there temporarily. What? Mr. Yushan, you have Mr. Xian's complete poetry collection? Everyone was in an uproar. Zhang Feng's courtesy name was Mr. Xian, and it came from the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. One of Zhang Feng's poems was sold for a high price of 300,000 strings of cash in Jiangnan. Moreover, it was priceless. Who could remain calm when they heard that Mr. Yushan had the complete poetry collection? Mr. Yushan didn't seem to think that his words would cause such a huge uproar. He hurriedly said, I won't give Xian's poem to anyone without his permission and before this old man has finished his annotations. This will all depend on Mr. Xian's wishes. Mr. Yushan did not forget to take a look at Zhang Feng while he was speaking. Zhang Feng touched his nose and turned to ask Wu Liuji, who was beside him with a burning face, Mr. Wu, is Mr. Xian's poem very valuable? Valuable? Wu Liuji looked at Zhang Feng with infinite disdain and said, Vulgar. Prince Zhang, no, Mr. Xian's poem can't be measured by such vulgar money. Vulgar, simply vulgar. Now I believe that you are not Zhang Feng at all. Wu Liuji's words made Zhang Feng's face turn red. At this moment, most people heard his voice. They looked at Zhang Feng and could not help but look at him with disdain. When Mr. Yushan saw this, he coughed and said, Since today's matter has come to this, why don't we use Jiangnan as the name and have everyone recite a poem? Then everyone will decide whose poem is the best. As soon as he said that, in an instant Wu Liuji clapped his hands in agreement. At first he was a little afraid that Zhang Feng might be that Zhang Feng, but now that he saw Zhang Feng's face, he could not help but feel relieved. This guy was simply a fake. He was a fake. Since Mr. Yushan has said so, then I have no objection. I just don't know if this Mr. dares to? Why don't we do it this way? I'll take a step back for this dear brother. Everyone here will recite a poem, and then let this dear brother give his comments. Finally, we'll let him come up with a poem that surpasses everyone else's. This was obviously looking down on Zhang Feng. Everyone could see this, and this move seemed to be intentional. This caused Zhang Feng to be somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be played like this? Who gave him the courage to do this? Could it be that he said something that he should not have said just now? Chapter 2150. At this moment, without waiting for him to object, Wu Liuji had already begun. Since Prince Zhang didn't answer, perhaps he acquiesced. In that case, I'll make a fool of myself. The wind and rain set, the sun remembers my yearning, the small bridge and the flowing water in the shampoo. What can I do about the thousands of weeping willows on the shore? I'm yearning in the misty rain. Good. As the poem ended, in an instant, all the officials clapped their hands and cheered. Even Master Yushan nodded repeatedly. Zhang Feng was so embarrassed that his cancer was acting up. Could this be called a damn poem? It was all a pile of words, but it didn't say anything. It was like someone excitedly telling you that this matter was very interesting, but after talking for at least an hour, he didn't say anything practical. And he didn't even know what was so good about this matter. Could this be called a poem? Before Zhang Feng could speak, someone else got up to write a poem. One after another. Zhang Feng listened with a big headache. Even the smile on Master Yushan's face gradually became forced. In the end, he just looked at a book in his hand expressionlessly. Instead, he was reading with great interest. But these people didn't care. They thought that Master Yushan had taken a fancy to their talent and was copying their poems. My God, this is called a poem? At this moment, at the door of the poetry house, Hao Chujun and the others were dumbfounded as they listened to the poems inside. Not to mention others, one or two poems that they casually took out would at least be much better than this, right? Were these the talents of Jiangnan? Were these the common talents of Jiangnan? At this moment, the shopkeeper who was guarding at the side seemed to have heard Hao Chujuan's words. He shook his head and sighed, this young master is not. In fact, those who can participate in the poetry house are almost all those who are eager to show off and then want to become the hangers-on of others. As for the talents, almost all of them will be the hangers-on of those big families when they become slightly famous. Why would they participate in this kind of playful situation? Hao Chujun was shocked when he heard this. He also felt relieved. Officials and literati were very proud and aloof. Weren't Lai Ji and the others the same? There was also a poetry house in Luo State City, but they refused to go there. If they went, they would have to spend money. A pot of tea and a seat would cost at least dozens of copper coins. But in their poverty, who would have that kind of money? Although their talents were outstanding, they didn't want to become someone's hanger-on. It was only when their teacher opened White Deer College that they saw hope. In comparison, this kind of thing should have happened in many places. Especially in the past few days, they had seen many poor students. Some people offered a high price to buy the white paper in their hands, but they would rather starve until they passed out than sell it. What is this? To them, this was not only a matter of face, but it was also very precious. Before the appearance of paper blank, everyone was talking about knowledge. What was there to talk about? It was about cars. For example, how many carriages of books did each family have? Who had annotated each person's novel? Xian paper was an unattainable existence for ordinary people. Most people were still using bamboo slips or tree barks to record and to go to school. It could be seen that this poetry house wasn't a place for ordinary people. You either had to be famous and let those rich families know your name, or you had to go to the school to seek help. Or you had to rely on your own efforts. As for such an extravagant poetry house competition, although everyone yearned for it, those without money could only watch. So at this moment, at the entrance of the poetry house, there was already a large number of students in robes who were eagerly listening. Then those who heard would share the news. It was a pleasure to see how Chujun had thought of paying more than once to let these people in, because he knew that these people might not be able to enter even if they were poor for their whole lives. But rules were rules. He didn't dare to break them unless it was his teacher. Thinking of Zhang Feng, how Chujun's thoughts quickly changed. At this moment, there were already many people who had gone up. Other than the young master of the Wu family, there was the person called Xu Heng who had found fault with his teacher at the beginning. At this moment, that person seemed to have become the finale. At this moment, he pretended to be an intoxicated Mo Yen. On one hand, he closed his eyes and waved the folding fan in his hand. After a while, he slightly frowned and asked the poet where the problem was. Just like that, an hour passed. Most of the people in the field had already made poems. Even the female family members stood out to make poems. This inevitably attracted Zhang Feng's attention. Especially a woman wearing a bamboo hat. Just by listening to her voice, it gave people a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. Her poems had a similar feeling to Li Qingzhao's. In comparison, Zhang Feng believed that the so-called talents of these so-called scholars were not half as talented as this woman. Even Zhang Feng had an illusion that if not for those poems in his memory, he would probably be defeated by this woman today. At this moment, all the scholars and officials took out the poems that they felt were good. It could also be said that they had specially prepared for this poetry competition. At this moment, everyone looked at the person with the surname Liu on the high platform. At this moment, that person, under the guidance of the people beside him, then pretended to stand up. He looked around and said, "Are you all done? If so, I will embarrass myself." Chapter 2151. Zhang Feng heard this. He couldn't help but perk up. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the shopkeeper praising him. At this moment, everyone's eyes became crazy and admiring. He could tell that this person seemed to have some real ability. At this moment, not only Zhang Feng, but even Mr. Yushan also looked at the person surnamed Liu. The person surnamed Liu was somewhat of a scholar. He didn't know how talented he was, but he grasped the posture of a scholar to the peak. In Zhang Feng's memory, even Yu Shernan and the others didn't have such a big posture. The guy named Xu Heng closed his eyes and paced on the ground for a long time. Then he waved the folding fan in his hand in the wind. It seemed that he was brewing something. After a while, when Zhang Feng was a little confused by his posture and was about to doze off, the person surnamed Liu exclaimed. Instantly, a layer of goosebumps appeared all over Zhang Feng's body. On the other hand, Mr. Yushan frowned slightly at this moment. However, the scholars and women were looking at him with shining faces at this moment. It seemed that this person's posture was very attractive. This made Zhang Feng extremely speechless. The night rain in Jiangnan fell on the lotus, the jade beads fell on the emerald plate, the blue waves rocked the boat in the flower field. I'm afraid that the waves would startle a swan. After the poem was finished, the entire poetry house fell into a short silence. The person surnamed Liu seemed to have been immersed in it. He closed his eyes and made an expression of enjoyment. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel soundproof. That's it? How dare he pretend to be ignorant? Oh my god. Who the F*** are these people? However, just when Zhang Feng couldn't help but want to say something, in an instant, the entire poetry house burst into a burst of earth-shattering cheers. At this moment, the scholars and women were all cheering. How is it, Prince Zhang? What's the meaning of this poem? At this moment, the man with the surname Lu came to Zhang Feng's side and clasped his hands together. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and asked arrogantly. Zhang Feng originally didn't want to lower himself to the same level as him, but at this moment he actually offered his face to be slapped. With Zhang Feng's bad temper, how could he be spoiled? Poem? Not bad, it's gorgeous enough. However, it's all a pile of words. Let me ask you, what is this poem trying to express? I really can't tell what you're trying to express with this poem. In the beginning, it seemed like it was expressing the loneliness of a lonely night roamer, but that's clearly not the case with the last two lines. What you're trying to express at the end is an otherworldly feeling of not wanting to disturb anyone. Zhang Feng looked at the man surnamed Lu and said with a playful smile, I think this poem was written when young Master Lu was unhappy in his life, right? But why are you behaving like this now? Zhang Feng did not finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he was trying to express. After all, everyone knew that Lu Shuheng had become a disciple of the Wu family. It was not surprising for him to behave like this now. Lu Shuheng's face turned red, but he couldn't say anything. All he could do was point at Zhang Feng for a long time. In the end, he could only ask Wu Liuji for help. Wu Liuji also scolded with an ugly expression. You surnamed Zhang, don't think you have a glib tongue. It's fine if you say my poem is a pile of words, but this poem was once affirmed by a great figure. How dare you comment on it? When Zhang Feng heard that, he immediately made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Yushan is here. Let's ask. Zhang Feng's exaggerated way of doing things made Wu Liuji somewhat unable to figure it out. But after all, a knife was on his neck now. He had no choice but to ask. Lu Shuheng hurriedly clasped his hands and asked, Mr. Yushan, can you give me some pointers? How could Mr. Yushan not know that this poem was fake? Presumably, the previous people didn't say it out of respect. At this time, this kid pushed this matter to him. It was really impossible to hide even if he wanted to. Ahem. This poem is all right. The phrasing is very elegant. If the two meanings could be combined, it would be perfect. Buzz. This was simply like a bolt from the blue. Although Mr. Yushan didn't say it clearly, the meaning was already there. Wasn't this the same as what Zhang Feng said? At this time, Lu Shuheng and Wu Liuji couldn't hold their faces anymore. Looking at the students who were talking about it, their faces turned red. Zhang Feng, if you have the ability, you come. Who doesn't know how to talk? You come. Lu Shuheng seemed to have gone crazy. There was no longer the gentleness just now. His face was full of ferocity. Zhang Feng didn't expect this guy to fall out with him so quickly. But at this moment, looking at the whole Shizhai people who were looking at him with dissatisfaction, he couldn't help but explode. So this truth can't be said? What kind of stupid poem is this? Damn it. This is intolerable. If that's the case, then all of you better open your ears and listen carefully. Zhang Feng was also angry. It really brought out the feeling of a tiger falling from the sky. But this was also his original intention to come here. He just didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. At the beginning, he was still thinking about how to break out of today's situation. He didn't expect it to be so simple. Chapter 2152. In fact, when Mr. Yushan said that he wanted to write a poem named Jiangnan, he had already thought about it. At this moment, Zhang Feng did not delay it. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's expression changed. He stood up and said loudly, Jiangnan can pick lotus, where the lotus leaves are, fish play between the lotus leaves, fish play between the lotus leaves in the east, fish play between the lotus leaves in the west, fish play between the lotus leaves in the south, fish play between the lotus leaves in the north. As soon as the poem was finished, almost everyone was stunned. This was called a poem? However, when everyone read it, they were shocked to find that in this simple poem, they found a problem, and that was that they could think of a picture in an instant. A picture of fish playing between the lotus leaves in a fish pond. Everyone was aghast. It seemed like a simple poem, but upon closer inspection, it gave off a refreshing and refined feeling. This poem, in an instant. Wu Liuji and Lu Shuheng were stunned. They wanted to say something, but after thinking for a long time, they could not think of any words. At this moment, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something and said, Oh right, this poem does not mention Jiangnan, why don't I write another one? This poem was written by an unknown poet in the Han Dynasty. When Zhang Feng was on the mountain, he had read the ancient books and did not find this person and this poem, so he copied it. However, this was after all a poem about Jiangnan. At this moment he was in Jiangnan, so Zhang Feng was not sure when someone knew this poem. At this moment, Zhang Feng also thought of a poem. That was by Ji's 3 poems recalling Jiangnan. This was the most recent poem to describe Jiangnan. Jiangnan is good, the scenery is old, the sunrise is redder than fire, the spring water is green like blue, how can I not recall Jiangnan? Jiangnan recalls, the most memorable is Hangzhou, mountain temple looking for osmanthus in the moon, Junting lying on the pillow watching the tide, when will I visit again? Jiangnan recalls, the second is Wu Palace, Wu wine with a cup of spring bamboo leaves, Wu children dancing drunk hibiscus, sooner or later we will meet again. This poem was a poem that Zhang Feng felt was not bad at the moment. After all, in his memory, there were very few poems that specifically described Jiangnan. From the moment Zhang Feng started to recite the 2 poems, it took less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The meaning of each poem stunned everyone. The first poem might be a little shallow, but it perfectly explained the unique beauty of Jiangnan's water towns. What about the second song? Instantly, everyone had fallen into a trap. Everyone picked up a pen and paper and began to record Zhang Feng's 2 poems. At the same time, some people instantly thought of Zhang Feng's identity. Could he be that Zhang Feng? The sudden words made everyone come to their senses. That's right, if it wasn't Zhang Feng, who would be able to speak so eloquently? Who could compose such a good poem in such a short time? At this moment, Wu Liuji was stunned. Originally he wanted to use the first poem to make a fuss, but when the second poem came out, he couldn't find any problems. At this moment, everyone finally realized the crux of the problem. Everyone thought of one thing. That is, this person must be the youngest Confucian of this generation, the dean of White Deer College. But, isn't this age a little too young? Prince Zhang, can you come up for a chat? At this moment, Mr. Yushan sighed and called out leisurely. This shout seemed to be an acknowledgement of Zhang Feng's identity, which made everyone dumbfounded. Young Master Zhang? Is Mr. Hsien? Yes, if it wasn't Mr. Hsien, who would dare to impersonate someone else and deceive the provincial governor? That's right, although the provincial governor is unreliable, he has the ability to judge people. How can the provincial governor personally follow someone else? At this moment, everyone instantly knew Zhang Feng's identity and couldn't help but be in an uproar. And Zhang Feng also knew that it was impossible for him to stay here at this moment, so he hurriedly cupped his hands and greeted everyone, then went up to the 3rd floor. Sister is he really Zhang Feng? At this moment, on the 2nd floor where the women were, all the women went crazy. All of the women were infatuated with Zhang Feng's poems. Especially Zhang Feng's A Dream Writ, which caused all the women in Jiangnan to be infatuated with it. Dino should be green fat, red thin. Last night, the rain was thin and the wind was strong, sleep did not dispel the wine. Is he really Zhang Feng? Miss Yu, say something. At this moment, Zhao Yuer was surrounded by everyone because 2 days ago, Zhang Feng had a long talk with her in the store, and everyone in the Yuezhou prefecture knew about it. This was also the reason why everyone began to doubt and feel jealous. But at this moment, Zhang Feng's identity, Mr. Yushan's vague words, and the polite invitation of Mr. Yushan and Zhang Feng, as well as the 2 poems, how could they not believe that he was Zhang Feng? Especially at this moment, Wu Man-er and the other women who were surrounding Zhao Yuer, their faces were full of expectation, but the more they were so, the more Zhao Yuer's face turned ugly. At this moment, she stomped her feet angrily and said, "Don't ask me, ask you, she is that bastard's woman?" While speaking, Zhao Yuer angrily left as if she was angry. She left the crowd below to look at her. Chapter 2153. On the other side, Zhang Feng brought the 3 women to Mr. Yushan's guest room. The guest room was not simple. Every room here was very exquisite, especially in terms of the materials used. Almost all of them were made of the most precious sandalwood. In the room, there was a huge bookshelf that displayed the ancient books and rare books that had been collected by the poetry house since ancient times. There were even a lot of unique books. There was a huge study room and a bed in it. That was all. It seemed that this place was very thoughtful, or perhaps it was originally prepared for a great scholar. As soon as they entered the room, Mr. Yushan smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Hsien, what are you playing at?" When the old man learned that Mr. Hsien had come to Jiangnan, he was still a little uncertain. Coincidentally, he was invited to the poetry house and wanted to find a few seedlings, so he came to see which daring person dared to impersonate Mr. Hsien. "I didn't expect it to really be you." Zhang Feng saluted and said, "Mr. Yushan, I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder if you are well?" After Yuer and the other two women saluted Mr. Yushan, Mr. Yushan narrowed his eyes and said, as expected of Mr. Hsian. You came to Jiangnan in anger for a woman. This kind of courage is really rare. Zhang Feng laughed and said, if I didn't have the courage of a man, then wouldn't I be the same as Mr. Yushan? The two of them laughed loudly. Then Mr. Yushan asked, Little Zhang, what are your plans for coming to Jiangnan this time? This time, I heard that people in the clan want to deal with you. Zhang Feng heard this. Although he already knew about this and he came here to do the same thing, he was hindered by Mr. Yushan's identity. He was still thinking about how to win him over, but now that he heard Mr. Yushan tell him this in person, he still felt a little incredulous. But after thinking about it, Zhang Feng still attributed it to the appreciation between Taoist scholars. Alas. Zhang Feng sighed and took out a pack of cigarettes. He wanted to hand it to Mr. Yushan, but when he saw Mr. Yushan staring at the pack, he couldn't help but hand it to Mr. Yushan and said, Mr. Yushan, to be honest, this time I came to Jiangnan with this plan in mind. Mr. Yushan placed Zhang Feng's cigarette case into his bosom. Then he took out a bamboo tube and took out an old man's cigarette. He lit it on the oil lamp and began to smoke with great enjoyment. Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. Mr. Yushan, your cigarette? Mr. Yushan pursed his lips and said, About that? When I left Shao Mountain, Mr. Zihuai gave it to me. This thing is strong enough and its effect is excellent. It's just that I don't have much left. Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was not courting death, this was waiting for death. The old scholar should have invited him, but he didn't agree to go to the academy. So the old scholar, Mr. Yushan, don't smoke too much. It's not good for your health. If you like it, I'll have someone send you a fixed amount of cigarettes every month. Mr. Yushan shook his head and said with a smile, I know what you mean. Although this thing has an excellent effect of refreshing the mind, it's harmful to the body. You said this at the beginning and Dr. Sun also told the old man, but the old man didn't think so. Life is in a trance for only a few decades. If you don't live a little more freely, then what's the point of living? Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be silent. Mr. Yushan was right. At the beginning he was also like this. Everything was based on his own preferences. But later things went in the direction that he had to be busy. But did he follow his heart? Was he really happy? Zhang Feng couldn't help but envy Mr. Yushan. He clasped his fists and said nothing. Mr. Yushan was very open-minded. Seeing Zhang Feng understood, he laughed and said, Tell me, what do you want to do in Jiangnan this time? If you want to open an academy here, I'm very much in favor of it. Do you know how many poor scholars are watching outside the study room at this moment? Zhang Feng was stunned. Isn't this poetry house for all the officials? What? The vanguard didn't believe it and opened the window of the room. In an instant he looked out of the window and saw the sea of people outside the poetry house. There were at least 10 times more people outside than inside, and all of them were dressed in rags. They all came from poor families. At this moment, some people in clan clothes were picking and choosing in the crowd, as if they were looking for goods. Mr. Yushan said, Now you know the reason? Those who can enter the poetry house are basically rich people. Some people can't take a step in their whole life. It's not that they don't want to come in, but they really don't have the 10 coins. So, most of them either choose to rely on those clans, or can only wait until the imperial examination in spring. Only in this way can they have a chance. Zhang Feng was silent. He finally knew why Mr. Yushan asked him if he was going to open an academy in Jiangnan when they just met. Mr. Yushan, to be honest, a big part of the reason I came to Jiangnan this time is because of you.